They say every wolf finds their mate under the full moon. They say the bond is sacred, unbreakable, eternal. They lied. My name is Rowan Ashcroft, and I became Luna to the most feared alpha in the Northern Territories on my 19th birthday. Not because he loved me. Not because the moon goddess blessed our union. But because it was convenient. Expendable. A sacrifice wrapped in silver and ceremony. Alpha Theron Nightshade, the wolf king they whispered about in terrified tones, didn't choose me for my strength. He chose me because I was invisible. The forgotten daughter of a disgraced beta, raised in the shadows while my perfect stepsister basked in our pack's adoration. But Theron made a mistake that night and claimed me as his mate. He didn't realize that invisible girls see everything. Those silent girls hear every whispered conspiracy. That broken girl has nothing left to lose. And when the wolves came for his throat, when the betrayal he'd spent 5 years hunting finally showed its teeth, I was the only one standing between him and death. This is the story of how I became Luna. How I survived a mate bond neither of us wanted. How I uncovered the conspiracy that nearly destroyed the most powerful pack in existence. This is the story of how the forgotten wolf became unforgettable. And it begins with the scent of wolfsbane and the taste of regret. Chapter 1. The Forgotten Daughter. The day I was supposed to become Luna began with the scent of wolfsbane, funeral flowers for wolves, arranged in stark white bundles throughout our cramped pack house. A warning, perhaps, of what awaited me. Outside, rain hammered against the windows, droplets racing down the glass like the tears I refused to shed. My mating ceremony. My 19th birthday. My ending. Rowan, hold still. My stepmother, Beta Margot, hissed, yanking the ceremonial dress laces tighter until my ribs protested and breathing became a privilege. Her cold fingers brushed against my copper-red hair, tucking loose strands behind my ears with unusual gentleness that felt more threatening than her typical cruelty. "You look almost acceptable," she muttered. The white dress hung from my thin frame like a burial shroud. It had been my mother's, the only thing of hers I had left after the rogues took her 7 years ago. A delicate silver charm rested against my collarbone, a tiny wolf mid-howl, suspended in moonlight. "As long as you wear this, I run with you," she'd whispered before the attack that claimed her life. Before my father remarried. Before he too fell in a border skirmish, leaving me at the mercy of a woman who saw me as nothing but a burden. In the mirror, a ghost stared back. Pale skin, flame-colored hair, green eyes too large and haunted for my angular face. I could almost hear my mother's voice. "Some wolves break, little one. Others bend until they become unbreakable." The charm caught the dim light. I touched it, drawing strength from its familiar weight. "Remember our agreement," Margot said, her voice low enough that my stepsister, Celeste, wouldn't hear from the adjacent room. "You will mate with Alpha Theron. You will secure his protection for this pack. For Celeste. For Celeste. Always for Celeste." The golden daughter with her perfect blonde coat and amber eyes that matched her mother's calculating gaze. The daughter who should have been offered instead of me, except Alpha Theron's condition made him unpredictable. Dangerous, even. The silver poisoning that crippled his wolf 5 years ago left him bitter, Margot continued, smoothing invisible wrinkles from my dress. "The Alpha Council needs him settled. Needs an heir. They don't care which daughter from which disgraced beta family is sacrificed." Her lips curved into a smile that never reached her eyes. "And you've always been so disposable." My fingers curled around the wolf charm. "Unbreakable," I reminded myself. "Bend, don't break." A knock at the door interrupted us. Celeste entered without waiting, radiant in midnight blue silk that complemented her golden hair. She assessed me with calculating eyes, her wolf's satisfaction practically purring beneath her skin. "Well, don't you look interesting," she said, sugar-coating poison. The broken alpha and the forgotten daughter. How fitting. I said nothing. Words were weapons I couldn't afford to wield. Not when my silence had been purchased with threats against the few pack members who'd shown me kindness after father's death. Not when refusal meant watching our small territory absorbed by larger packs, leaving even Celeste vulnerable. "The convoy is here," Celeste announced, her excitement poorly disguised. Of course she was thrilled. With me gone, securing a connection to the most powerful alpha in the Northern Territories, she'd be free to pursue any wealthy pack leader without the burden of a copper-haired stepsister as competition. Margot nodded approvingly at her daughter before turning her attention back to me. "Remember, Rowan. Smile. Be agreeable. Do whatever he wants." Her fingers dug into my arm hard enough to bruise. Whatever it takes to secure his favor. The journey to Nightshade territory passed in a blur of rain-soaked roads and oppressive silence. Margot and Celeste chatted animatedly, already discussing how they'd leverage their new connection to the Wolf King. I stared out the window, committing to memory every tree, every hill of the land I'd grown up in, the land I was leaving behind. The charm warmed against my skin as we approached Nightshade Keep, an imposing structure of stone and timber rising from the forest like a sleeping beast. Wolves in silver-trimmed black patrolled the perimeter, their eyes tracking our convoy with predatory focus. Guards flanked the entrance as our vehicle rolled to a stop. One opened the door, offering a gloved hand that I accepted with numb fingers. The great hall swallowed us whole, cavernous and cold despite the massive fireplace and elaborate tapestries depicting legendary pack battles. I shivered, feeling the weight of 100 unseen eyes following my every step. Rowan Ashcroft. A stern-faced woman greeted us, her silver-streaked black hair pulled into a severe bun. "I am Vera Blackthorn, head Omega of Nightshade Keep. We've been expecting you." Her gaze flicked dismissively over Margot and Celeste. "The family may wait here. You will come with me to meet the Alpha." Margot's hand shot out, gripping my wrist with bruising force. "Remember our agreement," she whispered, her nails digging crescents into my skin. I nodded once, then followed Vera through a labyrinth of corridors, each more imposing than the last. My heart hammered against my ribs as we approached massive oak doors guarded by two wolves whose scars told stories of battles survived. "The Alpha has been informed of your arrival," Vera said, pausing before the entrance. Something like pity flickered across her features. "He has expectations." "What kind of expectations?" My voice emerged as a whisper, the first words I'd spoken all day. "Loyalty. Obedience. Silence when required." She adjusted my collar with impersonal efficiency. "He was not always as he is now. The silver poisoning changed him. 5 years unable to shift, unable to connect with his wolf. It hasn't improved his temperament." "Why me?" I asked the question that had haunted me since the arrangement was announced. Vera's expression remained unreadable. "The Alpha makes his own choices for his own reasons. It is not for us to question." She hesitated, then added softly, "Be careful with your words, girl. He has lost his wolf's voice, not his ability to destroy those who displease him." The door swung open before I could respond. The Alpha's chambers were cast in shadows, heavy curtains drawn against daylight. A fire provided the only warmth and illumination. At first, I saw only silhouettes. The massive bed, floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a desk covered in territorial maps. Then my eyes adjusted and I saw him. Alpha Theron Nightshade, sovereign ruler of the Northern Territory's most feared pack, stood near the fire with a rigid posture that spoke of carefully controlled pain. At 34, he was older than I'd expected, though the harsh angles of his face retained a devastating beauty that rumors hadn't exaggerated. Black hair fell across his forehead, slightly too long, as though he dismissed anyone who dared suggest cutting it. His shoulders, broad and powerful, strained against a black shirt partially unlaced at the throat. Silver scars traced up his forearms, visible reminders of the poisoning that had stolen his wolf. But it was his eyes that captured me. Storm gray, reflecting firelight like a predator in darkness. Something cold and calculating lived in that gaze, something that assessed my worth and found it wanting in a single glance. "So this is the sacrifice," he said, his voice deeper than I'd imagined. Smooth as aged whiskey despite the bitterness lacing his words. "Come closer, girl. Let me see what I'm being saddled with." Vera nudged me forward. My legs moved mechanically until I stood before him, close enough to catch his scent. Pine and smoke and something wilder. Dangerous. Alpha Theron, I managed, attempting a respectful bow that felt clumsy under his scrutiny. He studied me with detached interest, then his hand shot out suddenly, fingers catching my chin in a grip firm enough to startle but not harm. They said you were plain, he mused, turning my face toward the firelight. I suppose that's true enough by conventional standards. His thumb brushed my lower lip, the touch sending an unwelcome shiver down my spine. But there's something in the eyes. Tell me, Rowan Ashcroft, he continued, releasing my chin. Do you know why you're here? To mate with you, Alpha. The words tasted like ash. A smile curved his lips, devoid of warmth. Yes, but do you know why? Why not your stepsister, the pretty blonde one I was originally offered? My heart stuttered. This was information I hadn't been privy to. I don't. Your stepmother thinks I'm a fool, he interrupted, moving toward a table bearing crystal decanters. She thinks a wolfless alpha is a desperate alpha. That I would accept any female thrust before me without question. He poured amber liquid into a glass with practiced ease. What she fails to understand is that my condition has made me more observant, not less. He took a slow sip, eyes never leaving mine. I chose you, Rowan Ashcroft. Not the other way around. The room seemed to tilt beneath my feet. Why? The question escaped before I could contain it. Because when I sent my scouts to assess potential mates, you were the only one who showed kindness to an Omega who dropped a tray. The only one who helped an elderly wolf when no one was watching. His gaze intensified. The only one who didn't look at my representative with disgust when he mentioned my condition. I remembered that day, the pack gathering when Nightshade scouts had visited. Margot parading Celeste before them like prized livestock. I'd been relegated to serving, invisible as always. Tomorrow you will become my mate, he stated matter-of-factly. You will become Luna. Your family will receive the protection and status they desire. He moved closer until his heat nearly touched me. And in return, you will be mine. Completely. Do you understand what that means? I swallowed hard, the weight of his words pressing against my chest. I believe so, Alpha. No, he said softly, dangerously. You don't. But you will. He reached out again, this time his fingers finding the silver wolf charm at my throat. Something flashed in his eyes. Recognition, surprise. An interesting trinket, he murmured, releasing it as though it had burned him. Leave now. Rest. Tomorrow comes sooner than you think. Vera materialized at my side, guiding me toward the door. As we reached the threshold, the Alpha's voice stopped us. Rowan. I turned, finding his gaze locked on mine across the dimly lit chamber. I may be broken, he said, his voice carrying an edge that raised goosebumps along my arms, but I am far from powerless. Remember that before you consider following in your stepsister's footsteps. The doors closed behind us with a sound like a cage locking shut. Vera led me through silent corridors to my temporary chambers, a luxurious prison where I would spend my last night as Rowan Ashcroft before becoming Luna Rowan Nightshade, mate to an alpha whose eyes held secrets as dark as the shadows he surrounded himself with. As the door closed behind Vera, I clutched my mother's charm, pressing my forehead against the cool window glass. Rain continued to fall, washing away the world I'd known. Tomorrow I would become Luna to a broken alpha who had chosen me for reasons I couldn't fathom. Tomorrow I would step into a life I hadn't chosen, but couldn't refuse. Unbreakable, I reminded myself as a single tear escaped. Bend, don't break. The bond hasn't even formed yet, and already secrets are surfacing. What do you think Alpha Theron is hiding? And why did that wolf charm trigger such a reaction? Share your theories below. I have a feeling you're going to be surprised by what's coming. Chapter 2. The Luna's Crown. Sleep evaded me that night, leaving me to wander the vast chamber like a ghost rehearsing for eternity. The bed remained untouched, its silk sheets too soft, too foreign against skin accustomed to threadbare linens from the servants' quarters where Margot had relegated me after father's death. Outside, The storm intensified. Lightning occasionally illuminated the unfamiliar luxury surrounding me, carved furniture depicting running wolves, tapestries showing ancient pack hunts, a silver brush set I didn't dare touch. When dawn finally broke, pale and hesitant through lingering clouds, she-wolves entered without knocking. 5 women with downcast eyes and efficient hands. They drew a bath scented with wild roses and pine, laid out undergarments of fabric so fine it felt like betrayal against my work-roughened palms, and presented a mating dress that made my mother's gown look like a pauper's rags. The Alpha commissioned it specially, explained the eldest she-wolf, her silver-streaked hair twisted into a severe bun. He was most particular about the design. I stared at the creation before me. Not white, the traditional color of purity, but deep midnight blue embroidered with silver thread that caught the light like stars. The bodice was adorned with tiny crystal wolves that seemed to howl silently with each movement, a shade that whispered of moonlight and secrets. "What happened to my mother's dress?" I asked, voice barely audible. "Vera had it stored safely," the woman replied, a flicker of understanding crossing her weathered features. "She said you might want it after I became property instead of person. After I traded my name, my body, my future for the protection of a pack that had never protected me." The bathwater cooled as I sat motionless, fingertips tracing circles on the surface. The she-wolves washed my hair with gentle efficiency, applying oils that smelled of jasmine and something deeper, more primal, the scent of claiming. One brushed my copper hair until it gleamed like a living flame in the morning light, arranging it in an intricate style that left my neck feeling vulnerable, exposed. The mark zone, where an alpha's claiming bite would brand me as is for all to see. The dress weighed heavier than it should have, settling on my shoulders like shackles of silk and expectation. As they fastened the final buttons, I caught sight of myself in the full-length mirror. A stranger stared back, ethereal and untouchable, her green eyes too bright against porcelain skin. The wolf charm at my throat remained the only familiar aspect in this transformed reflection. A knock at the door heralded Vera's arrival. She dismissed the she-wolves with a wave, then circled me with critical eyes. "You'll do," she concluded, adjusting a stray curl. "The ceremony begins in 1 hour. Your family awaits in the antechamber. Do you wish to see them before?" I hesitated, then nodded. Despite everything, some childish part of me still craved a kind word, a reassuring touch before stepping into the unknown. Margot and Celeste swept into the room moments later, their expressions shifting from studied solemnity to poorly disguised shock as they took in my appearance. "Well," Margot breathed, reaching out to touch the fabric of my sleeve. "It seems the Alpha has spared no expense for his Luna." Celeste circled me like a hawk assessing prey, her wolf's jealousy evident in the gold flecks brightening in her eyes. "I hardly recognize you, Rowan. Almost beautiful in this light." Her smile didn't reach her eyes. "Though I can't imagine why he chose you over me." "Celeste," Margot cut in sharply. "Mind your tongue." An uncomfortable silence fell, broken only by distant sounds of activity, pack members gathering, guards calling orders. Nightshade, keep preparing for its first mating ceremony in decades. "The Alpha mentioned something strange yesterday," I said quietly, watching their expressions carefully. "He said he was originally offered Celeste." Margot's face hardened. "Nonsense. The arrangement was always for you." He seemed quite certain. "Well, he's mistaken." She stepped closer, voice dropping to a harsh whisper. "Perhaps his mind is as broken as his wolf." I touched the charm at my throat, drawing courage from its familiar weight. "Or perhaps you offered Celeste first. But when you learned of his condition, his inability to shift, you decided to sacrifice me instead." The slap came swift and sharp, her ring catching my cheek. Pain bloomed bright and immediate. "You ungrateful whelp," she hissed, eyes darting to ensure no one had witnessed. "After everything we've done for you, what have you done for me?" I asked, the words escaping before I could reconsider. "Besides treat me like an omega in my father's house? Besides, take everything he left for me? We gave you a roof, Food. My inheritance paid for both. I countered, a lifetime of swallowed words suddenly rising to the surface. And now you've sold me to an alpha you believe is damaged, to secure Celeste's future. Margot's face paled, then flushed with anger. You have no idea what you're talking about. This match is an honor. Then why not give it to your own daughter? Celeste stepped between us, her expression calculating. Because the alpha asked for you, she said smoothly, adjusting my charm with false sisterly concern. Specifically you, after his scouts visited. Her fingers lingered on the silver wolf. Curious, isn't it? Perhaps he saw something in you that we've missed all these years. Margot's lips pressed into a thin line. Regardless of how it came about, you have a duty to fulfill. Remember our agreement. I remember, I said, the mark on my cheek throbbing in time with my heartbeat. You've made it impossible to forget. A bell chimed somewhere in the keep, its tone resonating through stone walls like a death knell. Ladies, Vera appeared at the doorway, her expression revealing nothing of what she might have overheard. It's time. Margot squeezed my arm once, hard enough to leave another bruise hidden beneath fabric. Do not disappoint us. Us. Never me. Never my father. Always the invaders who had claimed his territory, his name, and now his daughter. They departed in a rustle of expensive fabric, leaving me alone with Vera, who approached with something concealed in her palm. For the mark, she explained, applying cool cream to my stinging cheek with impersonal efficiency. We can't have Luna appear damaged. Is that what I am now? I asked softly. Damaged goods. Her hand stilled, eyes meeting mine with unexpected directness. We are all damaged in some way, girl. The question is whether we allow those damages to define us. She stepped back, assessing her work. The alpha bears his scars visibly. You've learned to hide yours. Perhaps that is why he chose you. Before I could respond, she placed a delicate crown on my head, not the heavy, jewel-encrusted thing I'd expected, but a circlet of woven silver in the shape of running wolves, their bodies forming an unbroken circle. Moonstone eyes caught the light like trapped stars. This belonged to his mother, Vera explained. The last Luna of Nightshade. He insisted you wear it today. The weight of pack history settled uncomfortably against my temples as we proceeded through corridors lined with silent wolves, all dressed in ceremonial black and silver. The great hall had been transformed. Pine boughs cascaded from stone archways, their scent mixing with incense that made my wolf stir restlessly beneath my skin. She who had been silent for weeks, suddenly alert. Candles illuminated stained glass windows that cast kaleidoscope patterns across hundreds of assembled wolves from territories throughout the north. Music swelled from hidden musicians, drums mimicking heartbeats, flutes echoing wolf song. At the far end, flanked by stern-faced pack elders, waited Alpha Theron. He wore formal black, silver embroidery matching my gown, making it clear we'd been designed as a match set. Even standing with visible effort, one hand gripping a carved walking staff, he dominated the space. His presence commanded attention, respect, and fear. Our eyes met across the expanse of polished stone and watched wolves. Something passed between us, recognition perhaps, understanding. We were both trapped in this moment, this arrangement, though for vastly different reasons. The ceremony passed in a blur of ancient words and solemn promises. I spoke when prompted, my voice steady despite the trembling in my core. Theron's responses came deep and clear, betraying no emotion as he took my hand in his. His touch was warm, his grip firm but not painful. Real, despite everything feeling surreal. With this mark, I claim you as mine, he said, deviating from traditional vows. In body, spirit, and soul. Before the moon goddess and this pack, I name you Luna of Nightshade. Murmurs rippled through the assembly at his departure from protocol. The officiating elder hesitated, then continued as though nothing unusual had occurred. Let the claim be witnessed. Theron's hand cupped the back of my neck, drawing me closer. His breath was warm against my throat as he whispered, too low for others to hear. This will hurt. but you will not cry out. Do you understand? I managed a slight nod. His teeth pierced the soft flesh where neck met shoulder. Luna's mark. White-hot pain exploded through my nervous system, followed immediately by something else. Something that felt like lightning racing through my veins, igniting every nerve ending. The mate bonds, snapping into place with brutal intensity. I felt him, his pain, his rage, his bitter resignation. And underneath it all, carefully buried, a spark of something that might have been hope. My wolf howled in my mind, finally finding her voice after weeks of silence. But it wasn't a cry of pain. It was recognition.
Mate.
Theron released me, his storm-gray eyes searching mine with new intensity. He could feel it too, the bond neither of us had expected to be real, to be this powerful. I now pronounce them mated before the goddess, the elder declared. Long live Alpha Theron and Luna Rowan of Nightshade. The hall erupted in rehearsed howls as Theron kept his hand on my marked neck, his grip possessive. His eyes never left mine, searching for something I couldn't name. But I saw it there, beneath the careful control, shock. The bond had surprised him as much as it had me. The feast that followed was an elaborate affair. Course after course of delicacies I'd only heard of, wines from territories I couldn't pronounce. I sat beside my new mate on a raised platform, hyper-aware of his presence, his occasional glances, the careful distance he maintained between us despite the bond humming insistently beneath my skin. Margot and Celeste pretended at a table of honor, already ingratiating themselves with influential pack leaders. Watching them, I realized they'd achieved exactly what they wanted, connection to power without the burden of actually serving it. Your cheek, Theron said suddenly, his voice low enough that only I could hear through the din. Someone struck you this morning. I froze, the wine chalice halfway to my lips. It was nothing, Alpha. His fingers brushed my jaw, turning my face toward the light with surprising gentleness. Don't lie to me, Rowan. Not today. Not ever. The steel in his voice contrasted with his careful touch. Was it your stepmother? I hesitated, then gave a slight nod, feeling his anger flare through the bond like wildfire. Something dangerous flashed in his storm-gray eyes. For what reason? I questioned her. About why she offered me instead of Celeste. His jaw tightened, a muscle jumping beneath his skin. And what was her response? She denied it. Said the arrangement was always for me. A cold smile curved his lips. Interesting. He released my face, reaching for his wine. Consider it a mating gift so that I don't have her removed from the feast for laying hands on my Luna. He took a slow sip. Though the night is young, I may change my mind. The casual threat sent a chill through me, and something else. Something that felt disturbingly like gratitude that someone was finally willing to defend me. Please don't, I said quietly. It would only create more problems. He studied me over the rim of his chalice. You still defend her. After everything. I defend peace, I corrected. And I've had precious little of it in my life. Something shifted in his expression. Surprise, perhaps. Or respect. A diplomatic answer. You may make a suitable Luna yet. He set down his wine, gesturing to a server. But remember this, Rowan. You are no longer at anyone's mercy but mine. And I do not share what belongs to me. Before I could respond to the possessive declaration, a commotion erupted near the entrance. Wolves moved swiftly, surrounding a figure who had apparently forced entry. The music faltered. Conversations died as the disruption was dragged before our platform. A young male wolf, perhaps 20, with wild eyes and torn clothing, struggled against the guard's grip. Blood matted his dark hair. Alpha, he shouted, dropping to his knees. I beg an audience. My village, the eastern border. We're under attack. Theron straightened, all traces of sardonic amusement vanishing from his features. Release him, he commanded. The guards reluctantly loosened their hold. The young wolf rose unsteadily, bowing low. Forgive the intrusion, Alpha. I rode 3 days without rest. The Shadowfang pack has crossed into our territory. They burned our homes, took our young. His voice broke. They said it was payment for your sins. A heavy silence fell over the hall, thick with tension and fear. I glanced at Theron, startled by his expression. Rage, yes, but also something like guilt flashing across his features before being masked by Alpha control. When did this occur? He demanded. 5 days ago, Alpha. I left immediately. Theron turned to the stern-faced man at his right, Garrett Stone, his beta, I'd learned during introductions. Assemble the warriors. We ride at dawn. Shocked murmurs rippled through the assembly. The Alpha hadn't left Nightshade Keep in 5 years, not since the silver poisoning had stolen his ability to shift. Alpha, Garrett began carefully. Perhaps it would be prudent to send. I said we ride. Theron cut him off, voice brooking no argument. I will not sit idle while my pack suffers for my past failures. His gaze swept the stunned nobility. The feast is concluded. Return to your territories and prepare your warriors. Any pack that fails to answer this call will be considered hostile. The hall erupted into chaos, wolves hurrying to depart, servants scrambling to clear tables, guards receiving hasty orders. Through it all, Theron remained composed, issuing commands with the authority of an Alpha accustomed to being obeyed without question. I sat motionless beside him, forgotten in the sudden shift from celebration to crisis. My mating night, it seemed, would not proceed as tradition dictated. When the hall had mostly emptied, Theron finally turned to me. It appears our mating night must be postponed, wife. His expression was unreadable. Vera will show you to Luna's chambers. I have preparations to make. You're truly going? I asked, unable to mask my surprise. But your condition? My condition, he interrupted coldly, does not prevent me from leading my pack. I've adapted my methods, not abandoned my responsibilities. His eyes narrowed. Or, did you mate with an Alpha you believed was completely invalid? No, I said quietly, my fingers finding the wolf charm at my throat. I mated with an Alpha I know nothing about, who's riding toward potential death on our mating day. Something softened briefly in his gaze. Death and I are well acquainted, Rowan. He's had 5 years to claim me and hasn't succeeded yet. He reached out, his fingers brushing the charm. Keep this close while I'm gone. And trust no one. Not your family, not the council, not even Vera. Why not? Because the attack that poisoned my wolf came from within these walls, he replied, voice dropping to ensure only I could hear through the bond. And I've spent 5 years determining who orchestrated it. Fear clutched at my heart. And have you determined who is responsible? A cold smile curved his lips. I have theories. The Shadowfang pack doesn't move without reason. Payment. Someone wanted me weakened or dead. His fingers trailed from the charm to the fresh mating mark on my neck, surprisingly gentle against the tender flesh. Consider this your first lesson as Luna. Everyone in this keep has motives you can't yet see. With that cryptic warning, he signaled for his beta. Garrett materialized from the shadows, helping Theron navigate away from the platform and toward a side entrance, his limp more pronounced now that he wasn't performing for the crowd. He left me alone on Luna's throne, a new mate abandoned on her mating day, with enemies she couldn't identify, and an Alpha she didn't understand riding toward danger that might have been meant for him all along. I clutched the charm, my mother's final gift, and wondered if I would be widowed before I'd truly been claimed. Chapter 3. The Luna's Burden. Morning arrived with the thunderous departure of Nightshade warriors. Hundreds of wolves assembled in the courtyard below, some in human form astride horses, others already shifted. Massive dire wolves with coats ranging from midnight black to silver gray, their eyes glowing with predatory focus. From my chamber window high in the eastern tower, I watched them gather. Scouts darted between mounted warriors, delivering last-minute intelligence and provisions. Pack leaders in reinforced leather sat atop restless horses, their expressions grim with purpose. At the center of this martial symphony stood, limped, my mate. Alpha Theron had exchanged his mating finery for battle gear, reinforced leather across his chest, silver-traced bracers on his forearms that I suspected contained hidden weapons. Even from this distance, I could see the modifications he'd made to compensate for his condition. A specially designed saddle with support straps, reins configured for one-handed control while the other gripped his walking staff, adapted into a formidable weapon. His determination was evident in every line of his body as attendants helped him mount a massive black stallion that pawed the earth with impatient hooves. Even unable to shift, even visibly struggling with balance, Theron commanded absolute authority. My wolf stirred restlessly beneath my skin, whining at the sight of our mate preparing for battle. The bond, so new, barely 12 hours old, already pulled at me with uncomfortable intensity, urging me to go to him, to prevent his departure. I pressed my palm against the cool glass, feeling utterly helpless. A knock at my chamber door drew my attention. Vera entered without waiting for permission, her face arranged in its customary mask of efficiency. "Luna Rowan," she said, dipping into a perfunctory bow that acknowledged my new rank without conveying true deference. The Alpha requested I deliver these before his departure. She placed a heavy iron key ring on the bedside table, at least a dozen keys of varying sizes, followed by a sealed letter bearing Nightshade's wolf insignia pressed into midnight blue wax. He also instructed me to inform you that in his absence, you are to attend all council meetings and act with his authority in matters that cannot wait for his return. Surprise must have shown on my face, because Vera's mouth tightened disapprovingly. "The council will not be pleased," she continued. "They expect a figurehead Luna, not a ruling one, particularly one so young and inexperienced." I straightened my spine, channeling a confidence I didn't feel. "Then they will learn to adjust their expectations." A flicker of something, amusement, perhaps, crossed her features before disappearing. "Indeed. The first meeting convenes at midday. I suggest you review the contents of the Alpha's letter before then." She moved toward the door, then paused. "Your stepmother has requested an audience this morning. I took the liberty of denying her until you've had time to settle into your role." "Thank you," I replied, genuinely grateful for the reprieve. "Don't thank me yet, Luna. I merely follow the Alpha's instructions." Her gaze swept over me, assessing. "He left explicit orders regarding your family's access to you. Perhaps you should ask yourself why." With that enigmatic statement, she departed, leaving me alone with the keys and the sealed letter. The wax cracked easily under my thumb, revealing Theron's bold, slashing handwriting, surprisingly elegant for someone so hardened. "Rowan, by now you've been informed of your authority in my absence. This is not a gesture of trust born from our 12-hour-old bond, but of necessity. The council will attempt to manipulate you, Elder Marcus through flattery, Counselor Helena Frost through intimidation, Gamma Patrick Reed through charm. Trust none of them completely. The keys grant you access to my private study adjacent to our chambers. Inside the locked cabinet beneath the window, you'll find journals detailing my investigations these past 5 years. Read them, memorize them, then burn them. Your stepmother will attempt to leverage your new position for her benefit. Whatever promises you made before our mating are now void. You answer only to me, and in my absence, to your own judgment. I rode to the eastern border not merely to address the Shadowfang incursion, but to meet someone who claims to have information about who orchestrated the silver poisoning. Should I not return, the information in those journals will be your only protection. The charm you wear, I've seen it like before. Your father wore an identical piece when we met 6 years ago to negotiate border treaties. He called it a family heirloom with protective properties. Superstitious nonsense, I thought then. I'm less certain now. Guard yourself, Rowan. The wolves circling you are more dangerous than you yet realize.
T.
I read the letter 3 times, then held it to the candle flame as he'd instructed, watching the parchment blacken and curl into ash. Outside, a horn sounded, the signal for departure. I returned to the window in time to see Theron lead his forces through the keep's massive gates, his black stallion prancing despite the burden of rider and equipment. For a moment, just before he passed beneath the stone archway, he looked up directly at my window. The distance was too great to read his expression, but through the bond, I felt something pulse between us. Not love, we were strangers still, but acknowledgement. Perhaps even a warning. I raised my hand in a gesture that was neither farewell nor blessing, simply recognition. He inclined his head slightly, then turned forward and was gone, swallowed by the forest road that wound eastward toward danger I could only imagine. When the last warrior had departed and the courtyard stood empty save for servants resuming their duties, I turned my attention to the keys. The study revealed itself exactly where Theron had indicated, hidden behind a tapestry depicting a massive black wolf standing victorious over a silver serpent, imagery that felt suddenly prophetic given his poisoning. The largest key turned smoothly in the lock, revealing a space that felt intensely personal despite its sparse furnishings. Maps covered one wall, marked with colored pins and notations in Theron's hand. Bookshelves lined another, filled with volumes on strategy, pack law, and, surprisingly, poetry. The desk dominated the center, massive dark wood scarred with use, its surface covered in orderly stacks of correspondence and territorial reports. The locked cabinet beneath the window took 3 tries with different keys before opening. Inside lay 4 leather-bound journals, their pages filled with Theron's distinctive handwriting. I gathered them carefully and retreated to the chair by the window where light would make reading easier. Hours disappeared as I immersed myself in my mate's meticulous record of the past 5 years. The first journal began with his recovery from the poisoning. The agony of silver burning through his bloodstream, severing his connection to his wolf. The rage and humiliation of waking to find his body partially paralyzed, his pack vulnerable, his enemies circling. They think I'm broken. Perhaps I am. But a broken wolf can still bite if cornered properly. As weeks progressed into months, his focus shifted from self-pity to cold calculation. He began cataloging every wolf who'd had access to the keep the week of the poisoning, every servant who might have been bribed, every guard who could have looked away at a crucial moment. The second journal detailed his theories about who might have orchestrated his attempted assassination. Elder Marcus stands to gain most financially if I die without an heir. His daughter was once promised to me before I chose another path. His pride never recovered from that rejection. Counselor Helena Frost controls the northern trade routes. She opposed my reforms to protect smaller packs from exploitation. She has connections to Shadow Fong through her late mate's bloodline. Gamma Patrick Reed presents himself as my most loyal warrior. Yet his ambition is poorly disguised. He commands more personal guards than any other pack officer. Under a regency controlled by him, he would be Alpha in all but name. Names and suspicions filled page after page, connections drawn between seemingly unrelated events, a web of conspiracy that expanded with each entry. The third journal introduced new theories about outside involvement, neighboring territories that might benefit from Nightshade's instability, ancient grudges between bloodlines, territorial disputes dating back generations. And then, on pages that made my blood run cold, a name I recognized. Beta Rowan Ashcroft, Rowan's father. Evidence suggests Beta Rowan may have been involved in early planning stages, though he died before the poisoning was executed. His sudden death from natural causes raises questions. Was he eliminated because he developed a conscience, or to silence him? His widow remarried with suspicious haste to Gamma David Kane, who has connections to Shadow Fong through mercenary contracts. Access to funds that might have paid for silver poisoning, rare and expensive. Their daughter, Celeste, was offered as a potential mate, a transparent attempt to place someone loyal to them in my bed, in my confidence. I chose the other daughter instead. Rowan, the one they tried to hide. The charm she wears, identical to Roland's. I've seen its match. Her father wore one when we negotiated treaties 6 years ago, claiming it was a family heirloom with protective properties. Wolf magic, old blood. I dismissed it as superstition then. Now I wonder, if Roland was involved in the conspiracy, did he leave his daughter a way to protect herself from his co-conspirators? Or is she part of the plan, a sleeper agent placed in my household? The journal entry ended there, dated just 3 days before our mating ceremony. I closed the leather cover with trembling hands, my mind reeling from revelations that reshuffled everything I thought I knew. If Theron's suspicions were correct, My father had been involved in the plot that nearly killed the Alpha, but had perhaps tried to withdraw, resulting in his sudden illness. My stepmother and her new mate, Gamma David, whose name I'd barely known before seeing it in these pages, had continued what father had abandoned, even attempting to place Celeste in Luna's position to further their ambitions. Instead, Theron had chosen me, the daughter who'd been sidelined, dismissed, forgotten.
But why?
If he suspected I might be part of the conspiracy, why claim me as his mate? Unless he'd chosen to keep his enemies close. To bind me to him through the mate bond, making betrayal more difficult, escape impossible. My wolf snarled at the thought, offended on behalf of our mate. But I couldn't deny the logic. It was exactly what I would do in his position. And the charm, my most treasured possession, the last gift from my dying mother, somehow connected to all of this. Wolf magic, old blood, protection. I clutched the silver wolf, feeling its familiar contours against my palm. Had my mother known about father's involvement? Had she given me this pendant as mere sentiment, or as something more? A clock chimed from the main chamber. 11 bells. 1 hour until the council meeting. I returned the journals to their hiding place, locked the cabinet, and made my way back to Luna's chambers to prepare for my first test of authority. The council chamber occupied the west wing of Nightshade Keep, a circular room with high windows admitting streams of sunlight across a massive round table. 6 chairs stood empty when I arrived, with a 7th, larger and bearing the Alpha's wolf insignia, positioned at what was traditionally considered the seat of power. Elder Marcus rose as I entered, his white beard neatly trimmed, his brown eyes sharp despite his advanced age. "Luna Rowan," he said, bowing with practiced courtesy that didn't quite reach his expression. "We were not expecting your attendance." "Yet here I am," I replied, moving toward the Alpha's chair with more confidence than I felt. At my mate's request, Counselor Helena Frost, a severe woman with steel-gray hair twisted into an elaborate knot, made no effort to hide her disapproval. "With all due respect, Luna, these meetings deal with matters requiring experience and I'm here to gain that experience," I interrupted smoothly, taking my seat. "Which is why the Alpha specifically requested my presence." Gamma Patrick Reed, younger than the others and handsome in a calculated way, smiled with practiced charm. "We are, of course, honored by your interest in governance, Luna." His pale blue eyes assessed me with unconcealed curiosity. Though these are troubling times for such education. The other council members, Beta Garrett Stone, who'd remained behind to maintain security, and Chancellor Thomas Webb, a thin man with ink-stained fingers, exchanged glances, but remained silent. "I believe," I said, folding my hands on the table before me, "that troubling times are precisely when education becomes most valuable." I met each of their gazes in turn, lingering on those Theron had specifically named as suspects. "Shall we begin?" The meeting progressed with obvious tension. Reports of border skirmishes beyond the Shadowfang incursion. Treasury concerns about funding for the military campaign. Diplomatic messages from neighboring pacts offering assistance that came with too many conditions to be trustworthy. I listened more than I spoke, noting how each council member presented information, what they emphasized, what they glossed over, what they seemed reluctant to address directly. Theron's journals had provided context I would have otherwise lacked, allowing me to recognize undercurrents in seemingly innocent discussions about supply routes and guard rotations. "There is the matter of your family's new status, Luna," Elder Marcus said as the meeting drew toward conclusion. "Traditional protocol grants certain privileges to Luna's relatives." "Indeed," Helena Frost added with false concern. "Your stepmother has already inquired about suitable accommodations within the keep." I kept my expression neutral, remembering Theron's warning. "My stepmother and stepsister are comfortable in their current residence. There's no need for them to relocate at present." "But surely," Gamma Reed interjected smoothly, "you would want your family close during the Alpha's absence? For comfort and support." "The Alpha is my family now," I replied, rising from my seat to signal the discussion's end. "And I find I'm quite capable of managing without additional support." Frustration flickered across their faces, subtle, quickly masked, but present nonetheless. They had expected a naive girl they could manipulate, not someone willing to stand firm against their first attempts at influence. As the council members departed, Chancellor Webb lingered, approaching my chair with a deferential bow. "Luna Rowan," he said softly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Might I have a private word?" I hesitated, then nodded, motioning for the guards to remain outside as the chamber door closed. "You should know," he began, eyes darting nervously to the doorway, "that the Alpha values my discretion. I have served as his personal aide in certain delicate matters." "You've helped with his investigations," I surmised, watching his face carefully. Relief flashed across his features. "Then he told you. Good." I wasn't certain how much he would share before departing. He withdrew a folded paper from his vest. "This arrived by courier this morning, sent via our network of border scouts. I thought it prudent to deliver it directly to you rather than through usual channels." The paper bore no seal, no identification. Inside, a single sentence written in an unfamiliar hand. "The serpent strikes at moonrise on the third night." "What does it mean?" I asked, though dread was already forming in my gut. "It's a warning," Webb replied, his voice tight with anxiety. "The Alpha's contact in Shadowfong territory, the one with information about the poisoning, believes they've been discovered. Moonrise on the third night means tomorrow evening." My heart sank. Theron rides into a trap. Webb nodded grimly. "So it would appear. I've already dispatched our fastest scout to attempt interception, but he may not reach them in time," I finished. "Or at all if the roads are being watched." "Precisely." I stared at the cryptic warning, feeling the weight of responsibility settle more heavily across my shoulders. Theron had ridden east, chasing answers about who had orchestrated his poisoning 5 years ago, answers that might implicate my own father, my stepmother, even members of this very council. Now he was heading directly toward those who'd tried to kill him before and might well succeed this time. "Chancellor," I said, the decision crystallizing as I spoke. "I need you to arrange a private meeting with Vera immediately, and find someone who can tell me more about this." I touched the wolf charm on my throat. Its origins, its meaning, anything. Webb's brow creased with confusion. "The charm, Luna?" "The Alpha believes it's significant, connected to all of this somehow." I tucked the warning message into my bodice. "And right now, I need every advantage I can find if I'm to keep my mate alive." As Webb hurried to fulfill my requests, I returned to the window, gazing east toward the distant horizon where Theron had disappeared hours earlier. The man I barely knew, the Alpha I now served. The mate I hadn't chosen but who had, for reasons still not entirely clear, chosen me. "Be careful, Theron," I thought, clutching the charm that somehow connected us across bloodlines and conspiracies. "The serpent is coiled and ready to strike." Through the bond, I felt nothing. Either he was too far away, or he'd learned to shield his emotions from our new connection. Either way, I was alone. A Luna barely one day crowned, facing enemies on all sides, with a mate riding toward ambush and no way to warn him in time. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass and wondered if the moon goddess was laughing at the cruel joke she'd made of my life. Rowan has discovered the depth of the conspiracy, and her father's possible role in it. The Alpha rides toward a trap tomorrow night, and she's trapped in the keep with enemies all around. If you were Luna, would you stay and play politics, or risk everything to warn your mate? Tell me what you do, because the next choice Rowan makes could change everything. Chapter 4. Secrets in Silver. Vera arrived at my chambers as twilight descended, casting long shadows across the stone floors. Her face betrayed nothing of her thoughts as I explained the warning message and my growing suspicions about the conspiracy that had nearly destroyed my mate. "So the Alpha rides into danger," she said when I finished, her tone matter-of-fact. "This is hardly surprising. His Majesty has never been one to choose the path of caution." "Can you help me?" I asked directly. "Chancellor Webb says you've been in service to Nightshade longer than anyone. If there's information about this charm," I touched the silver wolf at my throat, "or about my father's connection to the Alpha, you would know it." She studied me with narrowed eyes, her wolf's assessment palpable even in human form. Why should I help you? A Luna of one day, with no claim to loyalty beyond your hasty mating to an alpha many believe won't return from this expedition. Because Theron trusts you, I replied, meeting her gaze steadily. Despite his warnings about trusting no one, he arranged for you to be my primary contact. That speaks volumes. Something flickered in her eyes. Approval, perhaps. Very observant, Luna. She glanced at the door, then lowered her voice. What I'm about to tell you cannot leave this room. Lives depend on it, including potentially yours. I nodded, pulse quickening. Vera moved to the window, ensuring no one lurked outside before continuing. Your father, Beta Rowan Ashcroft, was not merely a minor beta as you've been led to believe. He was the Alpha's most trusted intelligence gatherer, his eyes and ears throughout the territories. The revelation struck like a physical blow. My father was a spy. The best in the Northern Territory's history, Vera confirmed. He operated a network of scouts and informants that extended beyond our borders into rival pack lands and even human settlements. The Alpha relied on his intelligence to prevent 4 assassination attempts before the one that succeeded in part. Her expression darkened. When your father died suddenly, that network fragmented. Some believe it was no coincidence that the successful attack on the Alpha occurred barely 2 months after Beta Roland's death. I sank into a nearby chair, mind reeling. But Theron's journal suggested my father might have been involved in the plot against him. A theory the Alpha developed before recovering certain documents, Vera explained. More recent evidence suggests your father may have discovered the conspiracy and been eliminated because of it. She approached, eyeing the charm. May I? Hesitantly, I removed the necklace and placed it in her weathered palm. She turned it over, examining the craftsmanship with expert eyes. The firelight caught the silver wolf mid-howl, its tiny moonstone eye gleaming. As I suspected, she murmured. This is no mere trinket. The howling wolf was the symbol used by your father's most elite scouts, wolves who operated deep in enemy territory, often alone. Her gaze met mine, sharp with new assessment. The moonstone eye represents a scout's child, a potential successor. My breath caught. My mother gave me this on her deathbed. Then she knew she was preparing you in her way, Vera said softly, returning the charm. Beta Roland trained all his top scouts to recognize these symbols. When the Alpha saw it at your mating ceremony, he would have realized immediately what it signified. That I was my father's daughter in more ways than one, I concluded, understanding dawning like cold water. That's why he chose me instead of Celeste. He thought I might have been trained as father's successor. Were you? Vera asked pointedly. I shook my head, confusion clouding my thoughts. No. At least, not that I'm aware of. Father taught me to observe people, to read body language, to remember details. He said they were games to sharpen my mind. Those weren't games, Luna, Vera said, her voice gentle despite the harsh truth. They were training. Basic tradecraft taught to young wolves with potential. Had he lived, you would have been fully brought into his confidence when you came of age, probably around your 18th year. She straightened, smoothing invisible wrinkles from her apron. The Alpha must have hoped your training went further than it did. That you'd inherited your father's network, his contacts, his knowledge. Then I've disappointed him, I said, the weight of inadequacy settling on my shoulders like a physical burden. Perhaps, Vera replied. Or perhaps he saw something in you that you have yet to recognize in yourself. She moved toward the door. I must go. We've spoken too openly already, and these walls have ears. Wait, I called after her. You haven't told me how to help the Alpha. If he rides into a trap, what would you have me do? Send warriors after him? That would only alert his enemies that the trap has been discovered. There must be something, I insisted, desperation creeping into my voice. Some way to warn him, to help him. Vera paused, hand on the latch. She studied me for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Your father had safe houses throughout the territories, she said finally. Places where his scouts could seek refuge, exchange information, and regroup when missions went badly. If any still exist, they would be listed in his personal records. Which would be where? I asked, already knowing the answer wouldn't be simple. She offered the ghost of a smile. That, Luna, is something only his successor would know. Your father was careful, paranoid even. He trusted no one completely, not even the Alpha. Such information would be hidden where only someone with his blood and his training could find it. With that cryptic statement, she slipped through the door, leaving me alone with more questions than answers. I paced the chamber, frustration mounting with each turn. My father had been the Alpha's spy master. I'd been unwittingly trained in basic intelligence techniques. The charm marked me as a potential successor to his network. And somewhere, Father had hidden records containing information about safe houses where Theron could seek shelter if warned of the trap. But where would such records be kept? Not in our family pack house. Margot had ransacked every corner after Father's death, searching for valuables, overlooking nothing of potential worth. Not in his official workspace. Those had been claimed by Gamma David Kane when he married into our family, all documents supposedly reviewed and archived. I touched the charm, remembering my mother's final words, "As long as you wear this, I run with you." Had she meant more than maternal sentiment? Had she been trying to tell me something about the necklace itself? With trembling fingers, I examined the silver wolf more carefully than I ever had before. The craftsmanship was exquisite, each tiny detail of fur and muscle rendered with precision. The moonstone eye seemed almost alive in the firelight, gleaming with internal luminescence. I pressed different points of the charm experimentally, searching for hidden mechanisms. Nothing. I tried twisting the wolf's head, pulling at its legs, still nothing. Then I noticed something odd. The wolf's howling position, head thrown back, mouth open, created a small gap between its jaws and throat. A gap that seemed deliberately crafted, too perfect to be a mere artistic choice. I pressed my thumbnail into that tiny space. With a faint click, the wolf's chest separated from its body, revealing a hollow interior no larger than my smallest fingernail. Inside lay a tightly rolled piece of parchment, so thin it was nearly translucent. My hands shook as I extracted and carefully unrolled it, revealing a sequence of numbers and letters written in my father's distinctive hand, the same handwriting I'd seen in Theron's journals when they quoted Father's reports. North 47 degrees 23 minutes, east 112 degrees 18 minutes. Windbreak Hollow. Grandfather's Stone, 3 paces north. Beneath the watching eyes. Coordinates and instructions for finding something hidden. A surge of hope mixed with anxiety rushed through me. This had to be Father's safe house network, or at least a location connected to it. But where were these coordinates? And how could I possibly reach them in time to help Theron? I rushed to the Alpha study, unlocking it with hands that trembled so badly it took 3 attempts to get the key in properly. The maps covering the wall showed various territories, trade routes, pack boundaries, strategic positions. I scanned them frantically, searching for latitude and longitude markings. There, a detailed topographical map of the greater Northern Territories, complete with coordinate grids. I traced the numbers with my finger, following latitude and longitude until they intersected at a location that made my breath catch. Windbreak Hollow, a forested area less than half a day's ride from Nightshade Keep, near the border of what had been my family's small territory before Father's death. A place I'd visited often as a child. The old memorial grounds where my grandfather, Father's father, had been laid to rest after falling in battle. Stone markers dotted the clearing, each one carved with the name and pack symbol of wolves who died defending our borders. Grandfather's Stone, 3 paces north, beneath the watching eyes. I closed my eyes, trying to remember the layout of that clearing. Grandfather's marker had been distinctive, larger than the others, carved with a massive wolf's head whose eyes had been inset with quartz that caught sunlight, making them appear to watch visitors. The watching eyes. 3 paces north would put me at what? Dense forest? Or had there been something else? The memory surfaced slowly. A cluster of old oaks, their roots so intertwined they formed a natural shelter. Father had called it his thinking place, where he'd disappear for hours when pack politics grew too burdensome, where he'd hidden his network's records. I had to reach that location, had to retrieve whatever intelligence Father had left behind. If there were safe houses listed, places where Theron could take refuge, I might still have time to get that information to him before moonrise tomorrow. But leaving the keep would be dangerous. The council would object. Margot would use my absence to cause trouble. And if Gamma Reed or Helena Frost were truly involved in the conspiracy, my departure might trigger a move against the keep itself. A knock at the study door made me jump. Luna? Chancellor Webb's voice came through the wood. May I enter? I quickly returned the map to its place and opened the door. Webb looked even more anxious than before, if such a thing were possible. Forgive the intrusion, but I've received disturbing news. What kind of news? The scout I sent to warn the Alpha. He never left the city. Webb's face was ashen. He was found in the stable this morning. His throat was torn out. Cold dread washed over me. Then we have no way to warn Theron. Worse, Luna, Webb continued, voice dropping to barely a whisper. I've been monitoring correspondence from council members as the Alpha instructed. Gamma Reed has been sending private messages to the Eastern Territories for weeks, messages that coincide with reported Shadowfang movements. The final piece clicked into place. He's a traitor. He lured Theron east. Webb nodded grimly. It appears so. And with the Alpha gone and most of our warriors with him, the keep is vulnerable. If Reed makes his move. He won't, I interrupted, mind racing through possibilities. Not yet. He needs Theron to die first, to make his claim to Regency legitimate. I moved to the desk, gathering the documents I'd need. Which means we have until tomorrow night's moonrise to prevent the trap from closing. Luna, what are you planning? Something my father would do, I replied, tucking the coordinate note into my bodice alongside the warning message. Something reckless and probably foolish, but necessary. I turned to face him fully. I need you to do exactly as I say, Chancellor. First, prepare copies of the Alpha's journals, the ones detailing his investigation. Have them ready to be delivered to every loyal pack leader in the territories should anything happen to me. Webb's eyes widened. You're leaving the keep. I'm retrieving information that might save the Alpha's life. I corrected. There's a difference. The Council will never allow. The Council doesn't need to know, I interrupted firmly. Not until I'm gone. And when they discover my absence, you'll inform them that should any move be made against Nightshade in my absence, or should I fail to return, evidence of Gamma Reed's treason becomes public knowledge immediately. Understanding dawned in Webb's expression, followed by reluctant admiration. Mutual assured destruction. Your father's favorite strategy. He taught me well, even if neither of us realized it at the time. I headed for the door. I'll need a small, trusted escort. Wolves who are loyal to Theron personally, not to the Council. I know 3, Webb said. Young warriors who served under the Alpha before his poisoning. They'd die for him. I don't need them to die, I replied. I need them to ride fast and keep silent. Can you arrange it without alerting Reed or the others? Yes, but Luna, this is incredibly dangerous. If the traitors have scouts watching the roads, then we won't take the roads, I said, a plan forming even as I spoke. We'll travel as my father's scouts did, through the forest, using paths only locals know. I paused at the threshold. One more thing, Chancellor. I need you to keep Margot and Celeste contained. Invent some diplomatic event that requires their presence, some honor that keeps them occupied and watched. I can't have them interfering or alerting anyone to my movements. Webb nodded, though worry creased his features. When do you leave? Within the hour. Full darkness will provide cover. The moon goddess protects you, Luna. Let's hope she's paying attention, I muttered, already moving toward my chambers to change into clothing more suitable for night riding than Luna's finery. Within 2 hours, I slipped through a servant's entrance dressed in dark leather borrowed from the keep's hunting stores, my distinctive copper hair hidden beneath a hooded cloak. The wolf charm rested against my skin, its secret compartment now empty, but the charm itself more precious than ever. 3 young warriors waited with horses, 2 males and 1 female, all in their early 20s, all watching me with expressions mixing concern and determination. "Luna," the female said, bowing her head respectfully. Her dark hair was braided for battle, her amber eyes sharp with intelligence. "I'm Scout Kira. These are my pack brothers, Finn and Drake. Chancellor Webb says you require an escort on urgent Alpha business." "We ride to Windbreak Hollow," I said, mounting the horse they'd provided, a swift gray mare with intelligent eyes. "We need to reach it before dawn, retrieve something critical, and return before the council realizes I've gone." "That's borderline territory," Finn observed, his scarred face thoughtful. "Dangerous even before Shadowfang started pushing boundaries." "Which is why we're not taking the main roads," I replied. "My father used to take me through the forest when I was young. I remember the paths." Kira's eyes gleamed with understanding. "Beta, Roland's daughter. The rumors were true. You were being trained." "Apparently so, though I didn't realize it then." I gathered the reins. "Can you 3 keep up?" Drake, the largest of the 3, with shoulders that spoke of alpha bloodlines, grinned fiercely. "Try losing us, Luna." We rode into darkness, leaving Nightshade keep behind. The forest swallowed us within minutes, towering pines blocking even starlight, forcing us to rely on Wolves' superior night vision and instincts. I led them along half-remembered paths, recognizing landmarks father had once pointed out: a lightning-split oak, a creek that ran year-round, a rock formation that resembled a sleeping bear. Behind me, my 3 escorts moved with practiced silence, their wolves' senses alert for danger. Through the bond, I felt nothing from Theron. Either the distance was too great, or he was shielding deliberately. But I imagined I could sense his direction, a faint pull eastward where my mate rode unknowingly toward ambush. "Hold on," I thought, urging my mare faster through the darkness. "Just hold on until I can warn you." The forest seemed to hold its breath around us, darkness pressing close like a living thing. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled, whether in greeting or warning, I couldn't tell. My wolf stirred restlessly beneath my skin, wanting to shift, to run faster than horseback would allow. But I couldn't risk it, not when I needed human hands to retrieve whatever father had hidden. "Luna," Kira called softly from behind. "We're being followed." I reined in, listening intently. There, the crack of a branch, too heavy to be a deer, too deliberate to be accidental. "How many?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "At least 2, Drake rumbled. "Maybe 3. Staying parallel to our path, maintaining distance." "Reed's wolves? Or someone else who discovered my departure? Can we outrun them?" I asked. Finn shook his head. "Not with the horses on these paths. Too dark, too dangerous. One wrong step, and we break a mount's leg. Then we lose them another way," I decided, remembering another of Father's lessons. "The best way to escape pursuit is to make your hunters believe you've gone where you haven't." "Kira, you're the best tracker?" She nodded. "Good. Take my cloak. You and Finn continue east toward the old trade road, making it obvious you're heading that direction. Be loud enough to draw the pursuit." "And you?" she asked, already understanding my plan. "Drake and I continue north to Windbreak Hollow on foot. Without horses, we'll be harder to track, and they'll follow your trail instead of ours." Drake dismounted immediately. "Smart. Your father trained you well." "Let's hope well enough," I muttered, swinging down from my mare and handing Kira my distinctive cloak. Within moments, Kira and Finn had taken the horses and headed east, deliberately breaking branches and disturbing undergrowth to create an obvious trail. The sounds of pursuit shifted, following them as I'd hoped. Drake and I waited in silence until the forest quieted again, then began moving north on foot, our wolves' senses guiding us through darkness that would have been impenetrable to human eyes. "You know," Drake said softly as we navigated around a fallen log, "most Lunas would have stayed in the keep, safe behind walls, waiting for news." "Most Lunas weren't trained by Rowan Ashcroft," I replied. even if that training was disguised as games and lessons. He chuckled quietly. The Alpha chose well, even if he doesn't know it yet. Through the bond, that faint pull eastward intensified for just a moment. Theron, perhaps sensing danger, perhaps thinking of me. Then it faded again, leaving only silence and the whisper of wind through pine needles. We pressed on through the darkness, racing against a clock I couldn't see but felt counting down with every heartbeat. Moonrise tomorrow, the warning had said, which meant I had less than 24 hours to find Father's records, extract whatever information about safe houses they contained, and somehow get that intelligence to Theron before the serpent struck. No pressure at all for Luna barely 2 days mated. The forest stretched endlessly before us, full of shadows and secrets, much like the conspiracy I was racing to unravel. And somewhere ahead, in a clearing marked by stone and memory, lay the answers I desperately needed. If I could reach them before dawn. If Father's hiding place remained undiscovered after all these years. If I was truly my father's daughter in the ways that mattered most. Please, I prayed to the moon goddess who'd bound me to a broken alpha and thrust me into politics I barely understood. Please let me have enough. Chapter 5. Beneath the Watching Eyes. Dawn was breaking, pale and hesitant through the canopy, when Drake and I finally reached Windbreak Hollow. The memorial clearing looked smaller than I remembered, a circular space perhaps 50 feet across, surrounded by ancient pines whose roots had begun reclaiming the stone markers scattered throughout. Morning mist clung to the ground like ghostly fingers, making the carved wolves on each memorial appear to move in the shifting light. My legs ached from hours of moving through forest on foot. My leather clothing was torn in places from catching on branches, and exhaustion pressed against my skull like a physical weight. But we'd made it. Drake moved to the clearing's edge, his wolf senses alert for danger. We weren't followed. Kira and Finn did their job well. Let's hope they made it safely back to the keep, I murmured, scanning the memorial stones for the one I sought. There, at the clearing's northern edge, exactly where memory had placed it. My grandfather's marker stood taller than the others, a massive piece of granite carved with a wolf's head so detailed I could see individual strands of fur in the stone. But it was the eyes that caught and held attention, 2 pieces of smoky quartz set deep in the carved face, positioned to catch light from any angle. The watching eyes. I approached reverently, trailing my fingers across the weathered stone. Grandfather had died before I was born, killed defending pack borders from rogue incursion. Father had brought me here often as a child, telling stories of his father's courage, his strategic brilliance, his unwavering loyalty to pack and family. He watches over us still, little one, Father would say, gesturing to those quartz eyes. And one day, when you're ready, he'll help you find what you need most. I thought it was a metaphor, comforting words to help a child understand death and legacy. Now I understood it had been instruction. 3 paces north, I murmured, stepping away from the stone and counting carefully. 1, 2, 3. The spot looked unremarkable, just the forest floor covered in pine needles and moss, no different from any other section of the clearing. Beneath the watching eyes, I repeated, looking back at the memorial. Morning light had strengthened enough that sun rays now pierced the canopy, striking the quartz eyes and reflecting, not randomly, but in a specific direction. A beam of light speared through the mist, illuminating a cluster of oak trees whose roots formed a natural shelter. Father's thinking place. There, I said, pointing. Drake followed as I pushed through undergrowth toward the oaks. The roots created a small cave-like space, barely large enough for one person to crouch inside. Pine needles and leaves had drifted into the entrance over years of neglect, nature attempting to erase any sign of human or wolf passage. I knelt at the entrance, brushing away debris with increasingly desperate hands. My fingers hit something solid beneath the organic matter, wood, smooth and deliberately placed. Help me, I called Drake, who immediately joined me in clearing away years of accumulated forest detritus. Within minutes, we'd exposed a wooden panel fitted so cleverly into the earth that it would be invisible to anyone not specifically looking for it. Iron hinges, carefully oiled to prevent rust, allowed the panel to lift smoothly despite years of disuse. Beneath lay a space perhaps 3 feet deep and 4 feet square, lined with stone to prevent water seepage. Inside rested a metal box, its surface inscribed with the same howling wolf symbol as my charm. My hands trembled as I lifted it free. The box wasn't locked. Father had relied on secrecy rather than mechanisms to protect his secrets. Inside, carefully wrapped in oiled leather to prevent moisture damage, lay a collection of documents that represented the entirety of my father's intelligence network. Maps marked with safe house locations throughout the Northern Territories and beyond. Lists of contacts, wolves who'd served as informants, allies who could be trusted in crisis. Coded messages detailing political machinations, territorial disputes, suspected traitors. And a journal, smaller than Theron's, but filled with the same meticulous record-keeping. I leafed through it quickly, recognizing names from the Alpha's own investigations. My father had been tracking the same conspiracy Theron was, the plot to poison the Alpha and destabilize Nightshade. Luna, Drake said urgently. We should go. We've been here too long already. Just a moment, I murmured, scanning entries near the end of the journal. Then I found it, an entry dated 1 week before Father's death. The conspiracy runs deeper than I initially believed. The silver poisoning was meant to kill Theron outright, not merely cripple his wolf. That it failed speaks to either incompetence or deliberate sabotage from within the conspiracy itself. I've identified 3 primary conspirators. Gamma David Kane, ambitious, ruthless, connected to Shadowfang through mercenary contracts. He's been funneling pack resources to fund the operation. Counselor Helena Frost controls northern trade routes, stands to gain significantly from Nightshade's instability. Her late-mate Shadowfang bloodline gives her access to their leadership. Gamma Patrick Reed, the most dangerous. He presents as loyal while positioning himself for a regency. Commands personal guard forces that rival the Alpha's own warriors. But there's a 4th player I cannot yet identify, someone with direct access to the Alpha, someone trusted enough to have delivered the poison silver directly to Theron's chambers. I've made a critical error. In my investigation, I revealed too much to someone I thought was an ally. Now they know I know. I estimate I have days, perhaps a week, before they move against me. I'm preparing contingencies. If I die before exposing them fully, this cache contains everything needed to finish what I started. Roland's successor, whomever that may be, must ensure Theron learns the truth. The 4th conspirator is... The entry ended there, the ink trailing off as though Father had been interrupted mid-sentence. He'd died the next day. Natural causes, they'd said. Heart failure, sudden and unexpected for a wolf in his prime. Murder, disguised as misfortune. Luna, we need to move now, Drake insisted, his body tense with alarm. I smell wolves. Multiple. Heading this direction. I quickly gathered the most critical documents, the safe house map, the journal, the list of contacts, and secured them in a leather satchel I'd brought for exactly this purpose. The rest would have to remain hidden for potential later retrieval. As I replaced the metal box and began covering the wooden panel, voices carried through the forest, harsh, male, closing fast. Search the clearing. She has to be here somewhere. Gamma Reed's voice, unmistakable in its authority. Drake's eyes flashed golden as his wolf surged close to the surface. We're trapped. The only path out leads directly past them. I looked around desperately, mind racing through options. We couldn't shift. My wolf wasn't trained for combat, and Drake alone couldn't fight off Reed and however many warriors he'd brought. We couldn't hide. Reed's wolves would scent us within minutes. Which left only one option, the one my father would have taken. Can you climb? I asked Drake, eyeing the massive oak whose roots we crouched beside. He followed my gaze upward to where branches intertwined with neighboring trees, creating a canopy highway. You want to go up? They'll search the ground. They might not think to search above. I was already moving, finding handholds in the bark, pulling myself toward the lowest branches. Drake followed with impressive agility for his size, both of us climbing until we were 20 feet above ground, hidden among pine boughs and oak leaves. Below, Gamma Reed emerged into the clearing with 6 warriors, all armed, all clearly expecting confrontation. She was here, Reed snarled, gesturing to disturbed earth near my grandfather's memorial. Recent tracks. Search every stone, every tree. Find what she was looking for. The warriors spread out, overturning memorial stones, kicking through undergrowth. 2 headed directly toward the oak cluster where Drake and I perched, frozen and barely breathing. Through the bond, I felt a sudden surge from Theron, alarm, followed by fury. He'd sensed my danger somehow, even across the distance. I tried to project calm, reassurance, though I had no idea if he could feel it. I'm all right, I thought desperately. Stay focused. Stay safe. Below, the warriors were mere feet from discovering Father's hidden cache. One kicked at the disturbed earth where we'd worked to recover the panel. Gamma. Over here, he called. Reed strode over, eyes gleaming with triumph. Dig it up. Whatever Roland hid, it's ours now. My heart sank as they began clearing away the covering we'd hastily replaced. Within minutes, they'd have everything, all of Father's intelligence, his network, the evidence we needed to expose the conspiracy. Drake looked at me questioningly, his body tense to spring. We could attack from above, use surprise to our advantage. But 6 against 2, and Reed was a powerful Gamma with decades of combat experience. We'd die, and the documents I carried would be lost. Then salvation came from an unexpected direction. A howl split the morning air, not Shadowfang, not Reed's warriors, but Nightshade's distinctive call. And not just one voice, but many. Kira, Finn, and at least a dozen other warriors burst into the clearing, weapons drawn, surrounding Reed's group in a practiced maneuver that spoke of military precision. Gamma Reed, Kira called, her voice ringing with authority. By order of Luna Rowan Nightshade, you are commanded to stand down and return to the keep immediately. Reed's face twisted with rage. The Luna has no authority to command. Luna acts with the Alpha's full authority in his absence, Kira interrupted. As witnessed by Chancellor Webb and confirmed by Pack Law. Your presence here, interfering with Luna's activities, constitutes insubordination at minimum, treason at worst. Reed's warriors looked uncertain, glancing between their Gamma and the larger force now surrounding them. Pack Law was absolute. Defying the Luna was defying the Alpha himself. You're making a mistake, Reed hissed. That girl is not fit to lead. She's been Luna barely 2 days. Long enough to uncover your treachery, I called down from the branches, deciding it was time to reveal myself. All eyes turned upward as Drake and I climbed down, the satchel of documents secure across my chest. Reed's expression when he saw me would have been comical under other circumstances, shock, rage, and dawning fear warring for dominance. Yes, Gamma, I continued, dropping the final few feet to land in front of him. I know about your correspondence with Shadowfang. I know about the funds you've diverted. I know you orchestrated the Alpha's poisoning 5 years ago, working with Counselor Frost and my stepmother's mate. I pulled my father's journal from the satchel, holding it up for all to see. And thanks to Beta Roland's meticulous record-keeping, I can prove every word. Reed's hand moved toward the blade at his belt, a last desperate act of a cornered wolf. Drake moved faster, his massive form intercepting, pinning Reed's arm before the weapon could be drawn. Other warriors moved in, surrounding Reed's group, disarming them efficiently. You're finished, Reed, I said quietly, stepping closer. The question now is whether you hang alone, or whether you name your co-conspirators and receive a marginally less painful death. Something like grudging respect flickered across his face before being replaced by defiance. The Alpha will never make it back to hear any confession. By this time tomorrow, he'll be dead, and all your evidence won't matter. The trap at Moonrise, I said, remembering the warning. Where exactly is it set? Reed smiled coldly. Even if I told you, you couldn't reach him in time. He's a full day's ride east, heading directly into Shadowfang territory. Your mate is as good as dead, little Luna. Through the bond, I felt Theron again, still alive, still fighting, but the connection felt strained somehow, as though he was expending enormous energy just to maintain it. "Kira," I said, making a decision that would either save my mate or doom us all. "Take Reed and his warriors back to the keep. Lock them in the dungeons. If Chancellor Webb hasn't already done so, distribute copies of the Alpha's journals to every loyal pack leader." "And you, Luna?" she asked, though her expression suggested she already knew. "I'm riding east. My mate needs warning, and I'm the only one who can reach him through the bond if we get close enough." I pulled the safe house map from the satchel. Father's network included emergency way stations, places with fresh horses, supplies, and scouts who knew the fastest routes. I traced the route with my finger, finding markers Father had made. If we use these stations, we can cut a day's journey to 12 hours. Maybe less. "That's insane," Drake protested. "Luna, you haven't slept. You've been running all night. And my mate is riding toward an ambush that will kill him if I don't reach him first," I interrupted. "I didn't ask to be Luna. I didn't ask for this bond. But now that I have both, I'll be damned if I let some conspiracy take them from me." I looked around at the assembled warriors. Young wolves, all of them, barely older than me. All looking at me with expressions mixing concern, admiration, and dawning loyalty. "I need volunteers," I said. "Wolves willing to ride hard, fast, and possibly to their deaths if we don't reach the Alpha in time." Every single warrior stepped forward. "We're with you, Luna," Kira said simply. "Where the Alpha goes, we follow. And where you go, we trust." Emotion threatened to overwhelm me. These wolves who owed me nothing, who barely knew me, willing to risk everything on my desperate plan. "Then we ride now," I said, forcing strength into my voice. "Drake, Finn, take Reed and his traitors back to the keep. The rest of you with me. We have 12 hours to reach the Alpha." As Reed was dragged away, still hurling threats and curses, I allowed myself one moment of doubt. What if I was wrong? What if the safe houses no longer existed? What if we rode ourselves to exhaustion and still arrived too late? Through the bond, as though sensing my fear, came a pulse of warmth. Theron, reaching back across the distance. Not words, but feelings. Trust. Hope. "Come find me. Let's move," I said to my warriors, clutching the map that represented my father's legacy and my mate's only chance at survival. We left Windbreak Hollow on a run, heading east toward danger, toward destiny, toward a mate I barely knew but refused to lose. The sun climbed higher as we raced through forest trails Father had marked years ago. Each mile brought us closer to Theron. I could feel it through the bond, that connection growing stronger with each step. Somewhere ahead, my broken Alpha fought battles I couldn't yet see. But he wouldn't fight them alone. Not if I had anything to say about it. And Luna Rowan Nightshade, daughter of spies and mate to wolves, had quite a lot to say. Rowan has found her father's legacy and exposed the first traitor. But the real battle is still ahead. She's racing against time to save a mate she's barely begun to know, with only a spy's map and Luna's determination. Have you ever had to choose between staying safe and risking everything for someone you love? The bond between mates is being tested like never before, and Moonrise is coming fast. Chapter 6. The Serpent Strike. Father's first way station appeared exactly where his map indicated, a hollow tree large enough to shelter supplies, marked with the subtle claw-scratch pattern only his network would recognize. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth against moisture and time, we found what we desperately needed: dried meat, water skins still sealed, and most critically, a fresh map with updated notations in a hand that wasn't Father's. Someone had maintained his network after his death. "Look at this," Kira said, pointing to recent marks on the map. The ink was barely faded, weeks old at most. Someone's been tracking Shadowfawn movements, marking ambush points and patrol patterns. I studied the notations, my heart racing as I recognized the pattern. Whoever had taken over Father's intelligence work had been monitoring the exact route Theron would take to reach the eastern border. And they'd marked a location, Raven's Gorge, with a crimson X and a single word, trap. "That's where they'll hit him," I said, tracing the route with my finger. It's a natural choke point. Cliffs on both sides, narrow passage through. Perfect for ambush. Drake, who'd insisted on accompanying us despite my orders to return to the keep, studied the map over my shoulder. We're still 8 hours out, even riding hard. And that's if we don't encounter resistance. Then we ride harder, I replied, securing the map and supplies. And we pray to the moon goddess that we're fast enough. As we mounted fresh horses left at the station, another sign of the network's continued operation, a figure emerged from the tree line. I had weapons drawn before recognizing the elderly wolf approaching with hands raised in peace. "Easy, Luna," he called, his voice gravelly with age. "I'm a friend." Was Beta Roland's friend, anyway. He moved closer, and I saw the howling wolf symbol tattooed on his inner wrist, the mark of Father's most trusted scouts. "Name's Garrett Wolfsbane," he continued. "I've been maintaining Roland's network since his death, waiting for his successor to claim it." His weathered eyes studied me with keen intelligence. Didn't expect that successor to be his daughter, or that she'd be mated to the Alpha himself. "You've been tracking Shadowfang," I said, recognizing an opportunity. "You marked the trap at Raven's Gorge." He nodded grimly. "I discovered it 3 days ago. Shadowfang warriors, at least 30, with silver-tipped weapons and net traps designed to bring down wolves mid-shift. Someone gave them detailed intelligence about the Alpha's condition, his inability to shift, his fighting style, his weaknesses. Gamma Reed, I supplied. "We arrested him this morning." Surprise flickered across Garrett's face. "Bold move for a new Luna. Your father would be proud." He pulled a leather tube from his pack. "I was preparing to send a warning, but messengers have been intercepted. Are you riding east yourself? I have to reach my mate before moonrise." "He's walking into that ambush blind." "Not entirely blind," Garrett corrected. "The Alpha's not the wolf he was before the poisoning, but he's still the most dangerous fighter in the Northern Territories. He'll sense something's wrong before springing the trap fully." He handed me the leather tube. "Updated intelligence on Shadowfang positions, plus locations of 3 more way stations between here and Raven's Gorge. Use them. The horses are faster, and the scout stationed there can provide additional support if needed." "Why didn't you go to the Alpha directly with this information?" Kira asked suspiciously. "Because I didn't know who to trust in Nightshade Keep," Garrett replied bluntly. "Reed had people everywhere. For all I knew, the Alpha himself was compromised." His gaze settled on me. "But Roland's daughter, wearing his symbol, carrying his maps, that I can trust." "Come with us," I urged. "We could use someone with your experience." He shook his head. "I'm too old for that kind of riding, Luna. Would just slow you down. But I can do something else." He gestured to the forest behind him, where I now noticed at least a dozen wolves waiting in the shadows. "Me and mine will circle south, hit Shadowfang's rear position. Create enough chaos that they'll have to split their forces." "A diversion," Drake said approvingly. "Classic Rowan Ashcroft strategy." "The man trained me personally," Garrett replied with a slight smile. "The least I can do is honor his memory by protecting his daughter and her mate." He clasped my forearm in the traditional warrior's greeting. "Ride fast, Luna. And when you reach the Alpha, tell him Roland's network lives on." "I will," I promised, emotion tightening my throat. As we rode away from the way station, I glanced back to see Garrett and his wolves melting into the forest, heading south to create the diversion that might mean the difference between success and failure. Father's legacy, still protecting those who needed it most. We pushed the horses mercilessly, switching to fresh mounts at each way station, picking up additional scouts at 2 of them, wolves who'd served Father and now pledged themselves to his successor without question or hesitation. By mid-afternoon, our group had swelled to 20 warriors, all riding with desperate urgency toward a mate and Alpha they were determined to save. Through the bond, I felt Theron growing closer, but also more wary. His emotions filtered through with increasing clarity, suspicion, alertness, the battle-ready tension of a warrior sensing danger. "Feel me," I projected through the connection, hoping he could sense not just my presence but my intent. "Trust what you feel. Don't go to Raven's Gorge." Whether he received the message, I couldn't tell. The bond was still too new, too untested for clear communication. But I kept projecting anyway, a steady stream of warning and location, hoping some part of it would reach him. As the sun began its descent toward the horizon, we crested a ridge that offered a view of the terrain ahead. Raven's Gorge cut through the landscape like a scar, a deep canyon with vertical cliffs on both sides, the only passage a narrow trail that wound through the bottom. And approaching from the east, visible even at this distance, came a column of wolves and horses bearing Nightshade's banners. Theron's forces, heading directly toward the trap. "We're not going to make it in time," Kira said, voicing what we all knew. "They'll reach the gorge entrance before we can intercept." I studied the terrain desperately, looking for any advantage, any way to reach Theron before he entered the killing ground. Then I saw it, a game trail leading down the ridge's eastern face, steep and treacherous, but intersecting with the main road just before the gorge entrance. "There," I pointed. "If we take that trail, we can cut them off." "Luna, that's nearly vertical," one of the scouts protested. "One wrong step, and we break necks, both ours and the horses." "Then we don't take wrong steps," I replied, already turning my mount toward the trail. "Anyone not willing to risk it, circle around, and come to the gorge from the south. The rest with me." I didn't wait to see who followed. My mate was moments from walking into an ambush that would kill him, and I'd ride down the throat of hell itself to prevent it. The trail proved every bit as treacherous as warned, loose shale sliding beneath hooves, branches whipping at faces, sections so steep we had to dismount and lead the horses while sliding more than walking. Behind me, I heard curses and the scramble of wolves and horses fighting for purchase on the dangerous slope. But no one turned back. We emerged onto the main road in a cloud of dust and sliding stone, directly in front of Theron's advanced scouts. The warriors reacted instantly, weapons drawn, surrounding us before recognizing Nightshade's own wolves and their Luna, disheveled and wild-eyed but unmistakably wearing Luna's mark on her throat. "Luna Rowan?" one gasped. "What are you? Where's the Alpha?" I demanded, not bothering with explanations. "I need to see him immediately." "In the main column, but Luna, you shouldn't be." I urged my horse past them, racing toward the banner that marked Theron's position. Warriors parted in confusion as I galloped through their ranks, looking for my mate. Then I saw him. Alpha Theron sat atop his black stallion in modified battle gear, surrounded by his personal guard. Even from a distance, I could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his storm-gray eyes scanned the surrounding terrain with predatory wariness. He felt the danger, even if he didn't know its exact nature. Our eyes met across 50 yards of road, and the bond flared with sudden intensity, his shock, relief, and fury hitting me like a physical blow. I kicked my horse into a final gallop, pulling up beside him with barely controlled desperation. "Rowan." His voice was carefully controlled despite the emotions raging through our connection. "What in the moon goddess's name are you doing here?" "Stopping you from riding into an ambush," I replied breathlessly, pulling out the intelligence documents. "Raven's Gorge, it's a trap. Shadowfang warriors, at least 30, with silver weapons and specific intelligence about your condition." His jaw tightened as he scanned the documents I thrust at him. Around us, his warriors were murmuring in confusion and concern, the Luna arriving with warnings, covered in trail dust and looking like she'd ridden through hell itself. "How did you get this intelligence?" Theron demanded. "My father's network. The one you suspected existed." I met his gaze steadily. "I found his records at Windbreak Hollow. Everything you needed to know about the conspiracy, Reed, Frost, Gamma David Kane. All of them worked together to poison you 5 years ago and finish the job now." Beta Garrett Stone pushed through the crowd, his scarred face grave. "Alpha, if the Luna's intelligence is accurate." "It is," I interrupted. "Garrett Wolfsbane is circling south with a dozen scouts to hit their rear position. But we need to avoid the gorge entirely, or we'll be caught in a killing ground." Theron studied the map I'd provided, his tactical mind clearly racing through options. When he looked up, something had shifted in his eyes. Not just respect, but genuine partnership. How many warriors did you bring? He asked. 20, though more are circling to approach from alternate routes. A slight smile curved his lips despite the dire circumstances. You disobeyed my orders to stay at the keep, exposed yourself to danger, and organized a rescue mission in less than a day. Yes, I admitted. I did. Good, he said simply. That's exactly what Luna should do. He turned to his beta. Garrett, signal halt. We're changing routes. To another warrior. Send scouts to the ridgeline. I want eyes on this trap that Luna's intelligence warned about. As orders flew and the column reorganized, Theron wheeled his horse closer to mine, close enough that only I could hear when he spoke. You could have been killed riding here alone, he said, voice low and intense. What possessed you to take such a risk? You're my mate, I replied simply. Did you really think I'd sit safely in the keep while you rode to your death? Something fierce and possessive flashed in his eyes. The bond is barely 2 days old. You don't know me well enough to risk everything for. The bond knows, I interrupted. My wolf knows. And apparently I know. I held his gaze. You chose me specifically because you thought I was my father's successor. Well, Alpha, you got what you wanted. A Luna who acts instead of hiding, who fights instead of waiting, who saves her mate even when he's too stubborn to realize he needs saving. For a long moment, he simply stared at me. Then, to my surprise, he laughed. Not the bitter sound I'd heard before, but something genuine and warm. Moon's mercy. I really did choose well, didn't I? Before I could respond, a scout came racing back from the ridgeline, his face pale with urgency. Alpha. The trap, it's springing early. Shadowfawn must have spotted our halt. They're moving now. The humor vanished from Theron's face, replaced by cold tactical assessment. How many? At least 40, possibly more. And Alpha, the scout hesitated. They have something else. Some kind of device. Silver chains attached to weighted nets. If they catch shifted wolves, they'll poison us through prolonged contact, Theron finished grimly. He turned to me. This changes things. They're committed now, which means we have to fight. Then we fight smart, I replied, my father's training rising to the surface. Your forces are larger, but they have the terrain advantage in the gorge. We need to draw them out into open ground. And how do you propose we do that? Beta Garrett asked. I looked at the map, at the terrain, at the pieces of a tactical puzzle falling into place in my mind. With bait, I said quietly. Something they want badly enough to abandon their advantageous position. Theron's eyes narrowed. What kind of bait? Me, I replied. The Luna, apparently unguarded, heading directly into the gorge. They'll move to capture me, thinking they can use me as leverage against you. Absolutely not, Theron said immediately, his voice carrying absolute authority. I will not use my mate as... You won't be using me, I interrupted. I'm volunteering. And before you refuse again, consider this. I'm the one person they won't immediately kill. I'm too valuable as a hostage, which gives your warriors time to spring the counter-ambush. She's right, Kira said reluctantly, having ridden up during our discussion. The Luna has more protection as a high-value target than any warrior would. Theron looked torn between rage and reluctant acceptance. Through the bond, I felt his conflict, the Alpha's tactical mind warring with the mate's protective instinct. There has to be another way, he said finally. There isn't, I replied gently. Not one that doesn't cost us warriors we can't afford to lose. Father taught me that sometimes the best weapon is the one your enemy underestimates. I reached out, placing my hand over his. Trust me, Theron. Trust that I'm Rowan Ashcroft's daughter in the ways that matter. He closed his eyes briefly, jaw working as he fought some internal battle. When he opened them again, resignation and fierce pride warred in their gray depths. If you do this, he said slowly, you follow my plan exactly. You wear hidden armor. You take 2 guards disguised as captors. And at the first sign things are going wrong, I shift and run like hell. I finished. I'm not suicidal, just strategic. There's a fine line between those two things, he muttered, but he was already turning to issue orders. Within minutes, the plan was set. I would enter the gorge with 2 warriors disguised as Shadowfang scouts who'd captured the Luna. Their attack would draw out the ambush force, at which point Theron's main group would sweep in from the north, while Garrett Wolfsbane's southern diversion hit from behind. A 3-way trap to catch the trappers. As warriors helped me into lightweight armor hidden beneath my torn clothing, Theron dismounted with visible effort and approached. "I need you to understand something," he said quietly, taking my face between his hands. "If you die doing this, I will burn Shadowfang territory to ashes and salt the earth where their pack once stood." "Romantic," I replied, trying for levity despite the fear churning in my gut. "I'm serious, Rowan." His thumb brushed my cheek. "I chose you for strategic reasons. I claimed you for political necessity. But somewhere in the past 2 days, you've become—" He trailed off, searching for words. "Your actual mate?" I suggested softly. "More than that," he replied. "You've become the wolf I didn't know I needed, the partner I'd given up hoping to find." His forehead touched mine. "So, don't you dare die in that gorge. Because I'm nowhere near done with you yet." Through the bond, his emotions crashed over me. Fear, pride, possessiveness, and something deeper that neither of us was quite ready to name. "I'll come back," I promised. "We have unfinished business, Alpha. Like, actually spending a night together as mates." He huffed a laugh, then kissed me. Hard, possessive, and entirely too brief. "That's enough incentive to survive," I murmured when he pulled back. "For both of us," he agreed. Then Kira was there, helping me mount a different horse, a nondescript brown mare that wouldn't draw attention. My 2 captor guards moved into position on either side. "Remember," Theron called as we prepared to move. At the first signal. "I know," I interrupted. "Trust me." "I do," he replied, and through the bond, I felt the truth of it. We rode toward Raven's Gorge as the sun continued its descent toward the horizon. Moonrise was perhaps 2 hours away, the serpent's appointed striking time. But we were striking first. The gorge entrance loomed ahead, shadows already deepening within its narrow passage. Somewhere in that darkness, 40 Shadowfang warriors waited with silver weapons and deadly intent. And they were about to learn that underestimating a Luna, especially one trained by the greatest spy in the Northern Territories, was a fatal mistake. "Father," I thought, touching the wolf charm at my throat. "If you're watching, guide me now." We entered the gorge, and the trap began to close. But this time we were ready. Chapter 7. Blood and Moonlight. The walls of Raven's Gorge rose on either side like the ribs of some ancient stone beast, blocking out the fading sunlight and casting everything in premature twilight. Our horses' hooves echoed against rock with unnatural loudness, announcing our presence to anyone listening. Which, of course, was exactly the point. "Easy," murmured Cole, the warrior positioned as my left side captor. His hand rested on my arm with deceptive casualness, but I could feel the tension in his grip, ready to shove me towards safety at the first sign of attack. Another 100 yards, and we'll be at the narrowest point, where the ambush would spring. My wolf paced restlessly beneath my skin, wanting to shift, to fight, to run. Anything but this vulnerable human form riding placidly into danger. But I forced her down, maintaining the appearance of a captured Luna being delivered to her enemies. The bond hummed with Theron's presence somewhere behind us, hidden among the rocks with his warriors. His anxiety bled through our connection despite his attempts to shield it, mixing with my own fear until I couldn't tell where his emotions ended and mine began. "I'm here," I projected back, hoping he felt reassurance. "Ready." A sound, so subtle I almost missed it, the scrape of metal on stone somewhere above. "Now," breathed Marcus, my right side guard, his body coiling with readiness. They came from everywhere at once. Shadowfang warriors dropped from ledges we hadn't even known were there, emerging from crevices in the rock face like hornets from a disturbed nest. Shifted wolves and armed humans both, surrounding us in a coordinated strike that spoke of extensive planning. "Luna, Rowan Nightshade," called a voice from the shadows ahead. A large male wolf stepped into view, his dark brown fur marked with the silver moon brand of a Shadow Fawn commander. "How convenient of you to deliver yourself directly to us." He shifted as he spoke, bones crackling and reforming until a tall, muscular man stood before us, naked and unconcerned by it, as was the way of shifters. His eyes were the color of old amber, cold and calculating. "Commander Dane," I said, recognizing him from my father's intelligence files. "I'd say it's a pleasure, but we both know I'd be lying." His laugh was harsh. "Spirit. Good. The Alpha likes his females with fire." He gestured, and more warriors moved forward, forming a tighter circle. The original plan was to ambush Nightshade's forces here, use silver nets to bring down his warriors, then execute the crippled Alpha while he watched his pack fall. He tilted his head, studying me with predatory interest. "But this is better. With you as leverage, he'll surrender without a fight. And then we'll kill him anyway, slowly while you watch." A fitting end for the wolf who's caused Shadow Fong so much trouble. "Assuming you can hold me," I replied, my heart hammering but my voice steady. "Which is a rather large assumption." Dane smiled, showing too many teeth. "You're one Luna, with 2 guards against 40 of my best warriors. The outcome isn't really in question." "No," I agreed. "It's not." I threw myself backward off my horse, just as Cole and Marcus shifted simultaneously, their wolves erupting from human form with practiced speed. The mare, well trained for battle, reared and lashed out with her hooves, catching the nearest Shadow Fawn warrior in the chest. Chaos erupted. The hidden armor beneath my clothing deflected the first blade that came for me as I rolled across the canyon floor. My own shift began even as I moved, bones breaking and reforming, skin sprouting russet fur, my wolf finally free to fight. Above, a howl split the air. Theron's signal. Nightshade warriors poured over the canyon rim like a living avalanche, some shifted and leaping impossible distances, others sliding down ropes with weapons drawn. They crashed into Shadowfang's ambush force from above and behind, turning the trap inside out. I lunged for the nearest enemy wolf, my smaller size making me faster, if not stronger. My teeth found his throat before he could react, hot blood flooding my mouth as he went down thrashing. No time to think about the kill, the first I'd ever made. Another warrior was already coming at me, this one human formed with a silver-tipped spear. I dodged left, feeling the weapon's heat as it passed close enough to singe fur. My wolf snarled, recognizing the danger of silver, even without direct contact. I couldn't let that spear connect. One solid hit, and the poison would start burning through my system. Cole's massive gray wolf slammed into my attacker from the side, bearing him down and ending the threat with brutal efficiency. Around us, the gorge had become a maelstrom of blood and violence. Wolves tore at each other, the sounds of combat echoing off stone walls until it was impossible to distinguish individual fights from the general chaos. Through it all, I searched desperately for Theron. There, near the canyon center, still mounted because his condition made ground fighting too dangerous. But he was anything but helpless. His modified walking staff had transformed into a deadly weapon, its silver-reinforced length cracking skulls and breaking bones with brutal precision. Warriors who tried to pull him from his horse learned quickly that a wolfless alpha was still an alpha, and Theron Nightshade had spent 5 years learning to kill without the advantage of shifting. A Shadow Fawn wolf leaped for his throat. Theron twisted, impossibly fast, bringing his staff around in an arc that caught the wolf mid-leap and sent it crashing into the canyon wall with neck-breaking force. Pride surged through me, followed immediately by terror as I saw what he couldn't. Commander Dane, shifted and massive, stalking toward my mate's blind side with silver chains gripped in his jaws. "Behind you!" I screamed through the bond, already running, my smaller wolf from darting between combatants. Theron wheeled his horse, staff coming up defensively, but Dane was already launching himself upward, chains spreading wide to entangle both rider and mount. I hit Dane from the side with every ounce of speed and momentum I'd built, driving my shoulder into his ribs just as he released the chains. They flew wide, missing Theron by inches and clattering harmlessly against stone. Dane and I crashed to the ground in a tangle of fur and fury. He was easily twice my size, his warrior training obvious in how quickly he recovered and pinned me beneath him. His jaws snapped for my throat, the killing bite. Then Theron was there, somehow off his horse despite his damaged legs, staff driving into Dane's skull with a sickening crack. The commander went limp, collapsing across me in a dead weight. I shifted back to human form, easier to escape from beneath the massive wolf body. Theron helped pull me free, his face a mask of fury and fear. "What were you thinking?" he demanded, hands running over me checking for injuries even as he yelled. "He could have killed you. He was going to kill you." I shot back, accepting the cloak Cole tossed over my nakedness. Around us, the battle was turning, Shadowfang warriors realizing they were surrounded and outnumbered, starting to break and run. From the canyon's southern end came fresh howls, Garrett Wolfsbane's diversion force, arriving right on schedule to cut off the retreat. "It's over," Beta Garrett Stone announced, approaching with blood on his armor, but otherwise unharmed. "We've got at least 20 prisoners. The rest are dead or fled into the forest." "Losses on our side?" Theron asked, his tactical mind already moving past the immediate danger. 3 dead, 7 injured. None critically. Garrett's gaze moved between us. Could have been much worse if Luna hadn't warned us. And if she hadn't taken out Dane when she did. He didn't finish the sentence. "I didn't need to." Theron's hand found mine, gripping tight enough to hurt. Through the bond, I felt the aftershocks of adrenaline and fear crashing through him. "Prisoner secured?" he asked, voice rough. Being questioned now. "They're already talking. It seems their loyalty to Shadowfang's Alpha wasn't as strong as advertised." Garrett gestured toward a cluster of warriors guarding captured enemies. "They're naming names. Not just Shadowfang leadership, but the ones who paid for this ambush." "Reed," I said. "Frost. Gamma David Kane." "All of them," Garrett confirmed, plus some surprises. "Apparently, the conspiracy went deeper than even your father suspected, Luna." Before we could discuss further, one of the scouts came running, his young face pale with urgency. "Alpha, Luna, you need to see this." He led us to where several warriors had gathered around something on the ground, a Shadowfang warrior, badly wounded but alive, trying desperately to speak. "He says he has information," Kira explained, "about the 4th conspirator, the one your father never identified." My heart raced as we approached. The dying wolf looked up at us with fading eyes, blood bubbling at his lips. "Tell them," Theron commanded, his alpha authority making it impossible to refuse. "The one who paid us," the warrior gasped. "Who gave us the silver 5 years ago. Who promised Nightshade territory if we succeeded." "Who?" I asked, kneeling beside him despite the blood soaking into my borrowed cloak. His hand reached up, trembling, and pulled something from around his neck, a pendant on a leather cord. He pressed it into my palm with the last of his strength. "Wore this, gave it, as payment guarantee. Said it proved their authority." I looked down at the pendant and felt the world tilt. It was a crescent moon embracing a star. Identical to my charm. Identical to the one my father had worn. "No," I whispered. "It's not possible." "What is it?" Theron demanded, taking the pendant from my shaking hands. His face went carefully blank as he recognized it. "Rowan, my father only gave these to his most trusted scouts," I said, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. "To wolves who had proven themselves beyond question. There were only 5 ever made." "The one you wear," Theron counted. "The one your father wore, which I assume passed to you. This one makes 3. His eyes met mine. "Where are the other 2? The dying Shadowfang warrior coughed, drawing our attention back. "Said to tell the Alpha, to look within his own house. The betrayer wears many faces." He shuddered once, then went still. Around us, an awful silence fell as the implications sank in. "Someone in Nightshade Keep has one of Roland's pendants," Beta Garrett said quietly. Someone close enough to be trusted with that symbol. Someone who's been working against us this entire time. Not Reed, I said, thinking aloud. We know he was involved, but he didn't have this level of access to Father's network. Not Frost or Gamma David. They were opportunists who joined the conspiracy later. Then who?
Kira asked.
Through the bond, I felt Theron's realization a split second before it hit me. Vera, we said simultaneously. The head Omega. The one Theron had specifically told me not to trust. The one who'd had access to the Alpha's chambers 5 years ago when the silver poisoning occurred. The one who'd been in service to Nightshade longer than anyone. The one who'd helped me find my father's cache. Moon's mercy, I breathed. She sent me to Windbreak Hollow. She knew I'd find the intelligence. She wanted me to expose Reed, Frost, and Gamma David. To eliminate her competition, Theron finished grimly. The other conspirators who might challenge her position once I was dead. She was consolidating power. But she helped me. I protested weakly. She gave me information about Father, about the network. Just enough truth to seem credible, Theron interrupted, his voice cold with fury. Just enough help to ensure you'd trust her when it mattered. And all the while, she was positioning herself perfectly, the loyal servant, above suspicion, with access to everything. He turned to Beta Garrett. Send riders now. Fast ones. If Vera realizes we've discovered her. A howl cut through the night, not from our wolves, but from the direction of Nightshade Keep. Distant, but clear enough to carry its message. Attack. Betrayal. Help. Chancellor Webb's voice, I realized through the bond. His wolf's cry for help. She already knows, I said, horror dawning. Or she's making her final move. With most of our warriors here, the keep is vulnerable. Theron's face went white with rage. Garrett, take half the warriors and ride for the keep.
Now.
Kill anyone who resists, but take Vera alive. I want answers before she dies. And us. I asked, already knowing the answer. We're going home, Theron said, his voice carrying the absolute authority of an alpha defending his territory. To deal with the traitor who's been poisoning my pack from within for 5 years. He pulled himself back onto his horse with visible effort, adrenaline temporarily overriding his physical limitations. And Moon helps Vera Blackthorn when we arrive, because I'm going to make her wish that Silver had killed me 5 years ago. The ride back to Nightshade Keep was brutal, pushing already exhausted horses beyond their limits, racing through darkness, with only wolf vision to guide us. Through the bond, I felt Theron's rage building with every mile, cold and controlled, but absolutely lethal. This wasn't the fury of a moment. This was 5 years of suspicion and investigation crystallizing into certainty, into a hunger for vengeance that made my own wolf whine in recognition. Around us, the warriors who'd accompanied us rode with similar intensity. We'd won the battle at Raven's Gorge, but the war was still being fought at home. As we crested the final ridge before the keep, I saw smoke rising from the eastern wing. Fire, Kira said unnecessarily, her voice tight with fear. The Omega quarters. She's destroying evidence, Theron growled. Or trying to. We thundered through the gates to find controlled chaos. Warriors fought in the courtyard, Nightshade against Nightshade, wolves who'd apparently been loyal to Vera making their stand. And in the center of it all, directing her forces with cold precision, stood Vera Blackthorn. She discarded her servant's disguise, now wearing armor that looked ancient and powerful, marked with symbols I didn't recognize. Around her neck hung the pendant, identical to mine, proof of her betrayal. She saw us arriving and smiled, not the servile expression I'd known, but something cruel and satisfied. Alpha Theron, she called across the courtyard. And little Luna Rowan, I'm impressed you survived Raven's Gorge. But then, you always were more resilient than anticipated. Vera, Theron's voice carried absolute authority despite his exhaustion. By my authority as Alpha, I name you traitor and conspirator. Surrender now, and your death will be quick. Surrender? She laughed, the sound echoing off stone. To you? The broken wolf, who couldn't even shift to defend his territory? I think not. She gestured, and more warriors emerged from the shadows, at least 20, all bearing her pendant, all clearly loyal to her rather than the Alpha. I've spent 5 years building this, Vera continued. 5 years positioning pieces, eliminating threats, waiting for the perfect moment. Did you really think I'd give up now, when victory is so close? You failed, I called out, dismounting to stand beside my mate. We know everything. Reed, Frost, Gamma David, all exposed. Your conspiracy is unraveling. Those fools were always expendable, Vera replied dismissively. Useful tools, nothing more. The real power was always here, in Nightshade Keep, where I've been whispering in Alpha ears since before you were born, child. She took a step forward, her warriors moving with her. Your father almost discovered the truth. Almost realized that his most trusted scout, his mentor, really was playing both sides. So I eliminated him, made it look natural, and claimed his network for my own. Rage flooded through me, my wolf screaming for blood. You kill my father. I gave him mercy, Vera corrected. A peaceful death in his sleep rather than the torture Reed wanted. Consider it my gift to his memory. He was a worthy opponent. Theron's hand found mine, squeezing once. Through the bond, I felt his silent communication. Wait. Let her talk. The more she reveals, the more evidence we have. Why? I asked, forcing my voice to remain steady. Why betray everything my father stood for? Everything the pack stands for? Because your father was a fool who believed in honor and loyalty, Vera spat. He had the perfect network, perfect information, perfect position to seize real power, and he wasted it serving an Alpha who saw him as nothing more than a useful tool. Her eyes fixed on Theron with hatred. Just like this Alpha. Using wolves, discarding them, never seeing that we might have ambitions beyond serving. So, I built my own power structure, made my own alliances. And when the opportunity came to eliminate Theron and install more manageable Alpha, I took it. The silver poisoning, Theron said quietly. The silver poisoning, she confirmed. Meant to kill you outright, but your stubbornness persevered. No matter. A crippled Alpha is almost as good as a dead one. Easier to manipulate, easier to control. She smiled coldly. Or so I thought. You proved more resilient than expected. So you arranged another attempt, I said, pieces falling into place. Raven's Gorge. Using Shadowfang as your weapon again. Using everyone as weapons, Vera corrected. Reed wanted power. Frost wanted trade control. Gamma David wanted your family's territory, Rowan. I promised them all what they desired, knowing none would ever receive it. Because when the dust settled, there would be only one wolf standing, me, ruling Nightshade through a puppet Alpha of my choosing. She gestured to the warriors around her. These wolves know who really holds power. They've sworn to me, not to some broken Alpha who can't even defend his own keep without his child bride doing it for him. The insult was meant to provoke, but Theron remained perfectly still, perfectly controlled. You've talked enough, he said finally. Last chance, Vera. Surrender or die. I think not, she replied. Then, to her warriors. Kill them all, and bring me Luna alive. She'll make excellent leverage. Her forces charged, and the final battle for Nightshade Keep began. The serpent has finally shown her true face, and she's been hiding in plain sight for years. Vera killed Rowan's father, poisoned Theron, and manipulated everyone. Now it's Luna and Alpha against the traitor who nearly destroyed them both. The bond that was forced 2 days ago is about to be tested in blood and fire. Are you ready for this? Because the next chapter decides everything. Chapter 8. The Luna's Fury. I shifted before Vera's warriors reached us, my wolf erupting with a fury I'd never felt before. This wasn't the controlled violence of Raven's Gorge. This was personal, primal, the rage of a daughter whose father had been murdered and a mate whose Alpha had been betrayed. Beside me, Theron couldn't shift, but he didn't need to. His staff became a whirlwind of silver-reinforced wood, cracking bones and deflecting blades with brutal efficiency. Despite his damaged legs, he moved with the deadly grace of a warrior who'd spent 5 years compensating for his limitations. The first wolf that came at me learned quickly that small didn't mean weak. I ducked under his lunge, twisted, and tore out his throat before he could recover. The second got my claws across his eyes, blinding him before Kira's larger wolf finished what I'd started. Around the courtyard, Nightshade fought Nightshade, wolves who'd remained loyal to Theron against those Vera had corrupted over years of careful manipulation. The clash of ideologies made tangible in blood and violence. Through the bond, I felt Theron's battle awareness, his tactical mind tracking threats even as he fought. He was protecting my flank without even looking, trusting me to do the same for him. A partnership forged in crisis, tested in fire. Together, his consciousness brushed against mine. We fight together. Together, I agreed, feeling the bond strengthen with shared purpose. A massive black wolf broke through our defenders, one of Vera's elite guards, his size suggesting alpha bloodlines. He went straight for Theron, recognizing the alpha as the primary target. I intercepted, slamming into his shoulder and throwing off his trajectory. We rolled across a blood-slicked stone, his jaws snapping from my throat while I fought to keep his superior weight from pinning me. Then Theron's staff caught the black wolf's skull with a sound like a hammer on stone. The wolf went limp, collapsing in a heap. "Stop saving me," Theron growled, breathing hard. "Stop needing to be saved," I shot back, already moving toward the next threat. Despite the chaos, despite the violence, I felt something shift between us through the bond, not just partnership, but recognition. We fit together and battled the way mates were supposed to, each covering the other's weaknesses, amplifying each other's strengths. Across the courtyard, Vera watched with cold calculation, directing her forces like pieces on a game board. She hadn't shifted, hadn't entered the fight directly. Too smart for that. Too aware that her real power lay in manipulation rather than physical combat. But her forces were losing. Beta Garrett had arrived with reinforcements, his warriors pouring through the gates with fresh energy and clear purpose. Vera's corrupted wolves found themselves outnumbered, outfought, their loyalty to a traitor not enough to overcome Nightshade's true warriors. One by one, they fell or surrendered, until only Vera remained, surrounded by loyal wolves with weapons drawn and murder in their eyes. She looked around at her crumbling plans, at the forces she'd spent years building now broken and scattered, and laughed, cold and bitter as winter wind. "Impressive," she admitted, her gaze settling on me. "Roland's daughter indeed. He would have been proud of how you exposed me, little Luna." "Don't speak his name," I snarled, shifting back to human form despite my nakedness. Someone threw a cloak over my shoulders, but I barely noticed. "You don't have the right. You murdered him. Betrayed everything he stood for." "I freed him from delusion," Vera corrected. "Your father was brilliant, but limited by his loyalty. He could have ruled the Northern Territories with the intelligence network he built. Instead, he chose to serve." She turned to Theron, who dismounted with visible effort, leaning heavily on his staff. "Just as you chose to continue fighting after the silver should have killed you. Such stubborn persistence. It would be admirable if it weren't so inconvenient." "Why?" Theron asked, his voice carrying across the suddenly quiet courtyard. "Why betray Roland? Why try to kill me? What could possibly be worth destroying everything?" For the first time, something like genuine emotion flickered across Vera's face. Old pain, ancient anger. "Because I loved him," she said simply. "Your grandfather, Theron. Alpha Magnus Nightshade, the great wolf who built this pack into the power it is today." Shock rippled through the assembled wolves. I felt Theron's surprise through our bond. "My grandfather has been dead for 20 years, he said carefully. 23 years, Vera corrected. 23 years since he chose duty over love, pack law over personal desire. 23 years since he rejected me, his true mate, to marry the alliance match his council demanded." Understanding dawned with horrible clarity. "You were his mate," I whispered. His true mate, but he married another for political reasons. He married a simpering wolf from the Eastern Territories to secure trade agreements. Vera spat, old bitterness poisoning her words. He felt the bond between us, I know he did, but he chose pack prosperity over mate connection. Condemned me to watch him build a life with another while our bond withered and used. Her hands clenched into fists. So, I learned to hate. Hate him for his choice. I hate the pack that demanded it. Hate the system that valued political alliance over true mate bonds. And I vowed that one day, I would tear down everything he built. So you poisoned his legacy, Theron said quietly. You tried to kill his grandson. You murdered wolves who served him faithfully. All because of a rejection decades ago. All because the system is broken, Vera corrected fiercely. Alpha heirs are still forced into political matings. True bonds are still ignored in favor of territory and trade. Your own mating proves it, Theron. You chose this girl for her father's network, not because you felt any real connection. She looked at me with something almost like pity. You think he loves you, child? He claimed you as a strategic asset. Used you just as his grandfather used me. And one day, you'll wake up bitter and angry too, realizing you wasted your life serving a mate who never truly valued you. You're wrong, I said firmly, feeling Theron's emotions through our bond, complex, evolving, but absolutely genuine. He chose me for strategic reasons, yes. But what's growing between us is real. What we're building is partnership, not manipulation. For now, Vera replied. Wait until the years pass. Wait until younger, prettier wolves catch his eye. Wait until pack politics demand he set you aside for a more advantageous match. Then you'll understand. No, Theron said, his voice carrying absolute certainty. Because I learned from my grandfather's mistakes. I will not repeat them. He moved closer to me despite his damaged legs, one arm wrapping around my waist in a gesture both protective and possessive. Rowan is my mate by choice and by bond. What began as strategy has become something real. And I will not dishonor her the way my grandfather dishonored you. Something cracked in Vera's expression, rage and grief and ancient pain bleeding through her controlled facade. Pretty words, she hissed. But words mean nothing against the weight of pack politics and time. You'll fail her, Theron, just as Magnus failed me. It's inevitable. Then watch me prove you wrong, Theron replied calmly. Watch me build a pack where true mate bonds are honored above political convenience. Where wolves like you aren't cast aside for alliance marriages. Where my grandfather's mistakes aren't repeated. I won't live to see it, Vera said, resignation settling over her features. We both know how this ends. It doesn't have to, I interjected, surprising even myself. If you testify against the remaining conspirators. If you expose the full network of corruption. If you help us rebuild what you tried to destroy, maybe exile instead of execution. Vera looked at me with something almost like respect. Mercy? From Roland's daughter? How unexpected. Not mercy, I corrected. Justice. And information. You know things we need. About the conspiracy's reach. About which pack leaders are compromised. About threats we haven't yet identified. You want me to betray my allies the way I betrayed your father? Vera's laugh was harsh. At least I'm consistent in my treachery. I want you to help me finish what my father started, I said firmly. Help me protect this pack the way he would have wanted. Help me honor his memory by preventing more deaths, more betrayals, more broken bonds. For a long moment, Vera simply stared at me, weighing options. Around us, the courtyard held its collective breath. Then she reached up and removed the pendant from around her neck. My father's pendant, the symbol of his trust that she'd betrayed so completely. I'll testify, she said quietly, placing the pendant in my outstretched palm. I'll name names, expose networks, and provide everything I know. Not because I've suddenly grown a conscience, but because, you're right, Roland deserved better than what I gave him. She met my eyes directly. Your father was a good wolf, Rowan. Honorable, loyal, kind even to those who didn't deserve it. He treated me with respect long after others had written me off as the Alpha's rejected mate. I repaid that kindness with murder. Her voice cracked slightly. Let me at least repay his memory with truth. Guards, Theron commanded. Take her to the dungeons. Maximum security. No visitors without my explicit authorization. As Vera was led away, she called back over her shoulder. Don't prove me right, Alpha. Don't waste the gift you've been given. Your grandfather's biggest regret was choosing duty over love. Don't let it become yours. Then she was gone, swallowed by the keep's shadows, leaving only the aftermath of her attempted coup scattered across the courtyard. The next hours passed in a blur of organization and damage control. Beta Garrett coordinated cleanup efforts while Chancellor Webb, wounded but alive, began documenting testimony from captured conspirators. Healers moved through the courtyard, tending to injured warriors from both sides. The dead were laid out with respect regardless of which side they'd fought for. They were all Nightshade wolves in the end, all casualties of a war that should never have been fought. I worked alongside the healers despite my own exhaustion, using the basic medical training Father had insisted I learn. Binding wounds, offering comfort, ensuring that no wolf, loyal or traitor, suffered unnecessarily. Theron directed operations from near the keep's entrance, his damaged legs finally giving out after hours of combat and stress. He'd refused healing until everyone else was treated, typical alpha stubbornness that made me want to shake him and kiss him simultaneously. As dawn began to break, had it really been less than 2 days since our mating ceremony? I finally made my way to where he sat, reviewing casualty reports with grim focus. You should be resting, I said, settling beside him despite protests from my own aching body. So should you, he countered, his hand finding mine instinctively. Yet here we are. Here we are, I agreed, leaning against his shoulder. For a moment, we simply sat in comfortable silence, watching the keep slowly return to order. The fires had been extinguished, the wounded were being cared for, and the traitors were securely imprisoned. Crisis averted. Conspiracy exposed. Mates reunited. Vera was wrong, Theron said suddenly, his voice quiet but firm.
About us.
About what we're building. I know, I replied. No, I need you to understand. He turned to face me fully, his storm-gray eyes intense in the dawn light. I chose you initially for strategic reasons. I won't pretend otherwise. But Rowan, what I feel now through this bond, what I've seen in you these past days, it's real. You're not a political asset to me. You're my mate, my partner, my equal. Emotion tightened my throat. I know that too. I feel it through the bond. You can't hide from me anymore, Theron. Good, he said firmly, because I don't want to hide. I want to build exactly what I promised Vera, a pack where true bonds are honored, where wolves like us can be both strategically advantageous and genuinely mated. He cupped my face gently, thumb brushing across my cheek. I want to prove her wrong about everything. About duty destroying love. About pack politics corrupting genuine connection. About mates inevitably failing each other. Then we'll prove her wrong together, I said softly. We'll build something better than what came before. Something Father would have been proud of. Something her father would have been proud of, Theron agreed. And something my grandfather should have had the courage to build himself. He kissed me then, not the possessive claiming of our mating ceremony, but something gentler, deeper, more genuine. A promise of partnership, of trust slowly earned, of love gradually growing from unlikely foundations. When we parted, I rested my forehead against his, feeling the bond hum with contentment between us. We should probably actually consummate this mating at some point, I murmured, before another crisis interrupts us. His laugh rumbled through his chest, rich and warm. Is that an invitation, Luna? It's a demand, Alpha, I corrected, smiling against his lips. I've saved your life twice now. I think I've earned a proper wedding night. Fair point, he conceded. Then louder. Beta Garrett, you're in command for the next 12 hours. Anyone who disturbs me before then better be dying, or the keep better be on fire. Garrett's answering grin was knowing. Understood, Alpha. Luna, enjoy your rest. Theron pulled me to my feet, leaning heavily on both his staff and my support as we made our way toward the Alpha's chambers. Our chambers now, I supposed. Behind us, Nightshade keeps slowly returned to life under the morning sun. Damaged but not broken. Betrayed but not destroyed. Stronger, perhaps, for having survived the conspiracy that nearly tore it apart. And ahead of us lay the future we'd build together. Alpha and Luna, mates by strategy who'd become mates by choice, partners in every sense of the word. As we crossed the threshold into our private chambers, Theron swept me into his arms despite his damaged legs, carrying me over the threshold with determination born of pure alpha stubbornness. Tradition, he explained at my surprised look. I like tradition, I replied, wrapping my arms around his neck. The door closed behind us with a definitive sound, not a cage locking shut as I'd once feared, but a sanctuary being sealed against the outside world. For the next 12 hours, there would be no conspiracies, no battles, no pack politics. Only two mates finally claimed the bond they'd been denied since the moment it snapped into place. Only us. Chapter 9, The Claiming. Theron set me down gently once we were inside, his hands lingering on my waist as though reluctant to break contact. The chambers were spacious, far larger than anything I'd occupied before, with floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the forest, a massive fireplace already crackling with warmth, and a bed that could easily fit 4 wolves. I should clean up, I said, suddenly aware of the blood and dirt covering me from hours of battle. I'm filthy. So am I, Theron replied, his voice dropping to a lower register that sent pleasant shivers down my spine. There's a bathing chamber through there. He gestured to a door I hadn't noticed. Large enough for 2 if you're interested. Heat that had nothing to do with the fireplace flooded through me. Are you always this direct, Alpha? Only with my mate, he said, pulling me closer despite the grime covering us both. And we've waited long enough, don't you think? Through the bond, I felt his desire mixing with mine. 2 days of adrenaline and danger finally giving way to something more primal, more necessary. We have, I agreed softly. He kissed me again, deeper this time, his hands threading through my tangled copper hair. I could taste the battle on him, blood and smoke and the wild scent that was uniquely Theron. My wolf purred beneath my skin, finally getting what she'd been demanding since the moment we'd been marked.
Mate. Ours. Claim.
When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Theron took my hand and led me toward the bathing chamber. The room was luxurious in a way that still felt foreign to me, a sunken pool large enough to swim in, fed by hot springs that created constant steam. Shelves lined with oils and soaps, soft towels stacked within easy reach, candles providing gentle illumination. The advantages of being alpha, Theron said, catching my odd expression. Though I'll admit, I haven't enjoyed them properly in years. Too consumed with investigations and survival to appreciate luxury. And now? I asked, watching as he began removing his battle-stained clothing with careful movements that revealed the toll his damaged legs had taken during the fighting. Now I have someone to share them with, he replied, his storm-gray eyes finding mine. Someone who makes them worth enjoying. I helped him with the fastenings he couldn't easily reach, my fingers gentle on bruises already forming across his ribs and back. He'd taken hits protecting me during the battle, I realized. Used his body as a shield despite his vulnerabilities. You're hurt, I murmured, tracing a particularly nasty bruise along his shoulder blade. I'll heal, he said dismissively. Wolves always do. Stubborn Alpha, I accused softly. Observant Luna, he countered, turning to help me with my own clothing. His touch was reverent as he unwrapped the makeshift bandages and removed the hidden armor I'd worn. Each revealed bruise or scratch made his jaw tighten, his protective instincts clearly warring with respect for my choices. You could have been killed at Raven's Gorge, he said finally, fingers tracing the healing bite mark on my shoulder, his claiming mark still tender. Playing bait, drawing out Shadowfang warriors, taking on wolves twice your size. So could you, I pointed out, leading the charge despite not being able to shift. Facing Commander Dane alone. Fighting for hours on damaged legs. That's different. It's not, I interrupted firmly. We're mates, Theron. Partners. Which means we both take risks to protect what matters. You don't get to be the only one who sacrifices. Something fierce and possessive flashed in his eyes. You're going to be in trouble, aren't you? You chose me specifically because I'd be trouble, I reminded him, stepping out of the last of my clothing and into the heated water. The warmth was immediate and glorious, soaking into aching muscles. Too late for regrets now, Alpha. No regrets, he said, following me into the pool with visible relief as the hot water eased his damaged legs. None at all. For a while, we simply washed away the evidence of battle in comfortable silence. I helped him clean wounds he couldn't easily reach, and he did the same for me, our touches gradually shifting from medicinal to something more intimate. The bond hummed between us, strengthening with each brush of skin against skin, each shared breath in the steam-filled room. Tell me something, Theron said eventually, pulling me against his chest so my back rested against him. Something about Rowan Ashcroft before she became Luna. Something I don't know from intelligence reports or your father's files. I considered the question, relaxing into his embrace. I used to sneak out at night, I admitted. After father died, Margot made my life miserable. I'd shift and run through the forest for hours, just to feel free. His arms tightened around me. Alone? That's dangerous. So, I was staying in that house, I replied. At least in the forest, the dangers were honest. Wolves and weather and terrain, things I could predict and prepare for. Not like human cruelty, disguised as family. I'm sorry you went through that, he said softly, his lips brushing my temple. Sorry I didn't choose you sooner. Sorry you spent years being treated as less than you were. Don't be, I said, turning in his arms to face him. Those years made me strong. Made me observant, taught me to survive in hostile territory. I traced the scar on his collarbone, evidence of the silver poisoning. Just like your 5 years of recovery made you into the alpha who could lead despite being unable to shift. We're both broken things that learn to be dangerous, he mused. We're both survivors, I corrected. And together, we're something neither of us could be alone. He kissed me then, and the gentleness of before gave way to something more urgent, more demanding. His hands explored with growing confidence, learning the curves and planes of my body, while I did the same to him. The bond flared between us, amplifying every sensation until I couldn't tell where my pleasure ended and his began. My wolf rose close to the surface, wanting to shift, to claim, to mate in the way of our kind. Not in the water. Theron murmured against my lips, reading my intentions through the bond. When I finally claim you properly, I want you in our bed.
I want to take my time.
I want to show you exactly what you mean to me. Promises, Alpha. I breathed, though anticipation was already coiling tight in my core. Promises I intend to keep, Luna. He pulled us from the water, wrapping me in soft towels and carrying me to the bedroom despite his protesting legs. The bed was exactly as large as I'd thought, covered in furs and silks that felt decadent against my clean skin. Theron laid me down with reverence, his storm gray eyes dark with desire and something deeper, affection, trust, the beginning of what might become love given time. Last chance to change your mind, he said, only half joking. Once I claim you completely, once we consummate this bond, there's no going back. You'll be mine in every way that matters. I've been yours since the moment you bit my neck, I replied, pulling him down to me. I just didn't realize it yet. Now stop talking and show me what it means to be properly mated to an alpha. His answering smile was wolfish and full of promise. As my Luna commands, what followed was nothing like the clinical mating ceremony or the rushed claiming mark. This was intimate, intense, a claiming of body and soul that had both of us gasping and clinging to each other as the bond solidified into something unbreakable. Theron was patient despite his obvious desire, taking time to learn what made me gasp, what made my wolf howl with pleasure. His hands and mouth explored with thorough attention, building sensation until I was trembling beneath him. Please, I finally begged, past caring about pride or dignity. Theron, please. "I've got you," he murmured, positioning himself above me. "I've got you, mate." When he finally claimed me completely, the bond exploded between us with intensity that bordered on pain. Every barrier, every shield we'd maintained to protect ourselves shattered under the force of true mate recognition. I felt him, all of him. His past pain, his fierce determination, his growing affection for the mate he hadn't expected to actually care about. The loneliness of 5 years spent unable to shift, cut off from his wolf, leading a pack while feeling fundamentally broken. And he felt me. The years of being invisible, the desperate need to prove my worth, the fear that I'd never be enough. The quiet strength that had sustained me through isolation, the intelligence I'd hidden to survive, the fierce loyalty that ran deeper than blood. Mine, his wolf consciousness declared through the bond.
Ours. Protect. Cherish.
Never let go. Yours, my wolf agreed. Always. Together.
Pack. Mate.
Home. We moved together, finding a rhythm that felt ancient and right, building pleasure that crashed over us in waves that left us both crying out. Through it all, the bond wove tighter, stronger, until I couldn't tell where I ended and he began. When we finally peaked together, the sensation was transcendent. Two souls merging into one partnership, two wolves becoming a true mated pair, two strategically arranged individuals discovering that fate had known what it was doing all along. Theron collapsed beside me, breathing hard, his arms immediately pulling me against his chest as though he couldn't bear even momentary separation. "Moon's mercy," he gasped. "That was intense," I supplied, equally breathless. I was going to say life-altering, but intense work too. He pressed a kiss to my sweat-dampened hair. "Are you all right? I didn't hurt you." "I'm perfect," I assured him, feeling the truth of it through every fiber of my being. Sore in places I didn't know could be sore, but perfect. His laugh rumbled through his chest, vibrating against my back. "We have 12 hours, remember? Plenty of time for recovery before round 2. "Round 2? I asked, craning my neck to see his face. The wicked smile he gave me sent heat pooling low in my belly despite my exhaustion. "Luna, we have 5 years of celibacy to make up for. I plan to be very thorough in claiming every aspect of my mate." "Promises, promises," I teased, but my wolf was already perking up with interest. "I keep my promises," he said, rolling to pin me beneath him again. "Let me prove it."
And he did.
Hours later, we lay tangled in sheets and furs, thoroughly exhausted and completely satisfied. The sun had climbed high in the sky, marking midday, and I could hear the distant sounds of the keep returning to normal operations. But in our sanctuary, time felt suspended. Just two mates learning from each other, building something real from foundations that had started as pure strategy. "Tell me something else," I said, tracing lazy patterns on Theron's chest. "Something I don't know about the alpha everyone fears." He was quiet for a moment, his hand stroking through my hair with absent affection. "I write poetry," he finally admitted. Terrible, melodramatic poetry that would destroy my fearsome reputation if anyone ever read it. I propped myself up on one elbow, staring at him. "Poetry. My mother taught me," he explained, looking almost embarrassed. "Before she died. She said that wolves who only know violence become monsters. We need beauty to balance the brutality. So she taught me to write, to capture moments and emotions in words." "Can I read some?" I asked softly. "Absolutely not," he said immediately. "I have some dignity left." "You just spent hours claiming every inch of your mate," I pointed out. "Dignity is relative at this point." His laugh was warm and genuine. "Fine point. But no, the poetry stays private. At least until I've written something worthy of my Luna." "You're going to write poetry about me?" The idea was simultaneously mortifying and touching. "I already have," he admitted. "It started the night of our mating ceremony, when I couldn't sleep thinking about you. Terrible stuff, really. All metaphors about copper fire and green forest depths and warrior spirits." Emotion tightened my throat. I'd like to read it.
Someday.
When you're ready. Someday, he agreed, pulling me back down against his chest. When we've had time to build more moments worth capturing. We drifted in comfortable silence, the bond humming contentedly between us. Through it, I could feel his satisfaction, his peace, emotions I suspected he hadn't felt in years. What happens now? I asked eventually. Vera's imprisoned, but the conspiracy extended beyond her. Reed, Frost, Gamma David. They all have allies, wolves who benefited from the corruption. Now we rebuild, Theron said firmly. We use Vera's testimony to expose everyone involved. We restructure the council with wolves we can trust. We strengthen alliances with packs that remained loyal and sever ties with those who didn't. He pressed a kiss to my forehead. And we build the pack my grandfather should have created, one where true mate bonds are honored, where political marriages aren't forced, where wolves like Vera don't spend decades festering with bitterness until it poisons everything. That's ambitious, I observed. So is having a Luna, who's also her father's successor to an intelligence network, he countered. Between your inherited spy network and my position as Alpha, we have the resources to make real changes. To be better than what came before. Together, I said softly. Together, he agreed. A knock at the door interrupted our planning. Theron growled, the sound vibrating through his chest. I said 12 hours. Alpha. Beta Garrett's voice came through the wood. I wouldn't interrupt, but Chancellor Webb says it's urgent. Vera's asking to speak with Luna, specifically. Says she has information that can't wait. Theron and I exchanged glances. Through the bond, I felt his reluctance warring with duty. We should see what she wants, I said, already moving to dress. If it's truly urgent, our 12 hours aren't up, Theron protested, but he was reaching for his own clothes. We'll have a lifetime of hours, I reminded him, pulling on a clean tunic and leggings. Right now, duty calls. Duty can wait another few minutes, he decided, pulling me back for a thorough kiss that left me breathless.
There.
Now duty can have you. We made our way to the dungeons with Beta Garrett, who tactfully didn't comment on our disheveled appearance or the mating marks now prominently displayed on both our necks. Vera waited in her cell, looking diminished somehow without her armor and authority. But her eyes were alert when we approached, sharp with the intelligence that had made her dangerous. Luna Rowan, she said, rising to approach the bars. Alpha. Thank you for coming. Garrett said you had urgent information, Theron said curtly. Make it quick. I've been thinking about our earlier conversation, Vera began, her gaze fixed on me, about honor and redemption and what your father would have wanted. She reached into her sleeve. Beta Garrett's hand went to his weapon, but she simply withdrew a folded piece of parchment. Roland left something with me, years ago, before he suspected my betrayal. He said if anything happened to him, I should give this to his successor. She held the parchment through the bars. I think he knew his daughter would eventually claim his legacy. I took the parchment with trembling hands, recognizing my father's handwriting immediately. To whoever inherits my network, likely my daughter Rowan, if she's proven herself worthy. Trust is earned, not given. Question everything, verify independently, and remember that the most dangerous enemies are those who appear as friends. I've made mistakes in my service to Nightshade. Trusted too freely. Believed too readily. Let affection cloud judgment. Don't repeat my errors. Build something better. Use the network not for personal power, but to protect those who cannot protect themselves. And remember, you are enough. Exactly as you are. The blood running through your veins carries strength from generations of wolves who survived impossible odds. Honor them. Honor yourself. With love and pride, your father, Roland. Tears blurred my vision as I read his final message. Through the bond, I felt Theron's comforting presence, his silent support. He wrote that the week before he died, Vera said softly. Left it with me because he knew something was wrong, but hadn't yet identified the threat. By the time he realized it was me, she trailed off, pain flickering across her face. By then it was too late. Why give this to me now? I asked, voice rough with emotion. Because you were right earlier, Vera replied. Roland deserved better than what I gave him. And maybe, just maybe, helping his daughter finish his work is the only redemption I'll ever get. She met my eyes directly. I'll testify against everyone. Expose every conspiracy, every corrupt official, every wolf who benefited from the plot against your mate. I'll give you everything I know, every secret I've kept, every piece of intelligence I've gathered. In exchange for what? Theron asked suspiciously. Nothing, Vera said simply. No deals, no leniency, no mercy. I know what I've earned. Exile at best, execution more likely. I'm not asking to escape consequences. She looked at me again. I'm asking for the chance to do one good thing before I die. To honor the memory of a wolf who showed me kindness when I'd forgotten how to recognize it. To help his daughter build the pack he dreamed of. Theron and I communicated silently through the bond, weighing her offer, her sincerity, the risks and benefits. We accept, I said finally. Chancellor Webb will take your full testimony. Every name, every conspiracy, every piece of evidence. And if you hold anything back... I won't, Vera interrupted. You have my word. For whatever that's worth coming from a traitor. It's worth enough, I replied, folding Father's letter carefully. Enough for start, anyway. As we turned to leave, Vera called out once more. Luna, Rowan? Your father would be very proud of the wolf you've become. And Theron, don't waste what you've found. Don't let pack politics or duty destroy what could be the greatest partnership Nightshade has ever known. We won't, Theron promised, his hand finding mine and squeezing firmly. We've learned from the past. We won't repeat its mistakes. We left the dungeons together, emerging into afternoon sunlight that felt cleansing after the darkness below. What now? I asked, still clutching Father's final message. Now we get back to our chambers and finish what we started, Theron said, pulling me against his side. We have at least 6 more hours of interrupted mating time to claim. And after that? I pressed, though I was already leaning into him. After that, we change the world, he replied simply. One decision, one reform, one honored mate bond at a time. Together. Together. I agreed, letting him lead me back toward our sanctuary. Behind us, Nightshade keep buzzed with activity. Repairs being made, testimonies being taken, a pack slowly healing from betrayal. And ahead of us lay the future we'd build. Not perfect, not easy, but ours. Alpha and Luna.
Mates by fate and choice.
Partners in every sense that mattered. The broken Alpha who'd learned to fight without his wolf. The invisible daughter who'd learned to see everything. Together, exactly as the moon goddess had intended. From forced mates to true partners, Rowan and Theron have claimed each other completely, in body and soul. The conspiracy is unraveling, Vera is cooperating, and Luna has her father's final blessing. But this is just the beginning of their story. The real work of building a better pack, honoring true bonds, and proving that strategic matings can become legendary love stories? That starts now. Are you ready to see what comes next? Chapter 10. The Luna's Network. 3 weeks after the battle that had nearly destroyed Nightshade Keep, I stood in what had once been my father's study, now mine, surrounded by maps, intelligence reports, and the carefully rebuilt network that Rowan Ashcroft had spent decades creating. Sunlight streamed through windows I'd ordered uncovered, banishing the shadows that Vera had preferred. The room felt different now, purposeful rather than secretive, a tool for protection rather than manipulation. Luna. Kira entered with a respectful bow, though we'd long since moved past such formality in private. The scouts from the eastern border have returned. You were right, Shadowfang's new Alpha is seeking peace terms. I studied the report she handed me, noting the signatures and seal. Desperate peace terms, more accurately. With Commander Dane dead, and their conspiracy, with our traitors exposed, they've lost significant standing among the packs. Should we accept? Kira asked, settling into the chair across from my desk with the easy familiarity of a trusted advisor. That depends on what Theron wants, I replied, making notes on the document. I can advise, but territorial negotiations are ultimately the Alpha's domain. You say that you haven't been making half the major decisions these past weeks, Kira observed with a slight smile. The pack knows who really runs Nightshade, Luna. And they're grateful for it. I looked up sharply. Theron runs Nightshade. I simply partner with him. Kira interrupted gently. Exactly as mate should. Nobody's questioning the Alpha's authority, Rowan. We're celebrating that he finally has someone worthy to share it with. Before I could respond, a familiar presence brushed against my consciousness through the bond. Theron, approaching from the council chambers where he'd been locked in meetings all morning. How much longer? His mental voice carried exhaustion and frustration. Elder Marcus has been arguing about trade tariffs for 2 hours. Tell him the discussion is tabled until next week, I suggested. You've been patient long enough. You know he'll just start again next session. Yes, but by then I'll have the actual trade numbers to shut down his arguments. Let him posture now. We'll win with facts later. His warm amusement filtered through the bond. Remind me why I thought being Alpha was a good idea? Because you're excellent at it. Now escape before Marcus traps you for another hour. Moments later, Theron entered the study with visible relief, immediately moving to wrap his arms around me from behind. His chin rested on my shoulder as he studied the documents spread across the desk. Shadow Fong wants peace, he observed, reading the report over my shoulder. They want survival, I corrected. There's a difference. The question is whether we grant it. What do you think? He asked, his hands settling comfortably at my waist, a casual intimacy that still sent pleasant warmth through me despite 3 weeks of nearly constant contact. I think we will use this opportunity to restructure the entire border agreement, I replied, pulling up the map I'd been working on. Shadowfang's old Alpha made a mess of their territory management. Their northern section is overhunted, their water rights are poorly defined, and their pack structure is unstable. I traced the proposed borders with my finger. We offer peace, but with conditions. They cede the disputed northern forest, which we don't actually need, but they think we want. In exchange, we grant them access to the river valley here, which gives them the water and game they desperately require. They think they're losing territory, but actually gain resources, Theron said, following my logic. While we acquire land we can afford to manage and strengthen our position as the reasonable party in negotiations.
Exactly.
And we include provisions in the treaty about political marriages, no forced matings, no alliances built on unwilling bonds. We set the precedent for how pack politics should work. Kira whistled softly. That's ambitious. Half the old guard Alphas will resist. Let them. I replied firmly. We're not asking permission. We're leading by example. And if other packs see that honoring true mate bonds creates stronger alliances than forced political marriages, they'll follow. Theron pressed a kiss to my neck, just below the prominent mating mark. Has anyone mentioned that you're brilliant? You might have said something similar last night, I replied, heat rising to my cheeks. Several times, actually. Then I was paying attention, he murmured against my skin, his hands starting to wander in ways that suggested he'd forgotten Kira was still in the room. She cleared her throat pointedly. Should I leave you two alone? Again? Probably, Theron agreed, not bothering to look embarrassed. But first, status update on the conspiracy trials? Kira's expression sobered. Gamma Patrick Reed was executed this morning, as ordered. Counselor Helena Frost and Gamma David Kane are scheduled for tomorrow. The lesser conspirators are accepting exile in exchange for testimony. And Vera? I asked quietly. Still in her cell, still cooperating fully. She's provided enough intelligence to expose corruption in 6 neighboring packs. Chancellor Webb says her information has been invaluable. Good, Theron said. Her sentence can wait until we've extracted every useful piece of knowledge she possesses. After that, he trailed off, the decision left unspoken but understood. After that, Vera would die, either by execution or exile, so completed amounted to the same thing. I felt conflicted about it. She'd murder my father, try to kill my mate, corrupted wolves for decades. She deserved punishment. But she'd also been a rejected true mate, cast aside by pack politics that valued territory over bonds. In a different world, with different choices, she might have been an ally rather than an enemy. We're changing things, I said aloud, as much to remind myself as anyone else. Building something better, so that wolves like Vera don't spend lifetimes festering with bitterness. We are, Theron agreed softly, understanding my internal struggle through the bond. But we can't save the past. Only learn from it. Kira rose to leave, bowing to us both. I'll give you privacy. The scouts will wait for your decision on Shadowfang's proposal, Luna. After she departed, Theron finally released me long enough to circle the desk and settle into his chair. The one he dragged into my study after the third day of us working separately became unbearable. You know the pack is calling this room the Real Council Chamber, he observed, amusement in his voice. Because it is, I replied pragmatically. Half the actual governing happens here. The official council chamber is for posturing and politics. Luna Rowan, destroyer of traditional power structures, he said, laughing. My grandfather would be horrified. I, however, am thoroughly impressed. Your grandfather created the system that led to Vera's betrayal, I pointed out. I'd rather horrify his memory than repeat his mistakes. Agreed. His expression grew more serious. There's something I need to discuss with you. About succession. My heart skipped. Succession. The council is already pressuring about heirs, he explained. Traditional protocol says Luna's primary duty is producing the next alpha. Elder Marcus brought it up again this morning. Not subtly. I felt my wolf bristle at the implication that I was merely a breeding vessel. And what did you tell him? That my mate and I will plan our family on our own timeline, and the council's opinion on the matter is neither requested nor welcome. His eyes met mine steadily. But I want to know what you want, Rowan. Pups, eventually? Or would you rather focus on building the network and the pack? The question surprised me with its genuine openness. Most alphas would have simply expected heirs, demanded them even. Eventually, I said carefully. When we've stabilized things. When we've built something secure enough that our pups won't inherit the same chaos we're still cleaning up. Relief flooded through the bond. Good. That's exactly what I was hoping you'd say. You don't want pups immediately? I asked, surprised. I want pups with you, he corrected. When we're ready. When it's a choice, not an obligation. When we can raise them in the pack we're building rather than the one we inherited. He reached across the desk to take my hand. Everything about us has been unconventional. Why should this be different? The council will push, I warned. Let them. They'll learn quickly that we don't respond well to pressure. His smile turned wicked. Though we could always tell them we're trying very enthusiastically. Give them vivid details until they stop asking. I laughed, the tension breaking. You're terrible. You love it, he countered, and through the bond, I felt the question beneath the teasing, the uncertainty of a wolf who'd been alone for so long, asking if what we'd built was real. I do, I said softly, letting the truth of it flow through our connection. Love you, I mean. Not just the bond, not just the partnership, you. The stubborn alpha who writes terrible poetry and fights wars he can't physically win and chose an invisible girl because he saw what no one else did. Emotion flickered across his face, surprise, joy, fierce possessiveness. I love you too, he replied, his voice rough. The brilliant Luna who saved my life twice, built an intelligence network from ruins, and somehow makes even council meetings bearable just by existing. He stood, moving around the desk to pull me into his arms. We should probably make this official. We're mated, I pointed out. Bonded.
Claimed.
How much more official can we get? I mean, tell each other, acknowledge it publicly. Let the pack see that this isn't just political convenience anymore. He cupped my face gently. That their Alpha and Luna are genuinely, impossibly in love despite every reason they shouldn't be. A radical concept, I teased. True mates who actually love each other. Revolutionary, he agreed, kissing me thoroughly enough that my knees weakened. A deliberate cough from the doorway interrupted us, again. Beta Garrett stood there looking long-suffering. Apologies for the interruption, but Chancellor Webb requests Luna's presence in the records chamber. Something about documents Vera mentioned that need immediate review. I sighed, reluctantly extracting myself from Theron's embrace. Duty calls. Again. Always, Theron agreed. But tonight we're ours, I promised. No councils, no conspiracies, no crisis management. Just us. I'll hold you to that, he said, stealing one more kiss before releasing me. The records chamber proved to be a dusty, forgotten room in the keep's lowest level, filled with centuries of pack documentation. Chancellor Webb waited among the stacks, his thin face drawn with concern. Luna Rowan, thank you for coming quickly. He gestured to a table where several leather-bound volumes lay open. Vera mentioned these in her latest testimony. She says they contain evidence of corruption going back 50 years, long before her own involvement. I moved closer, studying the meticulous handwriting filling page after page. Financial records, trade agreements, marriage contracts, all annotated with notes in the margins indicating discrepancies, bribes, forced matings. Moon's mercy, I breathed. This is systemic. Not just Vera's conspiracy, but generations of corruption built into the pack structure itself. Exactly, Webb confirmed. Your father suspected this. He was building a case, gathering evidence, planning to present it to Alpha Theron when he had irrefutable proof. But he died before he could. I finished, anger rising. And Vera made sure his investigation died with him. Until you resurrect it, Webb said. Luna, if this information becomes public, it will shake the foundations of how Northern Territory packs have operated for decades. Good, I said firmly. Let it shake. Let wolves see that the old ways were corrupt and broken. Let them understand why we're building something new. I began organizing the volumes systematically. Make copies of everything. Cross-reference with Father's network intelligence. I want a complete picture of every corrupt deal, every forced mating, every bribe that propped up the system. That will take weeks, Webb protested. Months even. Then we start now, I replied. This is exactly why Father built his network, to protect wolves from the corruption of their own leadership. We're going to finish what he started. Webb bowed his head. As you command, Luna. I spent hours in that dusty chamber, piecing together the evidence my father had died collecting. Each page revealed another layer of systematic corruption. Alphas selling their daughters to secure trade routes, councils forcing matings to consolidate power, wolves cast aside when they became inconvenient to political machinations. Vera's betrayal was horrific, yes. But she'd been created by a system that valued power over persons, territory over true bonds, political convenience over genuine connection. We weren't just changing Nightshade. We were challenging centuries of tradition throughout the territories. As twilight approached, Theron found me still working, surrounded by stacks of evidence and growing fury. You're supposed to be taking a break, he observed, settling beside me. I'm supposed to be building a better pack, I corrected. I gestured to the documents. This is why. This is what we're fighting against. He scanned several pages, his expression darkening. Forced matings. Rejected true bonds. Daughters traded like property. His jaw clenched. We're burning this system to the ground. Yes, I agreed fiercely. And building something better from the ashes. A system where wolves like us, strategically mated but genuinely bonded, are celebrated rather than anomalies. Where true mate bonds are sacred, not inconvenient. Where Lunas are partners, not possessions, Theron added. Where alphas lead through merit rather than manipulation. Where pups inherit security rather than conspiracy, I continued. Our pups, he said softly, one hand settling over my still flat stomach. Eventually, when we've built them a world worth inheriting. Through the bond, I felt his vision matching mine, a future we'd create together, imperfect but infinitely better than what came before. Eventually, I agreed, covering his hand with mine. First, we finish this. Expose corruption, restructure the councils, rebuild the alliances. Make Nightshade strong enough that our reforms can't be undone. That's a decade's work at least, he observed. Good thing we have a lifetime, I replied, leaning into his embrace. And each other. And love, he added, pressing a kiss to my temple. Don't forget that. We have that too now. We do, I confirmed softly. Against all odds and expectations. The broken alpha and the invisible daughter, finding something real in an arranged mating. The most dangerous team in the Northern Territories, he corrected with a smile. Alpha and Luna, mate and partner, warrior and spy. Woe to any wolf who underestimates us. I laughed, the sound echoing through the dusty records chamber. They'll learn, just like Reed learned, just like Vera learned. They will, he agreed. Now come. You promised me tonight. No duty, no crisis, just us. I did promise that, I admitted, allowing him to pull me to my feet. And I keep my promises, Alpha. As do I, Luna, he replied. As do I. We left the records chamber hand in hand, climbing from the depths of the keep toward our chambers where privacy and partnership awaited. Behind us lay the evidence of past corruption. Ahead lay the future we'd build together. It wouldn't be easy. Reforming centuries of tradition never was. But we had something the corrupt old guard didn't. Genuine love, true partnership, and the absolute certainty that we were building something worthy. As we crossed the threshold into our sanctuary, Theron swept me into his arms. Our ritual now, this carrying over thresholds, this claiming of space is ours. I love you, he said simply. My mate, my Luna, my partner in revolution. I love you too, I replied. My Alpha, my mate, my home. The door closed behind us, sealing away the world and its expectations. And for tonight, at least, we were simply Rowan and Theron. Two wolves who'd found each other in impossible circumstances and built something extraordinary from broken pieces. Tomorrow, we'll continue fighting for change. Tonight, we'd simply be together.
And that was enough.
3 weeks of rebuilding, reforming, and falling deeper in love. Rowan and Theron aren't just mates anymore. They're partners building a revolution. From forced marriage to genuine love, from political strategy to true bond, they're proving that the best relationships are the ones that grow from unexpected foundations. Luna's network is rising. The Alpha's strength is returning, and together they're unstoppable. The future they're building? That's just beginning. Chapter 11. The Alpha Council. 6 months after the conspiracy's collapse, I stood beside Theron on a raised platform overlooking the great assembly hall, watching as alphas from every major pack in the Northern Territories filed in for the first united council meeting in over a decade. The tension was palpable, thick enough to taste even without wolf senses. These alphas had come expecting traditional politics, old guard negotiations where daughters were traded and territories divided with little regard for the wolves who actually lived on them. They were about to be severely disappointed. Nervous? Theron asked quietly, his hand finding mine beneath the table where our connection wouldn't be visible to the assembly. Terrified, I admitted through the bond. We're about to upend everything they believe about pack politics. Good, he replied, fierce satisfaction coloring his mental voice. Let them be uncomfortable. Change doesn't happen when everyone's comfortable. Below us, Alpha Marcus Ironwood of the Eastern Reaches entered with his usual swagger, his entourage larger than necessary, a show of strength meant to intimidate. He'd been one of the loudest opponents to our reforms, spreading rumors that Theron had grown weak, controlled by Luna's influence. He was about to learn exactly how wrong he was. Alpha Theron, Marcus called up with false joviality. And Luna Rowan, how gracious of you to include the little Luna in matters of state. Though perhaps this discussion would be better suited to experienced leaders. Murmurs rippled through the assembled alphas, some agreeing, others watching carefully to see how we'd respond to the obvious challenge. Theron's hand tightened on mine briefly, then he rose with the fluid authority that had marked his leadership even before he could shift again. Alpha Marcus, he replied, his voice carrying across the hall. I appreciate your concern about the experience. Which is why I've invited Luna Rowan, whose intelligence network prevented 3 border wars, exposed a conspiracy that reached into 6 territories, and whose strategic negotiations have strengthened every alliance Nightshade holds. If you find her presence inappropriate, you're welcome to leave." The silence that followed was absolute. Marcus's face reddened, but he subsided into his seat without further comment. Around him, other alphas who'd been preparing similar challenges reconsidered their approaches. "Now," Theron continued, gesturing for me to rise beside him, "we've called this council to discuss fundamental reforms to how our territories operate. Luna Rowan will present our proposals. I suggest you listen carefully." He settled back into his chair, the message clear. Luna spoke with his authority, and any who challenged her challenged him directly. I stepped forward, calling on every lesson Father had taught me about reading a room, commanding attention, presenting intelligence in ways that couldn't be dismissed. "Alphas of the Northern Territories," I began, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "For generations, our packs have operated under a system that prioritizes political convenience over individual welfare. We've forced matings to secure alliances, ignored true bonds in favor of strategic marriages, and treated wolves, particularly females, as assets to be traded rather than individuals with agency." I paused, meeting the eyes of alphas who'd built their power on exactly these practices. "This system has made us weak. Not strong, as we've told ourselves, but fundamentally unstable. Because power built on coercion and resentment inevitably collapses. As it nearly did in Nightshade 6 months ago." Alpha Cassandra Silvermoon of the Western Peak stood, her silver hair gleaming in the candlelight. Unlike Marcus, her expression showed genuine interest rather than dismissive superiority. "Luna Rowan, you speak of weakness, yet Nightshade has emerged from its crisis stronger than before. Some might argue that proves the system works. Challenges arise, strong leaders overcome them." "Strong leaders with Luna partners," I corrected pointedly. "Let me be clear, Alpha Cassandra. 6 months ago, I was an ignored daughter from a disgraced Beta family, forced into a political mating neither my alpha nor I wanted. By every measure of your traditional system, I should have been a convenient figurehead with no real power or purpose." I pulled out the documents we'd prepared, evidence, statistics, testimonials. Instead, because Alpha Theron chose to honor our bond as genuine partnership rather than political theater, we uncovered a conspiracy that had corrupted pack leadership for 50 years. We exposed traitors, prevented a war, and rebuilt our territory into something stronger than it's been in decades. I distributed copies of our proposal to the Alphas. "We're not asking permission to reform how Nightshade operates. We're already doing it. What we're proposing is that all Northern Territory packs adopt similar standards. That we collectively agree to honor true mate bonds, to end forced political matings, to treat Lunas as partners rather than possessions." "That's radical," Alpha Devon Stormchaser of the Northern Reaches said, though his tone suggested consideration rather than rejection. "You're talking about dismantling traditions that have governed pack politics for centuries." "I'm talking about replacing corrupt traditions with ethical ones," I replied firmly. "The evidence we've compiled shows that packs with genuine Luni-Alpha partnerships are more stable, more prosperous, and more resilient than those where Lunas are relegated to ceremonial roles." I gestured to the statistics Theron and I had spent months gathering. Nightshade's territory disputes have decreased by 60% since we implemented partnership governance. Our trade agreements are stronger. Our pack loyalty is higher. And we've accomplished this in 6 months. Imagine what we could achieve with territorial-wide reforms. "Pretty words," Alpha Marcus interjected sourly. "But you're asking us to give up control. To let our Lunas have equal say in matters they don't understand." Before I could respond, a new voice cut through the tension. Alpha Cassandra again, but with steel in her tone. "I've been Luna Cassandra for 30 years, Alpha Marcus. Made it to my true bond against council advice because my alpha had the wisdom to value genuine partnership over political maneuvering." She looked around the assembly. "Our pack has thrived because of it. Our borders are secure, Our wolves are loyal, and our territory has expanded through diplomacy rather than force. She turned to me with approval. Luna Rowan speaks the truth. The old system made us vulnerable to exactly the kind of corruption that nearly destroyed Nightshade. It's time we acknowledged that and built something better. I agree, Alpha Devon added. My own mating was political. My Luna and I have learned to work together, but we wasted years building a partnership that should have existed from the start. If we can spare other wolves that struggle, we should. More voices joined in, some supportive, some skeptical, but all engaged now in genuine debate rather than dismissive rejection. Theron let the discussion flow for nearly an hour, his presence a steady anchor while I fielded questions, clarified proposals, and systematically dismantled objections with evidence and logic. Finally, he rose again, calling for silence with pure alpha authority. We've heard concerns and support in equal measure, he observed. But let me be absolutely clear about Nightshade's position. We will honor true mate bonds within our territory. We will not participate in forced political matings. We will treat our Luna as an equal partner in governance. These are not negotiable positions. They are fundamental to how we operate. His gaze swept the assembly. What we're offering is an alliance with packs who adopt similar standards. Preferential trade agreements, intelligence sharing, mutual defense pacts, all contingent on agreeing to basic ethical governance. And those who don't agree, Alpha Marcus challenged, are free to operate as they choose within their own territories. Theron replied calmly. But they won't have Nightshade's support or resources. They won't have access to Luna Rowan's intelligence network. They won't benefit from the stability and prosperity that ethical governance creates. He moved to stand beside me, his hand settling on my shoulder in a gesture both possessive and proud. 6 months ago, I was a broken alpha unable to shift, vulnerable to assassination, leading a pack riddled with corruption. Today, I stand before you fully healed. Gasps rippled through the assembly. Few had known about his recovery. With a mate who saved my life multiple times, a territory more secure than it's been in decades, and a vision for how the Northern Territories could operate if we chose honor over exploitation. He looked at me, love and respect clear in his storm-gray eyes. My Luna taught me that strength isn't about control, it's about partnership. That power shared is power multiplied. That the bonds we choose to honor make us stronger than the ones we're forced to accept. Through our connection, I felt his absolute conviction, his fierce pride in what we'd built together. So decide, Theron continued, addressing the alphas again. Join us in building something better, or continue clinging to traditions that breed the kind of resentment and corruption that nearly destroyed my pack. But know this, the future belongs to wolves who adapt. And Nightshade is leading that adaptation whether you follow or not. The challenge hung in the air, backed by 6 months of proven results and the undeniable evidence that our methods worked. Alpha Cassandra stood first. Western Peaks formally agrees to adopt these standards. We'll honor true bonds and end force matings within our territory. Northern Reaches agrees as well. Alpha Devon added. The evidence speaks for itself. One by one, younger alphas, those who'd inherited territories rather than building them through old guard politics, voiced their support. Some enthusiastically, others cautiously, but all recognizing that the winds of change were blowing whether they resisted or not. Alpha Marcus held out longest, his face thunderous as he watched traditional power structures crumbling around him. And if Eastern Reaches refuses, he demanded finally, if we maintain our traditional governance, then you maintain it alone. I replied evenly. Without Nightshade's alliance, without access to our intelligence network, without the prosperity that comes from ethical governance. Your choice, Alpha Marcus. But choose knowing that every day you cling to corrupt traditions is another day your territory falls behind. For a long moment, he simply glared at me, this uppity Luna who dared challenge centuries of masculine authority. Then slowly he nodded. Eastern Reaches, we'll consider these proposals for implementation at a later date. It wasn't full agreement, but it was capitulation. An acknowledgement that even the most stubborn traditionalist could see which way the future was flowing. That's acceptable, Theron said diplomatically. We're not demanding instant transformation, just commitment to eventual reform and willingness to honor true bonds when they occur. He surveyed the assembly with satisfaction. This council is adjourned. Individual territories will work with Chancellor Webb to formalize agreements and implementation timelines. Luna Rowan's network will be available for consultation as territories restructure. As alphas began filing out, some excited, some thoughtful, some clearly resentful, Alpha Cassandra approached our platform. "Well done, Luna Rowan," she said warmly. "You reminded me why I fought for my own partnership 30 years ago. These territories need more wolves like you." "They need more wolves like you," I corrected. "Alphas willing to honor genuine bonds over political convenience. To lead by example rather than force." She smiled. "Perhaps. But an example only works if someone has the courage to set it first. You and Alpha Theron have done that. The rest of us are just following your trail." After she departed, Theron pulled me into his arms despite the remaining witnesses. "You are magnificent," he murmured. "Brilliant, strategic, unshakable. Everything an Alpha could want in a Luna." "We were magnificent," I corrected. "Partners, remember? I presented the strategy, but your authority made them listen." "Our authority," he insisted. "Luna and Alpha, equal in all ways that matter." Through the bond, I felt his absolute sincerity, the pride and love that had grown from strategic partnership into something far deeper than either of us had anticipated. "We're really doing this," I said softly, "changing how entire territories operate, building the pack my father dreamed of, that your grandfather should have created." "We are," Theron agreed. "One reform at a time. One honored bond at a time. One partnership proving that love and strategy aren't mutually exclusive." "Speaking of which," I said, pulling back slightly to meet his eyes. "There's something I need to tell you. Something that changes our timeline somewhat." Concern flickered through the bond. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong," I assured him quickly. "Actually, everything's surprisingly right. But we're going to need to adjust our plans about waiting for stability before starting a family." His eyes widened as understanding dawned. "You're pregnant," I confirmed, one hand settling over my stomach where new life was just beginning. "About 6 weeks along, the healer estimates." Apparently all that enthusiastic trying we joked about with the council was more effective than anticipated. For a moment, he simply stared at me, emotions cascading through the bond too quickly to identify individually. Then he lifted me off my feet, spinning me around despite our very public location. "We're having a pup," he said, voice rough with emotion. "An heir. A child born from genuine love rather than political obligation." "We are," I confirmed, laughing at his uncharacteristic display. "Though we should probably tell the council before they start pressuring us about heirs again." "Let them pressure," he replied, setting me down but keeping his arms firmly around me. "They'll learn soon enough. Our pup, the first Alpha airborne to genuinely bonded parents in living memory. Another precedent we're setting." "No pressure on the child, then," I said wryly. "Our child will have something neither of us did," Theron said seriously. "Parents who chose each other, who love each other, who will raise them in a pack built on honor rather than corruption." His hand covered mine over my stomach. "That's the greatest gift we could give." Through the bond, I felt his fierce protective instinct already extending to the life we'd created. The Alpha defended his family, the mate cherishing his bond, the wolf who'd learned that true strength came from partnership rather than domination. "Should we tell people now?" I asked. "Or wait until it's more certain?" "Now," he decided immediately. "Let everyone see that ethical governance works. That genuine bonds create genuine families. That the future we're building is already taking shape." He raised his voice, calling attention from the remaining Alphas and council members. "Before everyone departs, one more announcement. Luna Rowan and I are expecting our first pup." Stunned silence, then genuine celebration erupted. Even Alpha Marcus managed a grudging congratulations, recognizing that an heir secured Nightshade's future regardless of how that heir was conceived. Beta Garrett was the first to reach us, grinning broadly. Congratulations, Alpha Luna. Though I suppose this means you'll finally have to slow down with the constant crisis management. Absolutely not, I replied firmly. Pregnant Lunas can still run intelligence networks and negotiate treaties. I'm growing up, not suddenly becoming incompetent. There's my fierce mate, Theron said proudly, already defending our child's right to have an active, engaged mother rather than a decorative ornament. Well, that child is half mine, I pointed out. They're getting my father's strategic mind whether anyone likes it or not. And my stubborn determination, Theron added. Moon help us all, Garrett muttered. A pup with both your personalities. The territories aren't ready. Then the territories will learn to adapt, I said sweetly. Just like everyone else. As celebration continued around us, Theron pulled me aside to a quieter corner of the platform. Thank you, he said softly, his forehead resting against mine. For everything. For saving my life. For rebuilding my pack. For teaching me that strength and love aren't opposing forces. For giving me a family I never thought I'd have. Thank you, I replied, emotion tightening my throat. For choosing me when I was invisible. For seeing potential no one else recognized. For building partnership rather than domination. For loving me, not the political asset, but me. Always you, he promised. From that first moment I saw you helping that Omega, I knew you were different. Special. Exactly what I needed even if I didn't realize why yet. Fate, I suggested. The moon goddess knew what we needed before we did. Or luck, he countered. Incredibly good fortune that the strategic choice happened to also be the perfect choice. Does it matter? I asked. Strategy or fate, luck or destiny, we ended up here. Together. Building something extraordinary from impossible circumstances. No, he agreed, kissing me softly. It doesn't matter how we started. Only that we chose to build something real from it. Around us, the Great Hall gradually emptied as Alphas departed to begin implementing reforms in their own territories. The northern territories were changing, whether old guard traditionalists liked it or not. And at the center of that change stood Luna and Alpha Nightshade, mates, partners, revolutionaries proving that love and strategy could coexist, that honor and strength weren't opposing forces, that the future belonged to wolves brave enough to choose genuine bonds over political convenience. What now? I asked, surveying the empty hall that would fill again with visiting alphas, with councils and negotiations, with the endless work of building a better world. Now we go home, Theron decided. Take the evening off from revolution and reform. Spend time as just Rowan and Theron, expectant parents planning for a future we actually want rather than one we're obligated to accept. Just us, I agreed. No councils, no conspiracies, no crisis management. Just us, he confirmed, taking my hand. Come on, Luna. Let's go celebrate creating life in a world we're making worth living in. We left the Great Hall hand in hand, walking through corridors that had witnessed so much pain and betrayal, now slowly transforming into something better. Something hopeful. Behind us lay the evidence of change. Territories agreeing to reform, traditions being overturned, a future being built one honored bond at a time. Ahead lay our private chambers, where celebration awaited. And beyond that, months of pregnancy, a pup to welcome, decades of partnership still to build. The broken alpha and the invisible daughter had become something neither had anticipated. Genuine mates, true partners, revolutionaries changing their world simply by choosing to honor their bond. And that was just the beginning of their story. Chapter 12. Moonrise Celebration. 8 months later, I stood at the window of our chambers, one hand resting on my heavily swollen belly while I watched the pack gather in the courtyard below for the moonrise celebration, the first one held at Nightshade, Keep in over a decade. The festival marked the autumn equinox, traditionally a time when packs celebrated successful hunts, honored mate bonds, and welcomed new life. Theron had reinstated it as part of our broader reforms, transforming it from a mere formality into genuine celebration. "You should be resting," Theron said from behind me, his arms wrapping carefully around my expanded middle. "The healer said any day now." "The healer has been saying any day now for a week," I replied, leaning back against his chest. "And I'm not missing our first moonrise celebration just because our pup decided to be as stubborn as their parents." Through the bond, I felt his amusement, mixed with concern. At 8 months pregnant, I'd finally, reluctantly scaled back my direct involvement in intelligence operations, though I still reviewed reports and made strategic decisions daily. Much to the consternation of traditional council members who thought pregnancy should mean complete withdrawal from leadership. "Besides," I continued, "this celebration is important. It's the first time all the reformed territories are gathering together. A show of unity and progress. It's also cold outside, and you've been on your feet too much today," Theron countered, "even the protective Alpha. Compromise. We make an appearance. You give the opening blessing as Luna, then I'm bringing you back here to rest." "Deal." I agreed, recognizing when to pick my battles. Below, the courtyard had been transformed. Bonfire pits blazed with warmth and light, tables groaned under feast preparations, and wolves from multiple territories mingled freely, something that would have been unthinkable a year ago when territorial tensions ran high. Kira appeared at our door, dressed in ceremonial leathers marked with the scout insignia I designed for Father's reformed network. "Luna, Alpha, the territories are assembled." Alpha Cassandra arrived with her pack an hour ago, and even Alpha Marcus made an appearance, though he's maintaining his usual distance. "Progress," I said dryly. 6 months ago, he wouldn't have come at all. Now, he's just sulking in the corner. "The Eastern Reaches have implemented partial reforms," Theron observed. "Slowly, grudgingly, but moving forward nonetheless. Marcus knows the old ways are dying, even if he hates admitting it." Kira grinned. "The younger wolves in his pack are already pushing for full adoption of our standards. Give it another year, and he'll have no choice but to complete the transition." "That's the goal," I replied. "Change doesn't happen overnight. But consistent pressure, proven results, and the next generation demanding better. That creates lasting transformation." A sharp pain lanced through my abdomen, making me gasp and grip Theron's arm. "Rowan." Immediate alarm flooded through the bond. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I managed, breathing through the contraction. "Just the pup reminding me they're ready to make an entrance." "But not yet." I addressed my stomach firmly. "You're waiting until after the celebration. We've been planning this for months." Theron looked torn between insisting I rest and knowing I'd ignore him. "At least let me carry you down to the courtyard." "I can walk," I protested. "I know you can," he said patiently. "But humor your mates need to feel useful, while his heavily pregnant Luna insists on attending a festival against all reasonable advice." I couldn't argue with that logic, and truthfully my back was aching and my feet were swollen despite the healer's remedies. "Fine," I conceded, "but make it look dignified. I'm still the Luna who negotiates treaties and runs intelligence networks. I don't want to appear weak." "Nothing about you has ever been weak," Theron said firmly, sweeping me into his arms with practiced ease. "And anyone who mistakes pregnancy for weakness hasn't met you." He carried me through the corridors while Kira walked ahead, clearing the path. Wolves we passed bowed respectfully, their faces showing genuine warmth rather than the fearful deference that had marked Vera's regime. Pride filled me, not just for what Theron and I had built, but for the pack itself. For wolves who'd survived betrayal and corruption, who'd embraced reform rather than clinging to comfortable tradition, who'd proven that change was possible even after decades of systemic problems. As we emerged into the courtyard, a cheer rose from the assembled wolves. Not just Nightshade, but representatives from all the territories that had adopted our reforms: Western Peaks, Northern Reaches, Southern Vale, and even a small delegation from Eastern Reaches. Theron set me down gently on the raised platform where we'd address the gathering, his hand remaining supportively at my back. "Wolves of the Northern Territories," I called, my voice carrying across the courtyard with alpha-trained projection. Welcome to Nightshade Keep's Moonrise celebration, the first in a decade, and the first ever to celebrate not just traditional bonds, but genuine reformation. Applause and howls greeted my words. A year ago, Nightshade was broken. I continued. Riddled with conspiracy, weakened by corruption, our alpha unable to shift, and our pack vulnerable to enemies both external and internal. Traditional wisdom said we were finished, that a wolfless alpha and an inexperienced Luna could never lead effectively. I paused, letting the contrast sink in. Today, Nightshade is the strongest territory in the north. Our borders are secure, our alliances are solid, and our reforms have spread to 6 neighboring packs. We've proven that honoring genuine bonds creates strength, that partnership governance works, that wolves choosing their own paths are more loyal than those forced into service. More cheers, louder now. Tonight, we celebrate those reforms, I said. We honor the true mate bonds that have formed. I gestured to several couples who'd found each other in the wake of our ending force matings. We welcome new life. My hand settled on my stomach, earning knowing smiles from the crowd. And we recommit to building a future where every wolf has agency, every bond is honored, and every voice matters. Theron stepped forward, his presence commanding even without his wolf. Though I knew his ability to shift had fully returned months ago, another sign of healing both physical and psychological. My grandfather built Nightshade into a powerful territory, he said, his voice carrying the weight of alpha authority. But he built it on foundations that were always crumbling, forced bonds, political marriages, wolves cast aside when they became inconvenient. That power was hollow, vulnerable to exactly the kind of betrayal that nearly destroyed us. He moved to stand beside me, his hand finding mine in clear view of everyone. My mate taught me a different kind of strength, the strength of partnership over domination, of honor over exploitation, of genuine connection over political convenience. And that strength has made Nightshade truly powerful, not through fear or force, but through loyalty earned and trust given freely. His storm-gray eyes swept the assembly. So tonight, we don't just celebrate tradition. We celebrate transformation. We honor wolves who had the courage to demand better, who chose genuine bonds over political advantage, who proved that love and strategy aren't opposing forces. He raised his voice, letting it carry to the very edges of the gathering. Let the moonrise celebration begin. The crowd erupted in howls and cheers as musicians began playing, as feast tables were opened, as the formality of ceremony gave way to genuine festival. Theron guided me to a chair he'd positioned at the edge of the platform, elevated enough to maintain dignity, but allowing me to rest without fully withdrawing. Satisfied? He asked, amusement coloring his tone. For now, I replied, accepting the plate of food he brought me, though I reserve the right to participate more actively if anything interesting happens. The only thing that's going to happen is you're going to rest, eat, and watch our pack celebrate the world we've built, he said firmly. Healer's orders, Luna's mate's insistence, and common sense all agree. Through the bond, I felt his determination, and beneath it, the anxiety he was trying to hide. First-time father nerves, combined with alpha protectiveness and mate possessiveness, all focused on keeping me and our unborn pup safe. I'm fine, I assured him softly, squeezing his hand. Strong enough to survive assassins and conspiracies. Pregnancy isn't going to take me down. I know, he said. Doesn't stop me from worrying. Below us, the celebration unfolded with genuine joy. Young wolves who'd never experienced the Moonrise Festival before explored with wide-eyed wonder. Mated pairs danced together, their bonds visible in synchronized movements. Children, the pack's future, played games that would have been forbidden under Vera's strict regime. Alpha Cassandra approached the platform with her mate, both smiling warmly. Luna Rowan Alpha Theron, she greeted with respect rather than the formal bow that would have been required under old protocols. Thank you for hosting. Western Peaks hasn't seen this kind of unified celebration in decades. Thank you for coming, I replied, and for being among the first to support our reforms. Your example made it easier for other territories to follow. Your example made it necessary, she corrected. You proved that the old ways were bankrupt. We just had the sense to recognize it. Her gaze dropped to my belly, and I see Nightshade's future is well underway. Any day now, apparently, I said wryly, though our pup seems determined to wait for the most dramatic moment possible. Strong wolf instincts already, Cassandra's maid observed with a laugh. Knows how to make an entrance. They moved on to mingle with other alphas, leaving Theron and me to observe the celebration we'd worked so hard to make possible. Do you ever regret it? Asked suddenly. The politics, the reforms, the constant battles against tradition? We could have just ruled quietly. Maintain the status quo. Never, Theron said immediately. Not for a single moment. You gave me purpose beyond survival. Showed me that leadership isn't about maintaining power, but about using it for something worthy. He looked at me with absolute sincerity. You gave me everything, Rowan. Love, partnership, hope for a future I'd stopped believing was possible. Why would I regret building something that honors what we have? Emotion tightened my throat. Even after months of genuine partnership, his words still had the power to overwhelm me. I love you, I said simply. My alpha, my mate, my revolutionary partner in the complete disruption of centuries of tradition. I love you too, he replied, leaning in to kiss me softly. My Luna, my heart, my brilliant strategist who saves my life and my pack with equal efficiency. Another contraction hit, stronger this time, making me grip his hand hard enough that his eyes widened. Rowan, I'm fine. I managed, though the pain suggested otherwise. Just might need to rest sooner than planned. We're going to the healing chambers, Theron decided immediately.
Now.
But the celebration will continue without us, he interrupted, already signaling to Beta Garrett. Our pack can celebrate while their Luna brings the next generation into the world. He swept me into his arms again despite my protests, carrying me toward the keep's healing wing while Garrett took over managing the festival. This wasn't how tonight was supposed to go, I said, another contraction making me gasp. Nothing about us has gone according to plan, Theron pointed out, moving swiftly through corridors. Why should our pup's arrival be any different? The healer met us at the healing chambers, her experienced eyes assessing my condition with a single glance. It's time, she confirmed. Labor's progressing quickly. This pup is definitely ready to make their entrance. What followed was hours of pain, effort, and Theron's steady presence through every moment. He held my hand, wiped my forehead, projected calm through the bond even when I could feel his anxiety underneath. You're doing perfectly, he murmured during a particularly difficult contraction. Strong as always. Brave as always. Everything I knew you would be. Easy for you to say, I gasped. You're not, pushing a pup out. If I could take this from you, I would, he said seriously, in a heartbeat. Can't, that's not how biology works, I managed between pants. Unfortunately, he agreed, pressing a kiss to my sweat-dampened forehead. Through the pain and exhaustion, I felt the bond between us, stronger than ever, tested by the crisis and now by the profound vulnerability of bringing new life into the world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the healer announced, One more push, Luna. Your pup is almost here. I bore down with everything I had left, feeling Theron's strength flowing through our bond, supporting me even when my own was depleted. And then, a cry. High and indignant, the sound of new life protesting its sudden entry into the world. A daughter, the healer announced, placing the squirming, perfect bundle on my chest. Healthy and strong, with an impressive set of lungs. I stared down at the tiny wolf, our daughter, with wonder that transcended words. She had Theron's dark hair and my green eyes, a perfect blend of both parents. Hello, little one, I whispered, tears streaming down my face. Welcome to the world we built for you. Theron's hand shook as he touched our daughter's tiny fist, his emotions cascading through the bond, love, awe, fierce protectiveness, wonder at the miracle we'd created. She's perfect, he said, his voice rough with emotion. Absolutely perfect. Our daughter opened her eyes, wolf bright already, showing the strength of her bloodline, and looked between us, as though assessing her new parents. Then she yawned, apparently unimpressed, and snuggled against my chest seeking warmth. Strong-willed already, the healer observed with amusement. She'll be a handful. She's ours, I said, unable to look away from the tiny life we'd created. That's all that matters. From outside the healing chambers, we could hear the celebration continuing, wolves howling in joy as word spread that the next generation of Nightshade leadership had arrived. They're celebrating, Theron said softly. Our pack, welcoming their future alpha. Or Luna, I corrected. We don't know yet which path she'll choose. Whichever she chooses, she'll be extraordinary, Theron said with absolute conviction. How could she be anything else? With you as her mother? And you as her father, I replied, teaching her that strength and compassion aren't opposing forces. That leadership means service, not domination. Our daughter made a small sound, not quite a cry, more like a demand for attention. She definitely inherited your imperious nature, I teased. My imperious nature? Theron protested. You're the one who reorganized an entire intelligence network while 8 months pregnant. Fair point, I conceded. She's getting both our stubborn determination. The territories aren't ready for her. The territories will learn to adapt, Theron said, echoing my earlier words, just like they adapted to us. He settled carefully beside me on the healing bed, one arm around my shoulders while we both gazed at our daughter. What should we name her? He asked softly. I thought of my father, of his legacy that had saved us both, of my mother, whose dying gift had led me to information that changed everything, of all the wolves who'd fought and sacrificed to build the pack our daughter would inherit. Lyra, I said finally, after my mother. Lyra Nightshade. Lyra, Theron repeated, testing the name. It's perfect. Strong, musical, unique. He pressed a kiss to our daughter's dark hair. Hello, Lyra. Welcome home. As if in response, Lyra gripped her father's finger with surprising strength, her tiny hand holding on with determination that made us both laugh. Definitely stubborn, the healer confirmed. She'll keep you both busy. Good, I said, exhaustion finally catching up with me. We've never been ones for quiet, peaceful lives anyway. Through the windows, we could see the moon rising full and bright, perfect timing for a pup born during moonrise celebration. Our daughter, Theron said wonderingly, born into a pack we rebuilt, a territory we reformed, a world we're still changing. The first pup of genuinely bonded parents to be born at Nightshade in living memory, I added. No pressure on her at all. She'll be fine, Theron said confidently. She has us. She has a pack that will love and protect her. She has a future we fought to make possible. Lyra yawned again, apparently exhausted by the effort of being born, and settled into sleep against my chest. Perfect timing, the healer observed. Now you both should rest. Tomorrow, the pack will want to meet their future leader. Tonight, just be parents. As she left to give us privacy, Theron carefully arranged us both, me, exhausted but content, Lyra sleeping peacefully, and himself curled protectively around both his mate and daughter. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. For saving me. For loving me. For giving me this. He gestured to encompass our daughter, our bond, the life we'd built, when I'd given up believing I deserved anything beyond survival. You gave me the same, I replied softly. Saw me when I was invisible. Valued me when I thought I was worthless. Built partnership when I expected only obligation. Through the bond, I felt our connection, deeper now, strengthened by the life we'd created together, the challenges we'd overcome, the love we'd built from unlikely foundations. We did good, I murmured, sleep pulling at me despite my attempts to stay awake. We did extraordinary, Theron corrected. Changed territories, reformed traditions, built something worthy. And now we have proof, he touched Lyra's tiny hand, that what we built will continue beyond us. Outside, the moonrise celebration continued, wolves howling their joy at Luna's successful delivery. Inside our chambers, 3 wolves, Alpha, Luna, and Pup, rested in the peace they'd fought so hard to achieve. Not a perfect ending, because our story was far from over, but a perfect moment in an imperfect world, carved out by 2 wolves who'd refused to accept the limitations others tried to impose. The broken Alpha and the invisible daughter had become parents, and their daughter would inherit a world transformed. Chapter 13. The Price of Reform. 3 years after Lyra's birth, I stood in the war room, formerly the records chamber, where I'd first discovered the depth of pack corruption, staring at intelligence reports that threatened everything we'd built. How many territories? I asked Kira, though I'd already counted them twice. 4 confirmed, 2 suspected. She replied grimly. All territories that refused our reforms 3 years ago. They've formed an alliance, calling themselves the Traditional Council, and they're preparing to challenge Nightshade's authority. I studied the map where red markers indicated hostile territories, their positions forming a crescent around our borders. Alpha Marcus of Eastern Reaches led them, his resentment of our reforms finally crystallizing into organized opposition. They're not just challenging our authority, I said, tracing supply routes and troop movements. They're preparing for war. Luna. Lyra's voice carried from the doorway, followed by the sound of small feet running. Our 3-year-old daughter burst into the room, her dark hair wild and green eyes bright with mischief. Papa says you promised to watch me shift today. I crouched to her level, pushing aside thoughts of impending conflict to focus on my daughter. I did promise, but that was before. Before the bad wolves started causing trouble, Lyra finished matter-of-factly. At 3, she already understood more about pack politics than most adult wolves, a consequence of being raised by parents who refused to shield her from reality. Papa told me. He said you're busy keeping us safe. Pride and concern warred in my chest. She was so young to understand danger, yet growing up during Reformation meant she'd never known the false security of ignorance. I confirmed. But I'm never too busy for you. Let's go find Papa, and we'll all watch you shift together. We found Theron in the training yard, working with a group of young warriors on defensive formations. Even after 3 years of being able to shift freely, he still maintained his combat training in human form, a reminder that strength came in many forms. He saw us approaching and immediately dismissed his students, moving to sweep Lyra into his arms despite her protests that she was too big to be carried. Our fierce little wolf wants to show off her shifting skills. I informed him. Does she now? Theron grinned at our daughter, who'd inherited his stubborn determination and my strategic mind, a combination that meant she was constantly testing boundaries. Think you're ready? I've been ready forever, Lyra insisted. I'm 3 whole years old. That's very old. Ancient, Theron agreed solemnly, though his eyes met mine with shared amusement. Very well. Show us what you've learned. Most wolf pups didn't shift successfully until age 4 or 5, but Lyra had been practicing for months with the single-minded focus she brought to everything. She concentrated, her small face scrunching with effort. For a moment, nothing happened. Then her form began to shimmer, bones beginning to reshape. A commotion at the training yard entrance interrupted. Beta Garrett rushed in, his expression grave. Alpha, Luna, urgent news from the eastern border. Traditional Council forces have crossed into our territory. They're not raiding. This is a full military advance. The world seemed to stop. Theron set Lyra down gently, his entire demeanor shifting from playful father to battle-ready alpha in an instant. How many? At least 300, possibly more. They're moving in formation, coordinated. This isn't a spontaneous attack. It's a planned invasion. Through the bond, I felt Theron's cold fury, his protective instincts roaring to life. Not just for me, but for Lyra, for our pack, for everything we'd built that was now under direct threat. Summon the War Council, he commanded. Full mobilization. I want every warrior ready to march within the hour. Garrett departed immediately to execute orders. Lyra looked between us, her shifting attempt abandoned, young face showing understanding beyond her years. The bad wolves are coming here? They're trying to, I said, kneeling to her level again. But Papa and I won't let them hurt our pack. Can I help fight? She asked seriously. Despite the crisis, Theron and I both had to suppress smiles at her fierce determination. Your job is to stay safe, Theron told her firmly. Let the grown wolves handle the fighting. When you're older, we'll teach you everything you need to know about protecting our pack. But right now I have to hide like a pup, Lyra finished, disappointment clear in her voice. I know, but I don't like it. Neither do we, I assured her. But keeping you safe is the most important job we have. I signaled to one of the Omega caretakers who'd been watching from a distance. Take Lyra to the secure chambers. Keep her there until one of us comes for her personally. No, Lyra protested, clinging to my legs. I want to stay with you and Papa. I know, little wolf, I said softly, gently extracting her grip. But we need you somewhere safe, so we can focus on protecting everyone. Can you be brave for us? Lyra's lower lip trembled, but she nodded, inheriting our stubborn pride that refused to show weakness even at 3 years old. I'll be brave, but you have to promise to come back. We promise, Theron said, though we both knew it was a promise we might not be able to keep. Now go with Rosa. We'll see soon. As our daughter was led away, looking back over her shoulder with eyes too old for her young face, I felt something crack in my chest. The fear every parent knows. What if we can't protect her? Focus, Theron said quietly, reading my emotions through the bond. We can't afford distraction right now. He was right. I forced my maternal terror down, letting Luna, the strategist, the spy master, rise to the surface. War Council, I said, already moving toward the keep. We need current intelligence on their formations, supply lines, and probable objectives. The war room filled quickly with our most trusted advisors. Beta Garrett, Kira representing the intelligence network, Chancellor Webb with documentation, and representatives from the territories that had allied with our reforms. Alpha Cassandra arrived within the hour, her warriors already mobilizing to support us. Western Peaks stands with Nightshade, she declared. Marcus has overstepped. This aggression won't stand. Alpha Devon of Northern Reaches sent word he was 2 days out with reinforcements. Others were mobilizing, but the traditional council had timed their attack well, striking before our full alliance could assemble. They're counting on overwhelming us quickly, I said, studying troop positions on the map. Before our allies can arrive in force. Classic strategy, eliminate the reform movement center, and the whole structure collapses. They're underestimating us, Theron observed, assuming that because we advocate for bonds and partnership, we're somehow soft. Weak. They're going to learn otherwise, Garrett said grimly. We've been training for this possibility since the reforms began. Our warriors are ready. It's not just about being ready to fight, I said, mind racing through possibilities. It's about winning decisively enough that other traditionalist territories think twice about following Marcus's example. I pointed to the map. They're advancing here, through the eastern forest. Difficult terrain, but it provides cover from aerial reconnaissance. They're probably planning to hit our border settlements first, establish forward positions, then push toward the keep. Standard siege tactics, Theron agreed. But they're forgetting we know this territory better than they do. And we have advantages they don't expect. He looked at me meaningfully. The intelligence network. Father's legacy, now expanded and refined over 3 years, with scouts and informants throughout the territories. How deep is your coverage in the traditional council territories? Theron asked. Deep enough, I replied, pulling out sealed documents. I've been monitoring them since they started making noise about an alliance. I know their supply routes, their communication methods, their internal disputes. I spread the intelligence across the table. Marcus is leading this coalition, but he's not unified. 2 of the territories joined reluctantly, pressured by political maneuvering rather than genuine conviction. And their forces are spread thin. They're counting on quick victory because they can't sustain a prolonged campaign. So, we deny them that quick victory, Theron said, seeing where I was going. Draw them into extended engagement. exploit the fractures in their alliance, make this costly enough that the reluctant territories reconsider their participation. Exactly, I confirmed. We don't just win the battle. We shatter their coalition so completely that traditionalist resistance dies with it. That's ambitious, Alpha Cassandra observed. And risky. If it fails, we're no worse off than fighting conventionally, I interrupted. But if it succeeds, we end the threat permanently. No more challenges to reform. No more territories clinging to corrupt traditions because they think they can wait us out. I met Theron's eyes across the map, our bond humming with shared understanding. This was what we'd built, partnership that allowed us to think as one tactical mind while maintaining individual strengths. You want to use the network offensively, he said. I want to turn their invasion into their destruction. I corrected. Use their own momentum against them. Make them defeat themselves while we defend strategically. Kira leaned forward, interest clear in her expression. What do you need from the network? Everything, I replied. I need scouts disrupting their supply lines. I need informants spreading discord among the reluctant allies. I need intelligence on their commanders' movements precisely enough that we can target leadership specifically. I paused. And I need it done in ways that look like their own incompetence rather than our interference. Psychological warfare, Garrett said approvingly. Undermine their confidence while maintaining our defensive strength. Exactly. Let them break themselves against our borders while wondering why everything's going wrong. I looked around the table. Can we do it? We can, Kira confirmed. The network's been preparing for exactly this scenario. We have assets in place. Communication channels established. Give the word, and we activate full offensive operations. Consider the word given, I said. Theron stood, his alpha authority filling the room. Here's what we're going to do. Beta Garrett, you'll command our defensive positions along the eastern border. Make them fight for every inch of territory. Bleed them, slow them, but don't overextend. We're defending, not conquering. He turned to Alpha Cassandra. Your forces will hold our southern flank. If the traditional council tries to split their attack, we need you positioned to prevent encirclement. Understood, she replied. Chancellor Webb, Theron continued, I need you coordinating with our allied territories. Keep them informed, maintain supply lines, ensure everyone knows this isn't just Nightshade's fight, it's a defense of reform itself. Consider it done, Alpha. And Rowan, Theron looked at me, love and trust clear through our bond despite the formal setting. You have full authority over intelligence operations. The network is yours to deploy as you see fit. Break them from within while we hold them at the borders. What about you? I asked, though I already knew the answer. I'm leading our warriors personally, he said. I won't ask wolves to fight for reforms. I'm not willing to die defending. Fear spiked through me. The mate's terror at her partner riding into danger. But I pushed it down, channeling the Luna, who'd learned to separate personal feelings from strategic necessity. Then we coordinate constantly, I said firmly. Your tactical awareness combined with my intelligence updates. Real-time adaptation to changing circumstances. Partners, he agreed. In war as in everything else. The war council dispersed, each member moving to execute their assigned roles. Within the hour, Nightshade kept transformed into a military command center, warriors mobilizing, supplies being distributed, defenses being reinforced. I returned to my intelligence network's headquarters. The former records chamber now expanded into a complex operations center with maps, communication systems, and detailed files on every territory in the north. Scouts reported constantly, updating troop movements and gathering intelligence. I coordinated responses, directing network assets like pieces on a game board, each move calculated for maximum impact with minimum exposure. Luna, one of my senior scouts, reported. The traditional council supply convoy is moving through the northern pass. Lightly guarded, they're confident we don't know their routes. They're wrong, I replied, marking the position. Send Team 3 to intercept. Make it look like bandits, not military action. Steal enough supplies to cause problems, but leave enough that it's not immediately obvious it was targeted sabotage. Understood. Another scout approached. Intelligence suggests Commander Bryn of the East March territory is wavering. He joined the coalition under pressure, but his pack is unhappy about the war. Good, I said, already drafting a message. Have our contact in East March deliver this to Commander Bryn's mate. She's his advisor. If we can convince her this war is foolish, she'll influence him to withdraw. Hour by hour, I worked to undermine the traditional council's invasion from within. Not through direct confrontation, but through the subtle manipulation Father had taught me, exploiting weaknesses, amplifying existing tensions, making enemies defeat themselves. Through the bond, I felt Theron at the eastern border, his battle awareness sharp as he commanded defensive positions. The traditional council had reached our territory and was testing our lines, probing for weaknesses. They wouldn't find any, but neither would this be a quick resolution. This was going to be a long, grinding conflict that would test everything we'd built over the past 3 years. As night fell, I stood at the window of my operations center, staring out at the forest where my mate and our warriors fought to defend our reforms. Somewhere in the secure chambers, Lyra slept, protected by guards and wards, unaware that her parents were fighting a war to preserve the world they'd built for her. Stay safe, I projected through the bond to Theron. Come back to me.
To us.
Always, his consciousness replied, warm despite the distance and danger. We're building something worth fighting for. Worth dying for, if necessary. Don't you dare die, I shot back fiercely. Lyra needs her father. I need my mate. This pack needs its alpha. Then I'll live, he promised. For you. For her. For all of us. I touched the wolf charm at my throat. Father's legacy that had started everything. 3 years ago, I'd been an invisible daughter forced into an unwanted mating. Now I was Luna, spymaster, mother, revolutionary, fighting to preserve reforms that threatened centuries of tradition. The traditional council thought they could break us through force. They were about to learn that Nightshade's strength came from something deeper than military might. It came from genuine bonds, honored partnerships, wolves fighting for a future they'd chosen rather than one forced upon them. And that kind of strength was unbreakable. Luna. Kira interrupted my thoughts. New intelligence. The traditional council's war camp has internal disputes breaking out. Exactly as you predicted. Good, I said, turning back to my maps and plans. Let's make sure those disputes become fractures. Then cracks. Then complete collapse. The war wasn't over. It had barely begun. But we would win. Because we had to. For Lyra. For our pack. For every wolf who deserved to choose their own path, rather than having it dictated by corrupt tradition. The broken Alpha and the invisible daughter had built something extraordinary. And they would defend it with everything they had. 3 years of peace, shattered by those who refused to let go of the old ways. Rowan and Theron faced their greatest challenge yet, not just defending their territory, but defending the very idea that wolves deserve choice, that bonds matter more than politics, that love and strategy can coexist. Their daughter's future hangs in the balance. The reforms they fought for are under direct attack. And this time, winning won't be enough. They need to win so decisively that no one ever challenges their vision again. Are you ready for the final battle? Chapter 14. The Breaking Point. 2 weeks into the conflict, I stood over a map splattered with red markers indicating traditional council positions, exhaustion making my vision blur despite the strong tea one of my scouts had brought me. Luna, you need to rest, Kira said quietly. You haven't slept in 36 hours. Neither have our warriors at the border, I replied, though I knew she was right. Through the bond, I could feel Theron's own exhaustion, days of constant vigilance, leading defensive operations that had successfully stalled the traditional council's advance, but at significant cost. 15 of our warriors were dead, 32 injured. The enemy had lost 3 times as many, but their numbers advantage meant they could absorb losses better than we could. Update, I commanded, forcing focus through the fatigue. Kira consulted her reports. The supply disruptions are working. Traditional council forces are running low on provisions, and their internal disputes are intensifying. Commander Bryn of East March is openly questioning Alpha Marcus's leadership. 2 other territories are wavering. Not enough, I said grimly. They're still advancing, just slower than anticipated. And our allies. Alpha Devon's reinforcements arrived this morning, she interrupted. Another 100 warriors. Alpha Cassandra's forces have successfully held the southern flank, preventing encirclement. We're holding Luna. Barely, but holding. Through the bond, a spike of alarm from Theron made me gasp, my hand clutching the table edge for support. What's wrong? I demanded. Nothing I can't handle, he replied, but I felt the lie through our connection. The Traditional Council just committed their reserve forces. Heavy push on our eastern defensive line. We're going to be engaged for several hours. I'm sending. No, he interrupted firmly. Keep the reserves here, at the keep. If they break through, we need final defenses ready. Trust me, Rowan. I can hold this line. I wanted to argue, wanted to send every available warrior to support him. But he was right, committing our reserves would leave them vulnerable if something went wrong. Be careful, I sent, hating how helpless I felt. I love you. I love you too, his warmth flooded through the bond. Now let me focus on keeping our warriors alive. The connection faded as he threw himself fully into battle, and I was left staring at the map, knowing my mate was fighting for his life, while I could only coordinate from afar. Luna? Kira's concerned voice broke through my spiraling thoughts. What's happening? Major engagement at the eastern line, I said, forcing my voice steady. Theron's leading the defense personally. We need to. A commotion outside the operations center interrupted me. Shouting, running feet, alarm and voices that suggested a crisis. Beta Garrett burst through the door, his face grim. Luna, we have a problem. A group of Traditional Council wolves infiltrated our territory. They're not heading for the border engagement, they're heading here, toward the keep. My blood turned to ice. How many? 20, maybe 30. Elite forces, moving fast and deliberately. Luna, he hesitated, clearly not wanting to voice the terrible truth. They're heading directly for the secure chambers. They know where Lyra is. The world tilted. They weren't just trying to defeat us militarily. They were targeting our daughter, trying to eliminate the next generation of reform leadership, or worse, take her hostage to force our surrender. Every maternal instinct screamed at me to run to Lyra immediately. But Luna, the strategist, knew that panic would get us all killed. How did they get past our patrols? I demanded, mind already racing through defensive options. Someone gave them intelligence, Garrett said grimly. Someone inside the keep. We have a traitor. Of course they did. The Traditional Council wouldn't have risked such a precise strike without inside information. Someone had betrayed us, sold out our daughter's location for what? Promises of power if the old guard won? Coin? Ideology? It didn't matter. What mattered was stopping them. Secure the keep, I ordered, already moving. Full lockdown. I want every warrior not at the border defending the secure chambers. And find that traitor. I want them alive for questioning. I ran through corridors I knew intimately, Kira, and a squad of my personal guard following close behind. Through the bond, I felt Theron's sudden surge of alarm as he sensed my terror. Rowan? What's wrong? Infiltrators targeting Lyra, I sent back. I'm handling it. Focus on your battle. I won't let them reach her. I'm coming back. No. I interrupted fiercely. If you abandon the eastern line, they'll break through, and everything we've fought for collapses. Trust me, Theron. I can protect our daughter. His reluctance bled through the bond, every alpha instinct demanding he protect his mate and pup personally. But he was also a tactician who knew I was right. We couldn't abandon our defensive positions, couldn't let the enemy win through distraction. To keep her safe, he finally sent, both of you, come back to me. We will, I promised, hoping I could keep it. I reached the secure chambers to find them already under assault. The infiltrators had moved faster than anticipated, already engaged with our guards in brutal close-quarters combat. My wolf surged forward, demanding to shift, to fight, to kill anything that threatened our pup. I let her come, bones breaking and reforming as russet fur erupted across my skin. I hit the nearest infiltrator like a fury. My smaller wolf formed faster, if not stronger, teeth finding his throat before he could react. Hot blood filled my mouth as he went down, and I was already moving to the next threat. Kira's larger gray wolf flanked me, taking down an enemy who'd tried to circle behind. My guards fought with desperate intensity, knowing they defended not just their Luna, but the pack's future. Through the chaos, I heard Lyra's terrified crying from inside the secure chamber, the sound cutting through me like silver, making my wolf howl with protective rage.
Mama.
Her voice, so young and frightened, reached through the door. Mama, I'm scared. Stay inside. Little wolf, I sent through the bond that was just beginning to form between mother and daughter. Mama's coming. I fought my way to the chamber door, where 3 infiltrators had somehow gotten past our initial defenses and were working to break through the reinforced wood. One turned as I approached, his wolf massive and battle-scarred. Alpha bloodlines, experienced warrior, someone who'd killed before and wouldn't hesitate to kill a 3-year-old if it served his purpose. He lunged and I dodged, using my smaller size to slip under his attack. My claws raked across his belly, drawing blood, but not stopping his momentum. He crashed into me, pinning me against the wall with crushing force. Mama! Lyra's scream from inside pierced everything. Rage, pure, maternal, absolutely feral, exploded through me. My wolf, who'd been trained for intelligence gathering rather than combat, suddenly didn't care about technique or strategy, only about destroying the threat to our pup. I twisted, accepting injury to gain leverage, and managed to sink my teeth into the infiltrator's throat. He thrashed, trying to throw me off, his claws tearing into my side and shoulder. Pain bloomed bright and immediate, but I didn't let go, couldn't let go. Not when Lyra was right behind this door, and this wolf wanted to hurt her. His struggles weakened. Blood flowed hot and thick, choking and metallic. Finally, he went limp, collapsing in a heap. I shifted back to human form, gasping, bleeding from multiple wounds, but alive. The other 2 infiltrators by the door were down, taken out by my guards. Luna. One of the guards tossed me a cloak to cover my nakedness. You're hurt. I'm fine. I lied, though blood was flowing freely from the gashes in my side and shoulder. Lyra. I wrenched open the chamber door, finding my daughter huddled in the corner, tears streaming down her face, but physically unharmed. Rosa, her caretaker, stood protectively in front of her with a knife clutched in shaking hands. Mama. Lyra launched herself at me, and I caught her despite the pain, holding her close while she sobbed into my neck. I've got you, I murmured, my own voice shaking. You're safe, little wolf. Mama's got you. Through the bond, I felt Theron's overwhelming relief, mixed with lingering fear. He'd sensed the fight, felt my injuries, and experienced my terror for our daughter. We're safe, I said quickly. Lyra's unharmed. I'm mostly fine. You're injured, he corrected, reading the truth beneath my words. How badly? Not badly enough to stop functioning, I replied, which wasn't really an answer, but was all I could offer right now. Beta Garrett appeared, breathing hard from his own fighting. Luna, the infiltrators are neutralized. All enemy forces are either dead or captured. Good, I said, still holding Lyra, who'd finally stopped sobbing but refused to release her death grip on my neck. The traitor? Found him. One of the keep servants, new hire from 6 months ago. He's secured in the dungeons. I'll question him personally, I said grimly, after I see the healer. Luna, your injuries can wait until my daughter is settled and calm, I interrupted firmly. Lyra's safety comes first. My wounds are second. Everything else after that. I carried Lyra toward the healing chambers despite protests from my guards that I needed treatment immediately. My daughter had experienced terror. She needed to see her mother whole and strong, not bleeding and weak. Besides, the wounds hurt but weren't life-threatening. I'd survived worse. Through the bond, Theron's frustration bled through. Wanting to be here, needing to protect us personally, hating that duty kept him at the border while his mate and daughter faced danger. The Eastern Line is holding? I asked, trying to distract him. Barely, he admitted. They're throwing everything at us. This was coordinated. They attacked hard at the border while sending infiltrators to the keep. Someone's been planning this carefully.
The servant I mentioned, I said.
He's been feeding them intelligence for months. They knew our defensive positions, our patrol patterns, where Lyra was housed. Rage flooded through the bond, cold and absolutely lethal. When I'm done here, I'm going to make that traitor wish he'd never been born. Getting in line, I replied darkly. I have questions that need answering. And I'm not feeling particularly merciful right now. Hours later, with Lyra finally asleep under heavy guard and my wounds stitched and bandaged, I descended to the dungeons where the traitor waited. He was young, maybe 25, and clearly terrified now that his infiltration force was dead, and he faced interrogation from a Luna known for her father's network and methods. Name, I demanded, my voice cold as winter. J. Jacob, he stammered. Jacob Greyfell. Who recruited you? Alpha Marcus? Or someone else in the traditional council? He hesitated, and I stepped closer, letting him see the bandages from wounds I'd taken defending my daughter from the wolves he'd helped infiltrate. You sent assassins after a 3-year-old pup, I said quietly. You betrayed wolves who'd trusted you, who'd given you employment and security. You have exactly one chance to cooperate before I turn you over to wolves who don't share my restraint.
So talk. Now.
It was Commander Bryn, Jacob admitted, words tumbling out. From East March. He approached me 6 months ago and said the reforms were destroying traditional pack structure. Offered gold, promised position in the new order after you, and Alpha Theron were eliminated. I exchanged glances with Kira, who'd accompanied me. Commander Bryn, the wavering ally my intelligence suggested, was ready to abandon the traditional council. Either my intelligence was wrong, or Bryn was playing multiple sides. What else? I demanded. What other plans? What else did Bryn tell you? There are more infiltrators, Jacob said desperately. Not just here, in the territories of your allies. Western Peaks, Northern Reaches, Southern Vale. The traditional council is trying to destabilize all the reformed territories simultaneously. Moon's mercy. It was worse than I'd thought. Not just a military assault on Nightshade, but a coordinated campaign to destroy the entire reform movement by targeting leadership across multiple territories. When? I asked urgently. When are these infiltrations supposed to happen? Tonight, Jacob whispered. Coordinated strikes at moonrise. Kill the reform leaders, blame it on internal conflicts, make it look like the reforms created instability rather than strength. I was already moving, Kira beside me. Get this information to Alpha Cassandra and Alpha Devon immediately. They need to secure their leadership, increase guard rotations, and prepare for infiltration attempts. What about Commander Bryn?
Kira asked.
Leave him for now, I decided. If we arrest him immediately, the traditional council will know their plan is compromised. Better to let him think he's still secret while we prepare countermeasures. I emerged from the dungeons to find Beta Garrett waiting with more grim news. Luna, the Eastern Line, is under heavy assault. Alpha Theron requests immediate reinforcement. They're being overwhelmed. The decision I'd been dreading crystallized before me. Send the reserves to support Theron, potentially saving him, but leaving them vulnerable to further infiltration. Or hold the reserves here, keeping Lyra safe but potentially losing Theron and the Eastern defensive line. Strategy versus love. Duty versus family. Through the bond, I felt Theron fighting, felt his warriors falling despite their brave defense. Felt his determination to hold no matter the cost. And I knew what I had to do. What Luna had to do, even if the mate screamed in protest. Send half the reserves to the Eastern Line, I ordered. The other half stays here to defend the keep and prepare for potential infiltration. Luna, splitting our forces, is the only option, I interrupted. We can't abandon either position. So we defend both, knowing neither is as strong as we'd like. I looked Garrett in the eye. Tell the warriors I'm sending that their alpha needs them. that they're fighting not just for territory, but for every wolf's right to choose their own path. And tell them, my voice caught slightly, tell them to bring their alpha home safely. I will, Luna, Garrett said, with respect clear in his expression. Then he was gone, mobilizing forces for what might be our last stand. I returned to my operations center, staring at the map that showed our defensive positions stretched dangerously thin, our allies potentially compromised, our enemies coordinating a campaign more sophisticated than we'd anticipated. Through the bond, I reached for Theron. Reinforcements coming, I sent. Hold on just a little longer. Rowan, his consciousness was strained with exhaustion and pain. If this doesn't go well, don't, I interrupted fiercely.
Don't you dare say goodbye.
We're going to win this. We're going to defeat them so completely they never threaten reform again. And we're going to do it together. I love you, he sent simply. Whatever happens, know that. You gave me everything, purpose, partnership, hope, family. No regrets. I love you too, I replied, tears streaming down my face despite my best efforts at control. Now stop being sentimental and kill some traditionalist wolves. Show them what happens when they threaten our family. His fierce determination flooded through the bond. For Lyra, for our pack, for the world we're building. For us, I added. All of us. The bond settled into steady awareness as Theron threw himself back into battle, reinforced now by the warriors I'd sent. I turned to my maps and intelligence reports, coordinating defenses across multiple territories, directing my network to counter the traditional council's infiltration plans, fighting a war on multiple fronts simultaneously. Somewhere in the keep, my daughter slept, protected by guards but vulnerable in ways that made my heart clench with fear. Somewhere at the eastern border, my mate fought for his life and our reforms, leading warriors who believed in the vision we'd built together. And here, in this operations center, I fought my own battle, the strategic war that would determine whether 3 years of reform survived or crumbled under traditional resistance. The broken Alpha and the invisible daughter had built something extraordinary. Now they would prove it was worth dying for, if necessary. The infiltrators came for their daughter. The traitors tried to destroy them from within. The traditional council thought they could break the reforms through fear and violence. But they forgot something crucial. Rowan and Theron aren't just mates or leaders or revolutionaries. They're parents fighting for their child's future. Wolves defend not just territory, but the right to choose love over politics. And that kind of motivation makes them more dangerous than any enemy imagined. The final battle is here. Everything they built hangs in the balance. And this time, winning means crushing the opposition so completely they never rise again. Chapter 15. Dawn of Reformation. Moonrise came with fire and blood. From my operations center, I coordinated defenses across 4 territories simultaneously, my intelligence network working overtime to counter the traditional council's infiltration attempts while monitoring Theron's desperate battle at the eastern border. Western Peaks reports 3 infiltrators neutralized, Kira announced, updating the map. Alpha Cassandra's forces were ready. They caught them before they reached her chambers. Northern reaches are the same, another scout added. Alpha Devon says to tell you that your warning saved his mate's life. The infiltrators were seconds from breaching their security. Relief flooded through me. The intelligence from Jacob had been accurate, and we'd managed to warn our allies in time. But the victory felt hollow when I could feel Theron's exhaustion and pain through the bond, and could sense our warriors falling despite reinforcements. How much longer can you hold? I asked through our connection. As long as necessary, he replied, though I felt the truth beneath his determination. But Rowan, if they break through, they won't, I interrupted, though I had no way of guaranteeing that. You're going to hold that line, because you have to. Because Lyra needs her father. Because I need my mate. Because 3 years of reform doesn't die tonight. His love and fierce pride flooded through the bond. My brilliant, stubborn Luna, always knowing exactly what to say. Then the connection faded as battle consumed his attention again. Luna, Beta Garrett entered, his face streaked with soot and blood from fighting infiltrators at the keep. Commander Bryn is requesting parley. He's at our southern border with a white flag. I looked up sharply. Bryn? The one coordinating infiltrations. The same. But he's alone, unarmed, and claiming he has critical information about the traditional council's true strategy. Every instinct screamed trap. But if Bryn genuinely wanted to defect, if the fractures in the traditional council's alliance were deep enough that commanders were abandoning Marcus, we needed that intelligence. Bring him to the keep, I decided. Heavy guard, weapons ready. If he makes one wrong move, kill him. But hear what he has to say first. While Garrett departed to execute orders, I reviewed the tactical situation. The eastern line was holding, barely, but casualties were mounting. Western peaks and northern reaches had repelled infiltrators, but were too far away to reinforce Theron's position quickly. Southern Vale was still mobilizing, days away from being combat-ready. We were winning the infiltration war, but losing the military one. Unless something changed dramatically in the next few hours, the traditional council would break through our eastern defenses. And once they reached the keep itself, even with our remaining guards, the outcome would be uncertain. Think, Rowan, I told myself, channeling father's training. What advantage do you have that they don't? What piece are they overlooking? The intelligence network. The systematic undermining of their supply lines. The psychological warfare that had already created fractures in their alliance. And Vera. I'd kept the former traitor imprisoned for 3 years, extracting every piece of intelligence she possessed about corruption in the territories. She'd cooperated fully, providing information that had been invaluable for our reforms. But she was also a brilliant tactical mind who nearly destroyed Nightshade through strategy rather than force. What if I could use that brilliance for us instead of against us? Get Vera. I ordered Kira. Bring her here, still restrained but able to communicate. I need her tactical assessment. Luna, are you sure that's wise? She tried to kill the Alpha. 3 years ago, I interrupted. Before we rebuilt everything. Before we proved that honoring bonds creates strength. She's had time to see that we were right, that genuine partnerships work better than manipulation. And perhaps more importantly, Vera had loved and lost. She understood what it meant to fight for a mate, even if her methods had been twisted by bitterness and rejection. Maybe she'd understand why I'd do anything, including consulting with a former enemy, to save mine. Vera arrived 20 minutes later, escorted by 4 guards with weapons drawn. 3 years of imprisonment had aged her, silver threading through her hair, her face thinner. But her eyes were still sharp, still calculating, missing nothing. Luna Rowan, she said, her voice carrying none of the venom from our last real conversation. I wondered if you'd eventually come to me. Commander Bryn is defecting, I said without preamble. The eastern line is being overwhelmed. Infiltrators have attacked multiple territories simultaneously. The traditional council is executing a coordinated campaign more sophisticated than anticipated. I need tactical options I haven't already considered. Vera studied the map, her gaze tracking troop positions, supply routes, defensive formations. Even restrained and imprisoned, her strategic mind worked with frightening efficiency. You're fighting defensively, she observed. Trying to hold territory while they push forward. Classic strategy when outnumbered. Conserve forces, make them pay for every advance, wait for allies to arrive. Yes, I confirmed. But it's not working fast enough. We're bleeding warriors while they have numerical advantage. Then stop fighting their battle, Vera said simply. Stop defending what they expect you to defend. Hit them where they're vulnerable instead. She pointed to the map, to positions I'd marked showing the traditional council's supply lines and command structure. They're overstretched, she continued, committing everything to this assault because they think overwhelming force will break you. But that means their rear positions are weak, their supply lines are exposed, and their command structure is concentrated at the front. Understanding dawned. You want me to attack their leadership directly, decapitate the command structure, and let their forces collapse without coordination. Exactly, Vera confirmed. Use that intelligence network you inherited from your father. The one I tried and failed to corrupt. Send your best infiltrators to take out Alpha Marcus and his senior commanders. Once leadership falls, the coalition fractures. The reluctant allies will withdraw. The confused warriors will break, and your mate's defensive line becomes a counterattack route. It was risky, incredibly risky. It meant dividing our already stretched forces even further, sending our best wolves on what was essentially an assassination mission while our borders were under assault. But it was also brilliant. And exactly the kind of unconventional thinking that had made Vera so dangerous as an enemy. Why help us? I asked bluntly. You spent 5 years trying to destroy what we've built. Why give me a strategy that could save it? Vera was quiet for a long moment, her gaze distant. Because you proved me wrong, she said finally. About bonds. About partnership. About whether genuine love can survive pack politics. She looked at me directly. Your grandfather rejected me because duty demanded it. Your mate chose you despite duty, and somehow made it work anyway. You built what I couldn't, proved that the system doesn't have to corrupt everything it touches. Her voice softened slightly. I spent decades being bitter about what I lost. You spent 3 years building what I should have fought for differently. And your daughter. She paused, emotion flickering across her features. Your daughter will grow up in a world where rejected mates aren't cast aside, where wolves can choose love and still fulfill duty. That's worth saving, even if I'll never benefit from it. Through the bond, I felt Theron's sudden spike of alarm, then pain sharp enough to make me gasp. Theron, I'm fine, he sent back immediately, though I felt the lie. Took a hit but was still standing. Focus on your strategy. We need whatever advantage you're planning. I made my decision. Kira, I called. Assemble teams 3, 7, and 9. Elite scouts, best fighters, wolves who can move fast and silent. They're going on a decapitation mission. Luna, Kira hesitated. That's almost all our remaining infiltration specialists. If they fail, we're no worse off than we are now, I interrupted. But if they succeed, we end this war tonight. I turned back to Vera. I need precise intelligence on Marcus's command position. Guard rotations, defensive measures, vulnerabilities. I can give you that, Vera replied. But Luna, this is a suicide mission for whoever you send. They might succeed, but they probably won't survive it. I know, I said quietly. Every wolf I sent might die. But if they didn't go, everyone might die, including Theron, Lyra, and every wolf who believed in the reforms we'd built. Then let me go with them, Vera said. Silence fell across the operations center. You're in prison for treason, Beta Garrett said flatly. You think we'd trust you on a critical mission? You shouldn't, Vera agreed calmly. But consider this, I know Alpha Marcus personally. I know how he thinks, how his guards operate, where his paranoia creates exploitable gaps. And unlike your scouts, I'm expendable. If I die carrying out this mission, you lose nothing. She met my eyes steadily. Let me earn redemption, the only way I have left. Let me help you save what I tried to destroy. Every practical instinct said no. Vera was a proven traitor, someone who'd murdered my father and nearly killed my mate. Trusting her with a critical mission was insane. But I'd also spent 3 years watching her cooperate fully with our reforms, providing intelligence that had exposed corruption throughout the territories. 3 years of seeing genuine regret in a wolf who'd spent decades twisted by bitterness. And we needed every advantage we could get. If you betray us, I said quietly, if you do anything that compromises this mission or our warriors, then kill me immediately, Vera finished. No trial, no mercy. I've lived 3 years past what I deserve anyway, Luna. Let me make them count for something. Through the bond, I felt Theron's surprised approval, my mate recognizing sound strategy even when it came from an unlikely source. Your call, he sent. I trust your judgment. You go with Team 3, I decided. Kira leads. Her authority is absolute. You provide intelligence and guidance, nothing more. One wrong move, and she has orders to end you. Understood? Perfectly, Vera replied. Within the hour, 3 elite teams departed, moving fast and silent toward the traditional council's command positions while our defensive lines held desperately at the borders. I coordinated their movements from the operations center, tracking their progress through scout reports and bond sense from my network members. and waited, watching the map, feeling Theron's exhaustion growing through our connection. Knowing that everything, 3 years of reform, my daughter's future, countless wolves' lives, depended on what happened in the next few hours. Commander Bryn arrived under heavy guard, looking haggard and defeated. When the guards brought him before me, he dropped to his knees immediately. "Luna Rowan," he said, voice rough with exhaustion. "I come to offer surrender and information. East March territory withdraws from the Traditional Council's coalition effective immediately." "And what prompted this sudden change of loyalty?" I asked coolly. "Hours ago you were coordinating infiltration attempts against my daughter." Shame flickered across his face. "I was told the infiltrators were targeting you and the Alpha. Military targets, legitimate in war. When I learned they'd gone after a 3-year-old pup," he looked up, meeting my eyes. "I didn't sign up to murder children, Luna. Whatever my feelings about the reforms, that crosses a line." "Yet you still coordinated it," I said flatly. "I did," he admitted, "and I'll accept whatever punishment you deem appropriate. But first, I have information you need. Alpha Marcus isn't trying to defeat Nightshade militarily. He's trying to delay you long enough for his real plan to execute." Cold dread washed through me. "What plan?" "He's been in contact with the human settlements along our northern borders, offering them territory if they help eliminate reformed packs. This isn't just a wolf conflict anymore, Luna. Marcus is trying to bring humans into a war that's been ours alone for centuries." "Moon's mercy," Beta Garrett breathed. "If humans get involved, then everyone loses," I finished. "Wolves and humans both. The fragile peace we've maintained with human territories collapses, and we're fighting on multiple fronts with enemies who have technology we can't match." Through the bond, I felt Theron's shock as I shared this information. Our entire tactical situation had just changed. The Traditional Council's assault wasn't the main threat. It was a distraction while Marcus set up something far more catastrophic. "How long until humans mobilize?" Theron asked. I turned to Bryn.
"When?"
"When are human forces supposed to move?"
"Dawn," he said.
Marcus promised them access to the disputed northern territories if they helped pacify the reformed packs. They're supposed to strike at first light. I looked at the chronometer on the wall. 3 hours until dawn. 3 hours to end a war, stop human involvement, and somehow save everything we'd built. "Kira," I sent through the bond sense that connected me to my network. "Status on the decapitation mission?" 30 minutes from Alpha Marcus's position, she replied. "No alarm has been raised yet. We're moving silent and fast. You have 3 hours before humans join this fight," I informed her. "Take out Marcus and his command structure before dawn, or this war becomes unwinnable." "Understood, Luna. We won't fail." I turned to Commander Bryn. "You want redemption? You want to prove your territory genuinely withdraws from this insanity?" "Yes," he said immediately. "Then take a message to the human settlements. Tell them Alpha Marcus's promised territories were never his to give. They belong to wolves who've lived there for generations. Tell them that the reformed packs offer genuine peace, trade agreements, and mutual respect. But if they attack us, we will defend ourselves with everything we have." "They might not listen," Bryn warned. "Then at least we try diplomacy before the war," I replied. "Now go.
Fast.
You have 3 hours." He departed immediately, running toward the northern borders and the human settlements that might doom us all. Through the bond, I felt Theron's exhaustion intensifying, felt him taking hits as he held the defensive line against enemies who were pushing harder, sensing victory. "Hold on," I scented desperately. "Please, just hold on. The teams are almost in position. Dawn brings either salvation or destruction. Just hold on." "For you," he replied simply. "For Lyra."
"For us."
"I'll hold." I returned to my maps, coordinating final movements, making contingency plans for scenarios too terrible to fully consider. If the decapitation mission failed, we'd have to fight on 2 fronts, wolves and humans both. If Bryn failed to convince human leaders, we'd face technology that could decimate even the strongest pack. If dawn came before we could stop Marcus, everything we'd built would burn. "Luna," One of my scouts interrupted my spiraling thoughts. Team 3 reports they've reached Marcus's command position. Engaging now. The operations center fell silent. Everyone stopped, waiting, barely breathing. Through my network bond sense, I felt Kira leading the assault, felt the sudden shock of guards being neutralized, felt Vera providing tactical guidance that allowed the teams to penetrate defenses they shouldn't have been able to breach. Then, sudden, violent resistance. Marcus's personal guard fighting back. Warriors dying on both sides. And through it all, Kira moved relentlessly toward one target. Alpha Marcus himself. Almost there, her consciousness brushed against mine. 30 seconds. Then pain, sharp and immediate. Someone had hit Kira. Bad enough that her consciousness fractured, her focus wavering.
Kira.
Still standing, she managed. But Luna, Marcus is more defended than anticipated. We need another surge of pain, this time from a different team member. The traditional council's command guard was elite, and they were fighting to protect their alpha with desperate intensity. Then, unexpectedly, Vera's presence surged forward through the bond sense. I felt her moving, felt her engaging Marcus's personal guards with skills honed over decades of shadowy operations. For Roland, her consciousness whispered. For the world he tried to build. She was sacrificing herself, drawing fire and attention away from the younger scouts, giving them the opening they needed. Vera, no. Let me do this, she interrupted. Let me die for something worthy instead of living with shame. Tell Theron, tell him his grandfather would have been proud of what you built. Then her presence flared bright and faded, gone as Marcus's guards cut her down. But her sacrifice gave Kira the opening she needed. I felt it through the bond sense. Kira's blade finding Alpha Marcus's throat, his shocked surprise as the traditionalist leader who'd opposed our reforms fell. And with his death, everything changed. The traditional council's assault faltered as word spread that their alpha was dead. Confusion rippled through their ranks. The reluctant territories seized the opportunity to withdraw. Even the loyal forces, leaderless and uncertain, began to break. Through the bond, I felt Theron's shocked relief as pressure on the eastern line suddenly, dramatically decreased. Marcus is dead, I sent. The coalition is fracturing. Counterattack, now while they're confused. On it, he replied, his exhaustion temporarily overridden by tactical opportunity. Rowan, what you did, what your network accomplished. What Vera accomplished, I corrected. She gave her life to make this possible. Remember that. Honor it. I will, he promised. Dawn broke over a battlefield transformed. The traditional council's forces were retreating in disorder, their alliance shattered with Marcus's death. Human settlements, convinced by Commander Bryn's desperate diplomacy, had held their forces back, choosing to wait and see rather than committing to a war they didn't fully understand. And at the eastern border, Theron led our warriors in a counterattack that drove the remaining traditionalists back across our borders and deep into their own territories. By the time the sun fully rose, the war was over. Not through prolonged siege or military dominance, but through the kind of strategic decapitation Father would have been proud of. I stood at the window of my operations center, watching dawn paint the sky in shades of gold and pink, feeling Theron's weary satisfaction through the bond as he realized we'd actually won.
Come home, I sent.
Your daughter needs to see that her father survived. Your mate needs to hold you and confirm you're real. On my way, he replied. Though I warn you, I look terrible and smell worse. Don't care, I said simply. Just come home. Behind me, Kira returned with what remained of her teams, 3 of the 9 scouts who'd gone on the decapitation mission. The others, including Vera, had died making it possible. Luna, Kira said, exhaustion and grief clear in her voice. Mission accomplished. But the cost? I know, I replied softly. They'll be honored. Every one of them. Especially Vera. She saved us, Kira said. Drew fire provided the opening we needed. Her last words were, she paused, consulting her memory. Tell Luna I died free instead of bitter. That's enough. Tears stung my eyes, for a wolf who'd spent so long twisted by rejection that she'd nearly destroyed everything, only to find redemption in sacrifice. We'll make sure everyone knows, I promised. That Vera Blackthorn, former traitor, died defending the reforms she'd once tried to destroy. That bitterness can be overcome. That redemption is possible even for those who've fallen furthest. Through the bond, I felt Theron approaching the keep, felt his desperate need to see me and Lyra, to confirm we'd survived the night. I need to go, I said to Kira. My family needs me. Coordinate cleanup, casualty reports, and diplomatic outreach to the human settlements. I want formal peace agreements in place before they reconsider their neutrality. Consider it done, Luna. I ran through the corridors, exhaustion forgotten, my only focus reaching Theron before worry drove me insane. We met in the great hall, him still in battle-stained leathers, blood matting his dark hair, limping from injuries he'd taken holding the line. Me in my operations clothing, bandaged from fighting infiltrators, tears streaming down my face despite my best efforts at control. You're alive, I whispered, launching myself into his arms. So are you, he replied, holding me so tightly I could barely breathe. Both of you, you and Lyra. I felt the infiltration, felt you fighting, thought I might lose. But you didn't, I interrupted, pulling back to cup his face between my hands. We're here. All of us. We survived. We won, he corrected. You won. Your strategy, your network, your father's legacy deployed in ways that changed everything. Vera won, I said. Gave her life to make it possible. Died earning the redemption she'd sought. Theron absorbed that, complex emotions flickering across his face. Anger at the wolf who'd poisoned him, respect for her final sacrifice, grief for wasted years that didn't have to be wasted. Then we honor her, he decided. Let her death mean something. Let it remind us why we fight, so that no more wolves end up like her, twisted and broken by a system that doesn't value genuine bonds.
Papa.
Mama. Lyra's voice carried from the stairs, followed by her small form running toward us, with Rosa trailing behind trying to catch her. We both knelt, catching our daughter as she threw herself at us with the absolute confidence of a pup who knows her parents will always be there. You're back, she said, her small hands patting our faces as though confirming we were real. I was scared, but I was brave, like you said, and you came back and... She paused, noticing the bandages, the blood, the evidence of battle. You're hurt. We're fine, Theron assured her. Warriors get hurt sometimes, but we heal. And we had something very important to fight for. Me? Lyra asked. You? I confirmed. And every pup like you, who deserves to grow up in a world where bonds matter more than politics, where wolves choose their own paths, where love isn't sacrificed for duty. Did you win? She asked seriously. Yes, Theron said. We won. The bad wolves won't bother us anymore. Good, Lyra declared. Then, with the mercurial focus of a 3-year-old, can we go play now? I've been stuck inside forever, and I want to show you how good I got at shifting while you were gone. Despite the exhaustion, despite the grief for wolves lost, despite everything, we laughed. Because this was what we'd fought for. This moment, this family, this ability to go from war council to playing with our daughter. Yes, I said, tears and laughter mixing. Let's go play. Let's celebrate being alive, being together, being free to choose how we spend our time. We walked together toward the courtyard, Alpha, Luna, and Pup, past warriors who bowed with genuine respect, past wolves who'd survived a war and now faced the challenging, hopeful work of building lasting peace. Behind us lay 3 years of reform, one night of desperate battle, countless wolves who'd fought and died for a vision of better governance. Ahead lay the future we'd defended, imperfect, challenging, but infinitely better than what came before. The broken Alpha and the invisible daughter had won their revolution. Now they would build the peace. Together. From the brink of destruction to the dawn of lasting reform, Rowan and Theron have proven that genuine bonds create strength that can't be broken. Vera found redemption in sacrifice. Marcus's traditionalist resistance died with him. The human settlements chose peace over war. And a 3-year-old pup plays in a courtyard, safe in the world her parents built through love, strategy, and absolute determination. This is what revolution looks like when it's built on partnership rather than domination. When honor matters more than power. When the next generation inherits hope instead of corruption. 10 years later, I stood at the window of the Great Hall, watching the gathering below with satisfaction that went bone deep. The annual Alliance Council, what had started as a desperate wartime coalition, had evolved into a formal governance structure spanning 12 territories across the northern lands and beyond. 10 years since the war that had nearly destroyed us. 10 years of reform, restructuring, and rebuilding. 10 years of proving that genuine bonds could coexist with strategic governance, that love and duty weren't opposing forces. Mama, you're doing the proud Luna face again. A voice teased from behind me. I turned to find Lyra, 13 now, all gangly limbs and adolescent attitude, but with her father's tactical mind and my strategic instincts in equal measure. She'd inherited Theron's dark hair and my green eyes, and the combination was devastating when she wanted something. Which was frequently. I'm allowed to be proud, I replied, pulling my daughter against my side. This is the largest alliance council yet. 18 territories represented, all committed to honor-based governance. Including 3 that fought against us in the war, Lyra observed, demonstrating the political awareness we deliberately cultivated. At 13, she attended council meetings regularly, learning the governance she'd one day inherit. Whether as Alpha or Luna, she hadn't decided yet. And that was perfectly fine. Our daughter would choose her own path. Especially those 3, I agreed. Commander Bryn leads East March now, after old Alpha Marcus's death. He's been one of our strongest advocates for reform. Because you gave him redemption instead of execution, Lyra said.
Papa told me about it.
How you could have killed him for coordinating the infiltration, but instead let him prove his loyalty. Your father and I learned that wolves can change, I replied. That bitterness and tradition can be overcome if given the chance. Vera taught us that, even if she had to die to prove it. Lyra was quiet for a moment, her young face serious. What do you think about her? The wolf who tried to kill Papa, but died saving you. Often, I admitted. She's buried in the memorial gardens with the other wolves who fell during the war. Your father insisted, said that how she died mattered more than how she lived. That redemption earned through sacrifice deserved honor. That's very Luna-like thinking, a deep voice interrupted. Theron emerged from the adjacent chamber, dressed in formal council attire, but moving with the easy confidence of a wolf completely comfortable in his own skin. At 44, he'd aged into his authority. The harsh angles of his face softened slightly by contentment rather than the bitter survival that had marked him when we'd first mated. He could shift freely now, had been able to for 10 years since the silver finally worked its way completely from his system. But he still maintained his human form combat training, still remembered the years when his wolf was silent. Some lessons weren't meant to be forgotten. You're both very Luna-like, Lyra corrected cheekily. You became like Mama. She didn't become like you. Your daughter has opinions about our relationship dynamics, Theron said to me with amusement. Our daughter is correct, I replied. You did become more like me. More strategic, more willing to use intelligence over force, more comfortable with partnership governance. And you became more like me, he countered, pulling me against him with the casual possessiveness that still made my heart skip after 13 years of mating. More willing to make hard tactical calls, more comfortable with direct authority, more absolutely fierce when defending what matters. So you became perfect for each other, Lyra concluded. Can I go now? Aunt Kira promised to show me the new intelligence network protocols before the council starts. Aunt Kira is a terrible influence, Theron said without heat, teaching a 13-year-old advanced espionage techniques. Aunt Kira is the best influence, Lyra corrected. And I'm going to lead the network someday, so I should learn early. That's what you always say. Start training young so wolves are prepared when responsibility comes. She had us there. Fine, I conceded. But stay within the keep. There are wolves from territories we don't fully trust yet, and I don't want you wandering where I can't sense you through the bond. The mother-daughter bond had strengthened over the years, not as intense as the mate bond, but allowing me to track Lyra's general location and emotional state. Which was good, because our daughter had inherited both parents' tendency toward trouble. "I'll be careful," Lyra promised, already moving toward the door. Then over her shoulder, "Oh, and Mama? There's a delegation from the human settlements waiting to speak with you. Something about expanded trade agreements." She vanished before I could question further, leaving Theron and me alone in the Great Hall. Human delegations, he mused. 10 years ago, they nearly went to war with us. Now they're requesting trade agreements. "Because we proved we're trustworthy," I replied. "We kept our borders secure, without threatening theirs. We honored our agreements. We showed that wolves who value bonds over conquest make better neighbors than those who don't." I moved to the window again, watching the courtyard fill with wolves from across the territories. "Look at them, Theron. Wolves from packs that were enemies a decade ago, now working together, sharing resources, honoring each other's bonds, building something larger than any individual territory." "You built this," he said softly, joining me at the window. "Your father's network, deployed for protection rather than manipulation. Your strategic mind, applied to creating alliances instead of undermining them. Your absolute conviction that genuine bonds create strength." "We built this," I corrected. "You gave the reforms Alpha authority. You led warriors who believed because their Alpha believed. You showed that strength doesn't require domination." His arm wrapped around my waist, pulling me close. "Our daughter is right, you know. We did become perfect for each other. Though I'm not sure we had much choice. The bond demanded it." "The bond suggested it," I replied. "We chose to honor it. That's the difference." Through the bond, I felt his love, deeper now than when we'd first made it, strengthened by years of partnership, tested by crisis, and refined by shared purpose. "I love you," he said simply. 13 years, and I'm still amazed that the strategic choice turned out to be the perfect choice. "Fate," I suggested. "The moon goddess knew what we needed before we did." "Or extraordinary luck," he countered. "That the invisible daughter happened to be exactly what the broken Alpha required." "Does it matter?" I asked, echoing words from years ago. "How we started versus what we built." "No," he agreed, kissing me softly. "It doesn't matter at all." A polite cough interrupted our moment. Beta Garrett, now gray-haired but still formidable, stood at the entrance. "Alpha, Luna, the Alliance Council is assembled. And the human delegation is indeed waiting, along with 3 territorial representatives who arrived late requesting consideration for reform adoption." "More territories wanting to join," I said with satisfaction. "That makes 21 total." 21 territories committed to honor-based governance, Theron agreed. "Half the northern lands, and expanding. Not bad for a revolution that started with a forced political mating." "The best revolutions often start from unlikely places," I observed. We walked together toward the council chamber, not Alpha leading and Luna following, but partners moving as equals, the way we'd governed for 13 years. The chamber had been expanded to accommodate the growing alliance, circular still but larger, with seats for territorial representatives arranged so no one position dominated. Equality built into the architecture itself. Alpha Cassandra waved as we entered, her silver hair now white, but her spirit undimmed. Luna Rowan, Alpha Theron, punctual as always. Unlike some territories I could mention. She shot a pointed look at Commander Bryn, who'd arrived moments before we had. "East March moves at its own pace," he replied with good humor. "But we will get there eventually." Usually with valuable intelligence, Luna Rowan's network provided the best routes. Laughter rippled through the assembly, easy, comfortable, the sound of wolves who'd learned to trust each other. I took my seat, not beside Theron but across from him, positioned so we could see each other and communicate through looks and bond sense while maintaining independent authority. Another reform we'd implemented. Lunas weren't appendages to Alphas but equal partners in governance, with their own seat, their own voice, their own authority. The Alliance Council is called to order, Theron announced, his voice carrying the weight of alpha authority that commanded attention without demanding submission. We have an extensive agenda today: trade agreements with human settlements, 3 new territories requesting reform adoption, and updates on the youth exchange program Rowan proposed. The youth exchange is thriving, I reported, standing to present. We now have young wolves from 12 territories spending time in other packs, learning different governance styles, and building cross-territorial bonds. Several genuine mate bonds have formed through the program, exactly what we hoped for. Bonds that strengthen alliances more than any treaty could, Alpha Devon added approvingly. Northern Reaches has hosted 6 exchange students this year. 2 have chosen to stay permanently after finding mates. Which brings us to the most important topic, Alpha Cassandra said. The formal proposal to make honor-based governance mandatory for all Alliance territories. No more partial adoption or gradual implementation. Either packs commit fully to valuing genuine bonds, or they don't qualify for Alliance membership. Silence fell as the weight of this proposal sank in. It was the final step, moving from voluntary reform to mandatory standard, from suggested practice to required principle. This is what we've been building toward, I said quietly. 10 years of proving the concept works. 10 years of demonstrating that territories honoring genuine bonds are stronger, more stable, more prosperous than those clinging to forced political matings. I looked around the chamber, meeting the eyes of wolves who'd fought alongside us, who'd adopted reforms despite resistance, who'd proven that change was possible. But it only works if we're unanimous, I continued. If even one territory objects, we table the proposal and continue with voluntary adoption. This has to be something we choose together, not something imposed from above. Western Peaks supports mandatory honor-based governance, Alpha Cassandra declared immediately. Northern Reaches as well, Alpha Devon added. East March stands with the proposal, Commander Bryn said firmly. One by one, territorial representatives voiced support, wolves who'd seen the benefits of reform firsthand, who'd watched their packs thrive under governance that valued bonds over politics. Until only one territory remained silent. Alpha Helena Frostwind. She'd taken over the territory formerly called Frost's domain after Counselor Helena Frost's execution for treason. Young, only 25, and newly ascended to leadership after her father's death. All eyes turned to her. My territory adopted reforms 3 years ago, she said slowly. After my father died, clinging to old traditions that had isolated us from prosperity. I've seen firsthand how honoring genuine bonds strengthens packs and how partnership governance creates stability. She paused, and I felt the chamber holding its breath. But I also see the risk, she continued. If we make this mandatory, if we tell territories they must reform or be excluded from the alliance, we become what we fought against, wolves imposing our will on others, forcing our beliefs regardless of individual choice. Murmurs rippled through the assembly, some agreeing, others objecting. That's a valid concern, I acknowledged, standing again. And it's exactly why this vote requires unanimity. We're not imposing reforms, we're setting standards for alliance membership. Territories can still choose their own governance. They just can't claim alliance benefits while maintaining systems that exploit wolves. It's the difference between forcing change and requiring standards, Theron added. We're not invading territories that refuse reform. We're simply saying that alliance membership requires certain principles. Wolves who want to force political matings can do so, but not while claiming to be part of an alliance built on honoring genuine bonds. Alpha Helena was quiet for a long moment, her young face serious as she weighed options. My grandmother was Counselor Helena Frost, she said finally. She died a traitor because she valued power over bonds, because she thought tradition mattered more than individual welfare. I took leadership, vowing never to repeat her mistakes. She looked directly at me. Rowan, you showed mercy to Commander Bryn when you could have executed him for treason. You gave Vera Blackthorn the chance to earn redemption despite her betrayal. You've consistently chosen reform over revenge, education over elimination. Yes, I confirmed, unsure where she was going. Then I trust that if Frostwind votes for mandatory reform standards, we're voting for principles worth upholding, not for power disguised as virtue. She straightened her shoulders. Frostwind supports the proposal. Let honor-based governance become the alliance standard. The chamber erupted in howls and cheers, not just celebrating the vote, but celebrating what it represented. 21 territories, unanimously choosing to build something better than what came before. Theron's pride flooded through our bond, mixing with my own overwhelming emotion. We'd done it. Actually, I truly did it. Built a system where genuine bonds were honored, where wolves chose their own paths, where love and duty weren't opposing forces. The proposal passes, Theron announced, waiting for the celebration to quiet. As of today, honor-based governance becomes mandatory for alliance membership. And in honor of the wolf who sparked this entire revolution, who proved that invisible daughters could become extraordinary lunas, this system will be officially known as the Ashcroft Reforms. I felt tears sting my eyes. Father's name, immortalized in the reforms he died trying to implement. His legacy, finally fully realized. To the Ashcroft Reforms, Alpha Cassandra declared, raising her cup. To the Ashcroft Reforms, the chamber echoed. To my father, I added silently, who taught me to see everything, to value genuine bonds, to fight for wolves who couldn't fight for themselves. This is for you. Later that evening, after the council had adjourned and territorial representatives had departed to begin formal implementation, I found myself in the memorial gardens where we'd buried the wolves who'd fallen during the war. Vera's marker stood among them, a simple stone carved with her name and a single line. She died choosing redemption. I thought I'd find you here, Theron said, joining me among the memorial stones. I wanted to tell her, I replied, that the reforms she died defending are now mandatory across the Alliance, that her sacrifice mattered, that she's remembered for how she ended rather than how she began. She knows, Theron said softly. Wherever she is, she knows. We stood in comfortable silence, watching dusk settle over the gardens. In the distance, I could hear Lyra's laughter as she played with other young wolves, the next generation, growing up in the world we'd built. Do you ever regret it? I asked suddenly. The political mating that forced us together? The reforms that made us targets? The war that nearly killed us both? Never, Theron said immediately. Not for a single moment. Because yes, we started as a political strategy. Yes, we were forced together by circumstance. Yes, we've faced challenges that nearly destroyed us. He turned to face me fully, cupping my face between his hands. But look what we built from those impossible beginnings. Look at our daughter, confident and fierce. Look at our pack, thriving under genuine partnership. Look at the territories that followed our example, building their own versions of what we proved was possible. Look at us, I added softly. Two wolves who shouldn't have worked, who were forced together by tradition, who somehow became exactly what each other needed. The broken Alpha and the invisible daughter, Theron murmured. Who became the Luna and Alpha that changed their world. Together, I said, the word that had defined our entire journey. Together, he agreed. From the keep, a bell chimed, calling us to dinner, to family, to the life we'd built from strategic arrangement and transformed into genuine love. We walked hand in hand through the gardens, past memorial stones that honored wolves who'd fought and died for reform, toward the keep where our daughter waited and our pack thrived. Behind us lay 13 years of revolution, of forced matings becoming genuine bonds, of broken wolves finding healing, of invisible daughters becoming legendary lunas. Ahead lay the future we'd build, imperfect, challenging, but infinitely better than what came before. The Ashcroft reforms would continue spreading, would keep transforming territories, would ensure that wolves throughout the northern lands valued bonds over politics, partnership over domination, genuine love over forced convenience. And at the center of it all stood two wolves who'd proven that the best love stories aren't the ones that start perfectly. They're the ones that start impossibly and become extraordinary through choice, determination, and the absolute refusal to settle for anything less than genuine partnership. The broken Alpha had healed. The invisible daughter had become legendary, and together, they'd built a world where every wolf could choose their own path, where bonds mattered more than politics, where love and duty weren't opposing forces, where the next generation inherited hope instead of corruption. That was their legacy. That was their revolution. That was their love story, told across 13 years, built from impossible beginnings, and proving that sometimes the best matches are the ones fate forces and choice perfect. From forced arrangement to legendary love. From broken and invisible to Alpha and Luna. From political strategy to genuine revolution. Rowan and Theron's journey proves that the greatest transformations come from the most unlikely beginnings. That love can grow from duty. That partnerships can be built from obligation. That choosing to honor a bond, even one you didn't ask for, can create something extraordinary. Their daughter will inherit the world they built. The territories will continue the reforms they proved possible. And somewhere, the moon goddess smiles, knowing that sometimes the wolves who need each other most are the ones who never expected to be together at all. This is their story. This is their legacy. This is what happens when the broken and invisible refuse to stay that way. The end.